Enemy double kill.
But GPT-4 launches sometime this week in March 2023. I thought we'd have a bit of a play around with my current progress of artificial general intelligence. It's called the Conservative Countdown to AGI. But AGI is the ability of a machine to perform at the same level of a human, not just in thinking, but also in acting, in embodiment, and that one's really important. I had an interview with Kitco News out of New York recently. They've interviewed Ron Paul and Robert Kiyosaki, the rich dad, poor dad guy. It was quite a long interview, and during the interview, I may have confused the point about singularity versus AGI. And I want to clear that up now. This is a perfect time to clean it up. I defined singularity, I defined AGI, but just waiting for the singularity to happen, possibly in the next few months. So this is not 5 or 10 years away.
Few months?
This is on its way.
Wow. Okay. And then what happened?
And I stand by what I say here. Singularity is not a few years away. A few means 3 or more. It's not 36 months. It's, let's say, just under that. It's a few months away, but that could take us out to 2026 for artificial general intelligence, which is the ability of a machine to operate at a human level across all disciplines. And then the singularity, I don't think that's 2045. Kurzweil said we're going to wait another 20 years after AGI for the singularity. I don't think that's the case. I think we're already seeing the singularity right now, and that's that rapid speed up, that point in time when everything's going so fast in the AI world that humans can't keep up and it actually runs away from us. Here's where I've got to as of March 2023 for my countdown. 42%, and I've fully documented this online. You can go and have a look at it, lifearchitect.ai/AGI, but I'm going to spell it out here on the video. So you can go and reference the sources in the table, but here is why I say that today, in March 2023, we're at 42% of the way to AGI. We're not going very far back to start with. We're only going back to August 2017 when Google accidentally discovered the transformer architecture. They gave us this concept of looking forward and backwards within words and being able to draw out what the next word should be. If you want to have a look at that in detail, there's the paper, but if you don't have a look at Jay Alamar's GitHub where he has been illustrating transformer, talks through with visuals how we actually want to use this piece of technology that for me is the beginning of artificial general intelligence. Pretty much all large language models today are derived from transformer. They have some basis in this particular architecture. So that's our starting point. That got us to 20% of the way because it was just a really big discovery. It shouldn't have been, but they basically said we can look forwards and backwards and we can train it on so much data, billions and billions and billions of tokens. And that's getting even better. So how do we get from 20% to 30%? Well, it took a few years. It took 3 years till November 2020. That was a few months after the release of GPT-3. And the expert that's about to comment is probably in the top 5 of experts in AI at the moment. His name's Connor Leahy, and he said something about GPT-3 that we'll hear in just a moment, but I want to make sure that you understand who this guy is. It's really, really challenging to know who to listen to these days. There are right now maybe 1 billion people that think they're experts in artificial intelligence. Connor has a huge CV. Let's start with GPT-2. In 2019, he replicated GPT-2 without really having access to it. He was able to emulate what it was doing with Atom Optimizer, with Transformer, with even the training data set. And he got it to a point where OpenAI actually met with him and said, hold on a second, we're not releasing this. You shouldn't release this either because of these reasons. He then went and replicated the entire GPT-3 dataset called the Pile with Eleuther AI. Eleuther, with Connor, also developed GPT-J, GPT Neo X20B, and some other models that are coming up. All of this is to say that this guy has his head screwed on properly and he knows what's going on. He's also now the CEO of a company with a lot of big investment that's focusing on artificial intelligence alignment. This is what he said back in November 2020.
I think GPT-3 is artificial AGI. I think GPT-3 is as intelligent as human. And I think that actually is probably more intelligent than a human in a restricted way, in a very specific way. I also believe that in many ways, it is more purely intelligent than humans are. I think that humans are approximating what GPT-3 is doing, not vice versa.
I think you can see why it was really easy for me to conservatively say, back in 2020, we're 30% of the way to AGI, just based on Connor's expert opinion. We moved up a few percentage points just after that because hardware was being designed by artificial intelligence. Not just any hardware, the actual chips used to train AI was being designed by AI. Here is Google's TPU chips, announced around June 2021, which took us to 31%. And then a year later, one of Google's friends, DeepMind, came out with the first generalist agent, DeepMind Gato. Only had a few parameters, but I think it should have taken us to 39% of AGI progress. And the reason for that is that Gato was doing more than just thinking. It could play games, it could move robotic arms, and it could look at pictures, spit out language. It was doing a whole lot. It was our first generalist agent, and for me, that was really, really exciting. We talked just a moment ago about Google's TPU version 4. NVIDIA, the largest AI chip maker in the world, did the same thing. Their Hopper GPU architecture with the H100 also features 13,000 instances of AI-designed circuits. So we're still at 39% here, but it's because we're just reinforcing the fact that because artificial intelligence is self-improving, it's actually designing its own brain, we're well on the way to artificial general intelligence. And then there was another very deep discovery by Anthropic, the group that broke off from OpenAI to again look at alignment, look at safety inside of artificial intelligence. With their RLCAI, reinforcement learning constitutional AI, they actually used artificial intelligence to provide the reinforcement learning feedback. So normally we'd do that with humans. We'd sit down a room full of maybe telemarketers or people that want to click buttons, and they would rate the outputs of the model, A, B, C, or D. They would give their preferences, and the AI would learn from human feedback. Anthropic went and allowed the AI to give AI feedback. So now that AI systems based on Transformer are self-improving by looking inside of themselves, of course, another reason that we're closer and closer to AGI. But it wasn't until last month, February 2023, when things got a little bit hairy. We jumped from 39% to 41%. Remember, this is conservative, based on the fact that Microsoft integrated ChatGPT with embodiment, with robots. They put ChatGPT into drones, they put it into various embodied robots that could move around and interact with the world, and they found some pretty extraordinary things. Here they found that ChatGPT coded most of the key building blocks for the algorithm right away, and they were impressed by ChatGPT's ability to make localized code improvements using only language feedback. Definitely a reason to bump up that AGI measure from 39% to 41%. But it was actually a few days ago that we bumped that up to our current score in March 2023 to 42%. And that was Google taking their Palm and their Seikan robots, which we've talked about before, and implementing that with a vision transformer on top, a 22 billion parameter vision transformer on top. So you've got Palm 540B plus VIT 22B for a total of 562 billion parameters, the largest dense model in the world, enabling it to do some extraordinary things here. You can see it moving its own chips and blocks, and with the vision transformer, it's able to see and decide what is what. So we're 42% of the way to AGI right now, March 2023. If you're watching this after March 2023, it's already out of date. I hope that goes some way to explaining my comment in the Kitco interview. That was a bit of a challenge, and I don't normally do predictions, but on the spot, the words that came out of my mouth was AGI is months away, and the singularity, that point in time when everything is speeding up so fast that we can't keep up, is also months away, a few months away, not a few years away. So let's say right the way through to 2026 or so. Here is further proof that that's happening. Have you ever wondered how many AI research papers are provided every month? Well, someone went and did some research a few months ago and found that we're at a point right now where AI research papers are being written, submitted by universities and other institutions at a rate of 4,000 papers per month. That's about 133 papers per day, or one every 5 minutes. If we were weighing up how close we are to the singularity, this might be a bit of an indicator. They're saying that's going to double every 12 months or so. Pretty extraordinary stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. I've got a different trailer on the way out today now.
Salidos. Will!
Not the best way to say it, which I've really tried not to do it anymore, just for this exact reason. In the real world, people were talking, and I always like to, interject stupid thoughts. And one of them was, I think Nickelback's the shittiest band. And I tried that 3 separate times, and all 3 times, someone within the group of 5 was like, "What? I think Nickelback's not that bad." And then I realized now I'm in this social situation in which I just got done pooping all over their favorite band. I don't think if somebody has a disability, you shouldn't use that as a reason not for somebody to say something negative against you, whether it's founded or unfounded. If I say you haven't done any work, you shouldn't then follow up with, well, I have this. The best move is always to shut your mouth and find out more information before you give the game away. It's 100% illegal to reveal that information to the public as an employer. Stage 1, where the hell was HR? Why wasn't HR giving proper communication here? What the hell's going on? This makes no sense. 2, no one returned emails. Like, what is going on here? What do you mean, head of HR? Like, the failure systemic at this point. HR first to get fired. Maybe HR was fired. Yeah, evolutionary iteration. It's already microservices, so target highest impact bits and rewrite incrementally, improve the stack and architecture. Yeah, exactly. Because it is a microservice, you'd have to create a couple core components. You'd have to really figure out logging. You'd really have to make sure you understand authentication, and you'd also really have to make sure you understand discovery and being a part of the system, right? And then health checks, canary process, like all the things that are required for you to be successful at launching a service. And then after you figure out that little bit, you then start rewriting microservices, right? So you have core work, then you have grunt work is just literally translating, right? I'm sure it's not all that hard. Most services, most things that you do
you not work here? You never did any work!
So y'all, you know what that means?
What? If you're not faithful in the little things, you're not faithful when it comes to big things. When you get into a position of power and you're always talking about, oh man, if all these people weren't so corrupt, if all these people weren't all this and that and this, I could run things much, much better. You're no different. You just simply haven't had the opportunity to be that person. I would rather be having integrity and losing to the person cheating than cheat and beat the person cheating. Go code in pure JavaScript, not even TypeScript, using jQuery, and loving your life. I don't care. Okay, go write in Haskell and never actually get a real job. I don't care. Don't lie. Y'all ever consider just getting good? Here's the truth. I spend 2+ hours just looking at Airbnbs. Is that somehow someone wrote an article about Tesla and threw me in as Twitter's employee of the month. I don't even know what the hell that is. Okay, I don't even know how I got here. How did I become a Twitter employee of the month? I don't even know. Look at every politician. Yeah, I do agree. The worst part about lying is that it fundamentally also erodes everybody's trust. So who here thinks there's an honest politician? Yeah, I'm employee of the month, by the way. Black Mirror is incredible. So in other words, if it's all Viagra, do we all just get in the end? Is that what you're trying to tell me, no matter what pill you're taking? Well, that's not where I want to be. All right. Red pill is wake up. Blue pill is stay asleep. Black pill is grim reality. I'm not a conjurer of cheap tricks, and I'm not Sean Connery. Okay, Maybe I am Sean Connery. Okay, so we got a lot of people that that read Dante's Inferno. What is on the sign outside of hell? NPM. Oh shit! It's actually NPM packages. Shoot him. I would rather be the person that that tries to look at the world that I currently live in, and try to find the best in people. Oh gosh, hold on, I got my boys all mixed up downstairs. Ugh. All that dancing. What you're doing and how much you love what you're doing versus how much time you're willing to put in, even hours that you don't get paid for. The amount of mental thought effort when you're sitting in a shower. I do think he's also right that we do have this weird, distinction that life is purely no work and work is purely no life. I mean, I think these are good takes. These are good initial takes. When you're at, here's a little story about my life. I've briefly brought this up from time to time, but when you live in an apartment and the person below you is smoking meth and have threatened to kill you on multiple times, you and your wife, don't you think you might work a touch harder and a touch more intense about things because of your situation where you feel like if you fail, you're going to be homeless, if you feel like if you're not going to be able to do things, like life is going to be ruined? Well, guess what? When I was properly super motivated, not only was I motivated by the person downstairs trying to kill me in my situation, I was also motivated because I liked what I was doing. I would program straight for 36 hours. I don't know. I can't do it. I literally cannot do that anymore. But when I was 25, I would sit and I'd program from 8 a.m. one day up until 10 p.m. the next night, just constantly going. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was fantastic. I could just be perpetually motivated to do it. And that has greatly, absolutely, completely changed the trajectory of my career. No, you can't call the cops on that because now it gets to he said, she said. You know what I mean? Oh, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. Now, I think you should program that much? No, I don't think you should. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think it's good for you. Don't do that. It was bad on me on my part. I had no self-control. I should have taken the time to sleep and properly do a nice 8 hours of night. I think that would have been a very good move on my behalf. I would have probably been a lot more, successful upstairs. This is your brain not sleeping. It would have been much, much, much better than me. But I was motivated by two factors, which is need and desire. My brother-in-law swam, got 6th place in Beijing, breaststroke. Busting ass is a lot different than busting brain. You know what I mean? It's just a different experience. I really have been enjoying my recent workout routine, which we talked about yesterday, where I've been every single time I use the bathroom, I do 100 or something, except when I'm on stream, I didn't do 100 or something. It's really consistency, though, can make you achieve great things without sacrificing. I'm not gonna lie to you, most of the time you guys are just nothing but a bunch of dummies. There's nothing but a bunch of dummies in there. Stabby feet pack! I want these feet! Give me your feet! Dance for me! I work about 60 to 65 hours a week on programming things. Lately, Twitch is, since I've only been doing like React content and stuff like this, it's really gone down a lot. But there's this fundamental problem about working the minimum, which is somebody else is willing to work more. And if you have enough, it's one of the shitty parts about company culture. If everybody is a workaholic on your team but you, I would say the hard part is that if your boss is looking out at the landscape and 9 out of 10 employees, whether your boss realizes it or not, they're doing 60 hours and you're doing ungood. And that is one thing at Netflix that they, for the most part, have been really good. We have this saying, which is you should be able to get your job done in 40 hours. Meaning if you're working more than 40 hours, something's wrong. Something's wrong. It could be that you're overcommitted, but B, you might not be a right fit. Really, like if you're working a whole bunch just to get what everybody else gets done in a smaller amount of time, perhaps, maybe you're just not in the right position. And if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing in 20 hours, you probably deserve a promotion, right? Like there's like this whole notion that there's this work expectation and overworking is equally as bad of a sign as underworking. But the bad is different. Do you have personal projects? Yeah, a lot of them. Too many of them. I have an elephant graveyard of personal projects. But I get all my work done during the workday from 5 to 4 p.m. I work from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. every day at Netflix, 2 hours-ish on Twitch, an hour sometimes doing YouTube stuff, project deadlines, such as the one I'm doing this Friday, of course. I will stay up from 7:40 till 9-something. I think a lot of burnout comes down to misaligned expectations. You're not really friends with your coworkers. You're friendly with your coworkers. I think there's a big difference, and I think sometimes people mix those two up. Though there are people that are actually friends, meaning that if you left the company, how many people remained your friend? And I think a lot of people mistake genuine relationships for work relationships, right? When I do my little pee break, I do a little bit of an exercise. Come back, refreshed, ready to rock. Dunking. So much of how you experience the world, whatever that is, whatever that percentage is you psyching yourself up or psyching yourself down. I still remember just writing nothing but stupid differential equations for 12 to 16 hours straight. That's done by failing and learning. Stop staring at my beautiful face, girl. Oh my goodness. Look at that beautiful head hair I got right there, okay? Hey, you know this face right here? Right here, you know, it's a good-looking face, okay? Yeah, you saw those balls back there. It's not bald, it's filled with hair. It's either that one or Toon. Driving is like the worst thing ever. I have never felt a greater waste of life than when I used to have to do a half-an-hour commute to and fro for Netflix. It was like 26 minutes on the way there and like 40 minutes on the way home. Let's go, Stick McGripe said, Jonathan Blow! There's this man named John Hedge. He's like my spiritual father, if you will. He was the only person that I could almost feel like is a dad figure in my life way back in my younger years. Really, really kind to me. Awesome person, really stepped in, even so little as it was as a male role model in my life. And that was like when I was like 21 to 23. I remember this story about him, which is he's like a really talented investor. He was always going to conferences and giving talks about how you should be better at financial investing to people who are financial investors, right? The people that do it for a living. He did it for like Merrill Lynch or whatever. So he'd go to these conferences and he'd sit down at a table and people would be comparing cars, comparing houses, comparing this, comparing that. And he said that it had always come to him and they'd be like, what car do you drive? A 94 Ford Taurus. And then no one would talk to him again at the table. Everyone would write him off as some low-rung, unsuccessful, not gonna make it person. And then guess what? He gets up and goes and gives the keynote. Because he actually was the most alpha in the room. Because he didn't need all that crap to be like to feel good about himself. And so he was just like, dude, just such a real force in life. It was awesome. I'm telling you, retiring at 46 and a half, those aren't the years that things started. You won't be happy. If you're not happy now, you're not happy then. I spent a little bit of time in China, and even then, like during my very brief stint, even on the college campus, like, suicides were super common. You fail a test, you jump out a window. I'm very convinced that's the reason why my dad died. His dad, he was an executive vice president of Coke Industries, not Coca-Cola, Coke, the oil company. You know, really, because my dad was the only boy not to go into engineering in his family, he really just, like, didn't accept him because of that, because my dad liked finance and real estate and that kind of stuff. But parental expectations is tough. Kids should be eating dirt and lighting things on fire. They should not be doing multiplication at 3. Go eat some dirt. Go try to throw a rock at a bird. Learn that when you actually hit the bird and it falls over dead, you build compassion because you realize how sad it was and that you didn't actually want to do that kind of crap. And then you change your life and you're just a young kid learning through mistakes, experiences, fall down, scrape a knee, break an arm, climb a tree. He seems like he's not a tool bag. He's like a toolbox. He's like a tool chest. Allegedly. It comes from your balls. That never ceases to amaze me. Like right now, if my purpose was how many people were watching me versus watching somebody else, I have a numeric score right there. I can tell you exactly how many people are above me and better than me at Twitch. How many more people are like more than me. You're not stuck to be in a bubble, right? Like in the oldie days, right? There was you and the 50 other people in your little village or whatever, right? That's the vast majority of people's experiences weren't taking place in cities. They're in these smaller communities throughout whatever. Like that's it. You couldn't just be like, I don't want to be friends with them. Like that's all you ever knew. Today, I don't want to be friends with you. I'll hop on Discord. Oh, I don't like that person anymore. I'll just block them. That is good. The Oregon Trail. Yeah. Like you died of dysentery every time you played Oregon Trail. For a real reason. Am I internalizing my attention? Maybe. Literally, phone in the shower has been a thing for years. Taking cold showers. That's the best part of the day. Okay, that's the best part of the day is a warm shower, of which I can't take because I don't have a well right now, and I'm on a stupid cistern. Just be born rich. By any chance, you work at Netflix? By the way, I work at Netflix. By the way, I don't know if you know. My team's hiring. Hire me. No. You lie to me. You lie to the forest. And pizza sleeves, you do not lie to the forest. Quick JavaScript test. Oh no 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 no. What does this equal? Come on, my noters. What's the value? All right, I'm turning on alerts. Everybody, cover your ears.
Welcome to Costco.
Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, dang it! Go! What? 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 If you were a JS function, I think I'd be math.round. But I love you. But I love you.
Say, fuck it, we're going to get this price lower. There's somebody out there trying to do it. Not only did they accomplish it, but now people are going to be scared. Venture capitalists are going to be scared. There is definitely in the background, if there wasn't money in the market before, there definitely isn't money in the market now. There's definitely going to be, I'm going to pull, not only am I not going to dabble in or putting some risk on, I'm fucking waiting until I know more. And I think that's a key difference here. Or not a key difference, but when you start to see a bank go down like this, it lends in pause. I'm sure that there are meetings, meetings over this weekend going on behind closed doors. I'm 100% sure that companies are looking into their exposure in banking. Absolutely. And I'm sure there's some old fucking guy out there somewhere that's like, hey, you know, I know you can think you can trust your bank, but you're more than likely you can't. And this is a divergence that has to be resolved at this point and not reassured. The reassurance from the Treasury Department, the reassurance from the Fed does not work. Once you let that cat out of the bag, the moment you open that bag open and say, we might have some regional bank systemic problems. The moment you do that, I guarantee you that even if they're not saying it publicly, behind the scenes, there's a class of aged people that don't trust this at all. No matter what's said, they want intervention. Remember, one of the reasons why Ackman is saying this is because they want more than reassurance. They want an action from the federal government to dispel this fear. And unless you see that, and if you don't see that action from the government, I assure you that there will be no trust until something does break. Most certainly, there will be zero trust, none out there. I can assure you of that. Now, some market breadth indicators. Real estate in the shitter, materials in the shitter, financials in the shitter. If you want to buy financials, you're looking for an action. It'd be a great trade, but you need to see that. Otherwise, it's going to get paused and wait and see. I don't think you see the rip face and rally in financials there's some kind of more than just reassurance from the Fed or the Treasury Department. I wouldn't trust the bank, or if it was me. I can't say that for you. I can only tell you from my experience. Don't fucking trust them. Do not trust them at all. They will lie to you. Yeah, you know, MBI is shaping up, but even though the MBI is shaping up, just on that MBI topic, you can see this last leg down right here, right? You can see it right here. And you can see the MBI not even on a low here at this point. And what's interesting is you see the rebuy over here, and then we go right back down. And that's what I'm expecting in the market. I'm expecting some kind of a push higher. You have that beautiful bloodbath down here. You get the buyers, and then bam, they sell it right back down on you. So if you see MBI spike, let's say, right up in here, failure to close, and then we start to head lower to get that low. And you know, you got 3,600 down here, 3,500, 3,300 down here. And there it is. You get it right at the end of the quarter. It might bleed into April. I don't trust it right now. I'm a bull. I'll be honest. To me, the trade is to hedge on Monday high or Tuesday high. Hedge the market. Absolutely. They're going to be hedged. You're going to see it. Matter of fact, this is the crazy part. No matter what we do, whenever we do it Monday, you're going to expect that hedging to come into the market. Now, could that propel us higher? Sure. If the market is super bearish up there, that could actually make us go higher, but we'll wait to see what happens on Monday. So MBI is not down where it can be. MBI can get even lower, believe it or not. We can get a spike up on MBI into Monday. You can see like a spike up like this, and then we're right back down into the gutters, heading into end of the quarter. I wouldn't trust it. If you wanted to buy some calls in the market, so tomorrow is probably not a bad idea. If you wanted to be long the market, you need to be above 400 and coming off of 400. Consolidation of 400, and then we start moving higher to even jump into the market. And think about it from this perspective. I want you to think about this from this perspective. If the move is up, right? I want to show you this. There's like a path, right? The market takes a path. We've got the soft landing, the hard landing. We'll make this really simple. Let's call this the soft to hard landing path. You have a soft to hard landing path, right? And then you have a no landing path. There's the no landing path right there. Right? If there's if we're gonna get long in this market, let's just like breathe for a minute. If there's a no landing path, here, you're talking about coming all the way up here. You know, you don't need this trade. You just need this trade over here somewhere. Does that make sense? You don't actually even need any of this. You need some confirmation down here so we don't start selling. Right? You need some new highs and stuff like that. But why do you need to be the guy that's... I don't know why you need to be... Like, we bought this over here. We bought this. And I'll buy this. I don't mind buying this. But I don't need to be the guy that is... But I don't think you as a retailer need to either capture the entire trade. You only need this much. If in June or July we come back down here and test this is for the bulls. Even if we come back in June or July and we test these lows, if you're trying to like call like the bottom at the top, this isn't the place. This isn't the place. If anything, they're setting you up right now. And they're going to do that. My posit here since first of year was, even before first of year, I believe, but my posit here is that for this year, they're going to set up. This is the 31st. So you got 31st. You've got, here's June. right there. So my posit here. Now price matters. Can you buy if you're a bull, can you buy these lows? Yes. You can. But you should be buying down here, right? At 345, right? You can buy 345. You can DCA in here. You can DCA in at 3,300 or 2,800 or wherever 33 or whatever the price is over here. You can buy all this stuff down here, but should you be buying right here? No. The next buy for bulls is above. It's over here. And if there's ever a dump down, there's another buy for bulls down here. But as far as a bull is concerned, is this a bottom? I would need more proof. I would need to see this hold here and continue higher. But what my posit here though is that for this year, they're going to set up this leg every quarter. They're going to set up this last leg down. They're going to set it up. If we don't get it, and we start trading this for the next quarter, they're going to set it up again for this next leg down. If we don't get it, they're going to set it up again. And then you're going to get it. Set it up again. So every time you set this up, this isn't the time for you to be, yeah, I'm buying a fucking bottom. This isn't it. This is the time for you to be watching from today into the end of quarter and ensuring that you're not caught long in here or heads, so that if we do go up, you get to that head. At least you get the trade paid for you. It's the most responsible thing that you can do. Putback spreads. One of the most responsible things here that you can do at the end of each quarter, or even the start of each quarter, or just have it on for the quarter, because invariably, one time this year, there's a very high probability we're going to be set up for that last leg down, whether it's here, whether it's there, whether it's here, whether it's in December for 2025, and be ready to buy one of these dips down here. You can see it in the yield curve. You can see it in the unemployment rate. You can see it in the Fed funds rate. You can see it in, the inflation rate. As the inflation rate comes down, they're going to try to roll this market and get a better price. Now, there's some out there that say we're never going to get this. We're just going to continue higher. We're going to have no landing scenario. Now, if we get the no landing scenario, I'm open to it. If you don't want, if you think that the S-Dow calls is not the right trade for that, put back spread, ratio spread. They pay you if we continue higher. They're free. If we never make this leg down, it's the transition. We're at that transition point. So if you went on to add Captain's Alpha and you got yourself S-Dow calls, take the money and run, and then wait for a high and start putting on ratio spreads to protect yourself. If you want to know where it was to buy, we already know that the buy was down below here in October. We know we had another one back here in June and July, and you're more than likely going to get one at some point this year. More than likely. And if we don't get one and we grind higher here, that's the least of your worries is going to be catching this right here, because in 5 years, 3 years, we're going to go on a bull run. But right now, when you look at the bank, there's some problems. If you start seeing tech workers not having paychecks going on the unemployment line, you're gonna see the unemployment numbers go up on a large scale. If you see like deployed money not on the market, not being even more so not being deployed or even pulled back out of the market or out of companies, it's gonna get dangerous. Coming up this year. I assure you that we're in danger right now. It's not by the dip. If you're in a no landing situation, right? If you're in a no landing situation, you're gonna have plenty of time to buy a dip, even on this line. Let's say it's like December of 2024 and sentiment has changed. You hear like VC saying, "Woo, we're gonna start blowing or sending some money to the market," or you see your grandfather's out there dumping a couple $100 in the stock market. You're gonna know when sentiment changes. Sentiment means something, and you're gonna have a run that lasts years and years and years and years and years. You're not gonna get left behind. You want, but meanwhile, for this year, you can see it. It's clear as day. Clear as day right here that that they're ready. Are you ready is the question. Are you ready for a leg down? And if you're not ready for a leg down, they are, I'm sure. They're ready for some fun. Not big time, but I would bet that tomorrow, any kind of squeeze, they're gonna be ready. You're gonna see the tails on. And matter of fact, Vivix is all over that right now. Yeah, so I didn't know that. PayPal is pausing all crypto services activity as of 12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah, I had, you know, I wasn't quite scared, but I've got some dirt cheap puts, and until I can put a hedge on for a ratio spread, I'm at like a violent move down at some point. I've got if we were to have a violent move down the next few days, I would not be shocked. I gotta be honest with you, I wouldn't be shocked. We can see him here, right? You can see him right here. Come back up, right? And then slam down. Are you prepared for this? Is my question. Your longest market right here. Are you prepared for a move like that? They're fast and violent. However beautiful this looks to you, I know this looks great. I get it. I get that this looks beautiful. They're set up for it. They're ready to go. They're ready to rock and roll. So you get a green bar up on Monday, and if you don't have, is that working for me or no? I don't know if that's working. Put this nice green bar up on Monday. Failure to close, and it's raining. It's raining men. Hallelujah. That's what you don't want to see. I think that's the fear. It's one more place. I can assure you that right here, 397, 397234. Sellers going to be stepping in. They're waiting. You got Credit Suisse, right? You got Credit Suisse and then Bank of Japan. Is that your tsunami?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Hold on here, I gotta read something in a text message. They get some news coming out, maybe. So FDIC auction for SVB said to be underway. Final bids due Sunday. The FDIC kicked off an auction process late Saturday night for Silicon Valley Bank. This is from a black box from a Bloomberg terminal. With final bids due on Sunday afternoon, according to people familiar with the matter, the FDIC is aiming for a swift deal, but a winner may not be known until late Sunday, according to one person, who asked not to be identified because the matter isn't public. No final decision has been made, and it's possible that no deal may be reached, said the people. Representatives for the FDIC didn't immediately respond to requests for comments outside of regular business hours. So that is from a Bloomberg terminal. I'll read that to you one more time. The FDIC kicked off an auction process late Saturday night for SVB, with final bids due by Sunday afternoon. According to people familiar with the matter, the FDIC is aiming for a swift deal, but a winner may not be known until late Sunday night, according to one person, who asked not to be identified because the matter is not public. No final decision has been made, and it's possible that no deal will maybe reach such people. So that should be a catalyst heading into pieces overnight. If that deal is reached, I don't know if I'd be short overnight. If that deal does get reached overnight, you'd probably see a face ripper at some point. On yields, you know, yields can roll over and the market won't roll over. I see yields rolling over, and I don't. How that impacts the market? The market doesn't always react immediately to that. guys are saying in the. Hey Sloth, how are you? I think a lot of this is going to impact. I think a lot of this is SVP. If SVP is able to be bought by a large financial institution, restructuring, repayment, believe it or not, repayment of most of this money, not 30 to 50%, but let's say if they can get 75% of that money, they would at least they would at least say that the Fed is there to support banks. If they don't, if that does not happen, if the deal is not reached, I'd be careful. Abso-fucking-lutely. It says that the Fed put is not there. Yeah, so let's go back real quick. Let's go back real quick just to wrap up the show here. So you guys can take just a quick snap of this. Into tomorrow. This is where the sellers are. Swellers are sellers. 399.78. Expect volatility up on high here. And these will also be catalysts for a move higher, for squeezes higher. Unless you're above 3, unless you regain and hold, you'd be looking for, you can just get rid of all that S2, S3 stuff up there. This doesn't really matter, but what really matters to bulls up here is that move higher and then a holding of this to allow these triggers to come up and velocity to come up from underneath and stabilize the market. If we can't stabilize above 400, it's sell the rip. I assure you that bears right now are up here just waiting to come down, rain hell upon you into end of month. Don't look at the R1s and S1s and S2s. They change for Monday. The pivots will change, but this stuff is all accurate right here. Matter of fact, I'll just get rid of that. We'll get rid of this now. You can't even see it. On the downside, if we don't get a deal, for bears, they want to get underneath 374, 375.18. No deal. We start grinding down. Anything like this, grind. Bad CPI report. Heading into FOMC. If we get bad news this would be not the 17th, the 22nd. Let's say we get some bad news instead. Bears looking for a little bit of inspiration here. You would get a grind down, and bears need to be underneath this 375.22. They can get underneath 375, 50 BPS rate hike, and we're heading even lower. We're gonna head down to October lows, and we hit the October lows. If we get some more bad news, we start getting some cracking and breaking around the economy. Bank of Japan, Credit Suisse, any of that stuff you're looking for. If the dirty laundry starts getting aired out, we break below the October lows, that's when we're heading down to 3,300. I need to find a trade that almost always works. Without it, I can't come playing in the casino. For me, it's always the market breadth indicator with spreads, always, with time on them too. But currently, right now, there's no trade. For me, right now, if you want the trade for right now, it's a ratio spread on a high tomorrow. And I'll come on an hour early tomorrow, and I'll give you the ratio spread. We'll look at the ratio spread, and then we'll set it up so that once we come up into these highs, you got a better understanding of it once we're up there, and we'll do it on stream so that you can actually see how it pays. So it actually pays you a little extra, like you'll make like 10% on the trade if we go higher. If we roll over and down, it'll pay you hundreds and hundreds of percent. I don't think that there is, but if you run the ratio spread and we're on a low, it's not really the best trade to take. You want to take it on a high. Yeah, there is. There's high risk and another leg down. Absolutely. I assure you there is. Even if they're not telling you. And we're looking for a down week off of a high. This week. If you're losing money in the casino, we are changing the format of this show so that it slows down what you're trading. And if you want to know if we are bearish or bullish, let's take a quick look. I talk about this oftentimes, but I don't always spend time on it. Let me mute a couple things here and show you guys. Let me show you guys a couple things here. Hold on here. I believe this is, yeah. Get rid of that there. And I want to show you guys one. Oh, nope. Okay. Let's talk about I'm losing my ass in this market. I'm going to leave you with two things. It's fairly simple. Most people are getting caught up in this market when they try to time the market. I'll be like, why didn't I miss that? You know, like, oh, cap, I should have been in that. Oh, cap, I should have been in that. The reality was it was this retest down here. These are called the meat of the trades right here. Right? Take that part of the trade. You want some confirmation of trend. Same thing down here. Now, we have the benefit of seeing this after it's happened, right? But even so, on the down move here, oftentimes people will say, well, I should have taken that down move there. People get bummed out. They're like, oh, man. They're like, you didn't call the top. Or they think that social media is telling them, oh, that guy called the top. Well, I'll tell you this. That guy on social media more than likely has been calling the top every week. He probably called the top here. He probably called the top here. He probably called the top here. Truth is, even if you miss that initial move down, there's usually a confirmation trade higher. And the meat of the trade is after. There's the meat of the trade. Here's the meat of the trade. And this is where the money was right here. This is where the safe money was. This is where the safe money was. And so oftentimes you don't see that. You don't see where the real money is made in this market. When you have confirmation of trend on an hourly and daily trigger. So we have this initial move down here in the market, right? So just currently, let's look at the market right here. You can see this move down, confirmation trade. The leg was lower, right? Beautiful trade right here. Bunch of money to be made in safety. And the same idea comes into play here. If it confirms that we're rejecting here, this is where the meat, believe it or not, this is not the meat of the trade. This whole part here is bullshit. The real meat of the trade is actually this move here. This is where the money is in this trade. And coming into tomorrow, we're coming into that. We will know in the next day or two if the confirmed move is down. Just off these two lines right here, we're going to know. And if this is sold, the move is going to be down. Assuredly. The move is going to be down. This will be the confirmation for bears for a large leg down. And we'll know it. We'll come right into it. You'll see it. You're going to probably see us come up here, and you'll see sellers step right in. So how do you take that trade to be for safety? Is you put back spread on, or you could even just put debit put spreads, credit put spreads, something like that, with stops above. If we break above,
30 seconds until
but the juice of this trade hasn't even started yet. For the bears, at least. I know that you think that it has, but it hasn't. The juice of this trade is up here. If you get that confirmation as a bear,
At Your Play, we believe in strengthening women, so we're partnering with Girls
Sit
Inc.
back and watch it print. There's no, you don't have no worries there. It's confirming another leg lower. Now the same thing goes right here. You can actually see it where it failed. Here, Bears thought that we were going to go down in December, right? Remember, Bears are calling for a down move right here, and you could actually see the daily curling up, right, or slowing down. But even so, if you had puts on right here, you would have known to have had stops here and not gotten completely blown out. And the crazy part was you could have recovered your money on this retest right here. If that's a retest, you knew we were going on. So just in this chart right here, we're bears. I want you to know that we're fucking bears. Not only fucking bears, we're looking to sell any rips right now. So on a high, you're going to be putting on some kind of a ratio spread, some kind of market hedge. And if it goes against you, and we trade higher than the hourly and daily trigger, and we reject off of it. If let's say, this is the move here, up higher, let's say, and you put on your hedge, right? If price continues high, right, it will come back down, believe it or not. And retest for confirmation. The price comes up. You put a hedge in the market. Put a hedge in the market, and it blasts right through your hedge. You're like, oh shit. Well, if you've got a ratio spread, you're getting paid. If you're in put spreads, and you're like, oh Jesus, I got blown out of that trade. Even for bulls, they're gonna want to see a confirmation and hold. It'll probably give you at least one opportunity to unfuck your put spreads. Right? So you're like, okay, now I'm out of put spreads, I'm out of SDAO, triple leverage calls, and bulls won their rejection trade, we're going higher. So you have the chance to unfuck yourself out of that trade, and you're able to take a long knowing that we've confirmed the move higher for bulls. And I want you to just think about this. You're telling me we're going to all-time highs right now? The only way you're telling me we're going to all-time highs is if the Fed steps in. You need the Fed to step in. You need the Fed to say, we're going to make everything right with this bank. We're going to backstop anything in crypto, and we're going to pause rates. Or we're only doing 25 BPS. And even then, I think we're going down. Me personally, I think we are. I think they're going to try to find a low in the market, wash everybody out, and start fresh. I don't even think that's bull. To me, it's not bullish. The bulls have a lot of shit to do, man. They do. They have a lot of work to do. They need a full sentiment change. I can show it to you every time. I can literally show you every time it retraces. It might take a week, a month, but it fucking retraces. If you're hedging the market, if you like got a 3 or 6 month hedge in the market, you probably have, even if we're going up, you probably have, I just put it to the side, and in the next week or two, month or two, we'll be right back down there. That's the moment for you to reposition yourself and take the trade long, right? While that's happening. So if you're buying, let's say we're at the top tomorrow, right? Right in here, you're at the top. You put your ratio spread on, and we start going higher. You take the trade higher while staying in the ratio spread. If you're getting blown out on your put spread for June, you take the trade higher and wait for us to come back down for you to go, fuck it, I gotta reposition the trade. Right? Put better time on it, put a better price on it, any of that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, you've been making money on the upside. Right? So you've been making all this money, we're going up, you're a bull, bear turn bull, and you don't even care about this thing at any point. You're just now trying to get unfucked from it. So you guys are looking for put back spreads, not calls. Put back spreads.
Shut down.
Put back spreads. And I apologize to any of you out there. I want to wrap this up at this point. I apologize to any that I haven't called over the weekend. I've been trying not to talk. And I'm afraid that if I chat with you on DM or text message, that I'm going to call you. But I will be making calls today, so I will follow up with anyone who has been over the weekend. My voice has been destroyed. So I think I'm going to leave you with that today. So tomorrow, so there's a couple things, some key points for tomorrow. You're looking for any kind of a deal tonight with SVB. Reassurance from the Fed. It's going to be taken in a positive light. I don't know where futures open. I'm going to assume that futures are going to be up or sideways. I'm waiting for that news to arrive. Even if that news, even if it's just pause, I still think we get a retracement rally tomorrow. I think it comes tomorrow. Even so, the way price action is right now, I think they're going to try to sell the fuck out of 400. And I would be prepared for it. And even if we go higher, you're still going to expect sellers to come in there. Right? So, even if the trade is higher from 400, you're going to expect auto sellers coming in. 100%. And there are two places for you to look for this on the SPY for tomorrow. This is the SPY. I'll cycle through the SPY, ES, and SPX, and I'll leave it here for you right now. This is SPX. You're going to be looking for tomorrow 39, 32, 35. You're going to be looking for 39, 92, 18. This is SPX. For reject. If you get above the hourly, if you get above, well, I should say this. So tomorrow, I'll be looking for a trade higher to 39, 25, 52. If it holds, expect the trade to 39, 97, 88 of SPX. Expect sellers. Right there, and there. For ES, this is the chart that this is the chart. This is the chart for Captain's Alpha. Oh, man. This is my guy Captain's Alpha chart that was from like February 2nd or something. Okay, so for ES. Oh, man. ES. So for ES, what you're looking, I'm watching text messages right now. They're funny as fuck. ES, you're looking for a sell at 3935.50. If it holds 393550, you're gonna look for a trade higher to 401175. This is the continuous contract. And then on SPY, you guys come back and look at this video on YouTube. On SPY, you're looking for a trade to 391.60, probably slightly lower, probably to 391.01. If it can hold that number, you look for a trade higher to 399.30, 399.78, somewhere up in there. When I give you these numbers, I want you to know that we're going to come into volatility before we hit them. And you're going to see the market slow as we trade up there. If you're a bear, I gave you the numbers earlier on the Weevil chart. You see any failure above here? See the failure? It's going to be a grind. It's the same as late February. Grind, and then wait for that volatility. Wait for 50 DPS from the smack this market down. Yeah, Hofstetter, send me a DM. And I'll get you my phone number and give me a shout. If you're still on the stream right now, give me a shout at DM. You know, if you're going to lose... This isn't to Hofstetter either. This is to any of you out there. This is something I want to talk to any of you out there. I don't care if you're a bull or a bear. As a retail trader, this has been this year, or not 2023, but 2022, especially the second half of it. In hindsight, looks great, but it hasn't been great. There's no liquidity in the market. If you can get through this, one thing I'm going to tell you is, if you can get through this, whether it's now or into end of next year, and this means if you have to withdraw your money from the market, if this means that you can say, I'm not going to trade right now, maybe just follow along in this market. If you cannot get shaken out of this market in the coming year, and just wait for the markets to not be as volatile, it's going to immensely change.
Shut down.
It's going to be something, an experience that new investors and traders don't have. If you've made, I don't know how long you've been trading. Hofstetter has been here 20 years. The past, I want to say it started in 2018 maybe, 2019. It got tough, or tougher. There were great periods, of course. But I think this is the normalized. I think we're trying to get some kind of normalization of markets. And I hope that we get there. I don't know if we ever get there ever again, but at least if you're looking for stability in the markets to be trading safely, it's always in a bull market. Even if you're a bear, there's stability in trading. Sell side, buy side, there's stability in the bull market. So if you're getting cut up right now, beat up right now, I've had some of the toughest goes of your career right now. No, these are not fun times. And the liquidity in the market is one of the key drivers of that. Your mistakes become more glaring when there's no liquidity in the market. When there is liquidity in the market, your mistakes are helping loss those. So you just have to make it through this cycle. It's a battle. It's a great time to do it, hands down. There's only one other thing I would posit. That oftentimes traders that trade through these environments, they miss big rounds when they execute. Because it's kind of very creative. You don't get used to it, right? So you have to be aware of that too. That could affect you in the future. But give me a shout. I'll DM you my phone number and we'll talk. It's not an easy market, I assure you that. If Hofstetter, I'm telling you, man, we're bearish right now. We're in a bearish stance, 100%. I need you to know that. If you're a bull out there, I need you to know that we're in a bearish stance. I don't give a fuck if we go up to 400 on the open fucking bell tomorrow. still bearish. And you need to trade above it, and then you need to hold it, and then you need to consolidate it, and then you need to take off from it to even get bullish. You need to retest it, right? So if we take, let's say, this is the deal. So just on a 1 month chart, or let's see if we can do a 1 hour chart. So if you're a bull, right? You're not bullish. If we trade up here, you're not bullish, believe it or not. I know you think you are, but you're not. You literally need to retest that 400 and then make your way higher. This is where it gets bullish right there. Now this isn't the time frame that I'm saying to you, like over time. This is a week or a month. You're still not fucking bullish. You like not bullish. I mean, you can take this trade. This is where people get cut up. You want that trade higher, confirmation, and then we're moving higher. And bears, if they make a trade higher, they're gonna short here. And if it comes up and over and retests and is successful, they're gonna cut loose and go long. So I don't know what else to say to you. And if you're taking longs here and you're not hedging yourself, I don't know what to say to you either. I mean, it's a hard thing to say there. Like, putback spreads are fucking free, man. They're free. And there's an opportunity, hopefully, coming for us tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow or tonight or tomorrow. There's an opportunity to actually put one on right here. And if we start trading higher, they'll even pay for themselves. If we trade higher here, they'll pay for themselves. Then you can sell out of those and put new ones on for a move lower down here later on. So you got to be hedged. We're going to be trading 5 minutes here. So if you're looking at a 5 minute, just in this chart right here, if you're looking at a 5 minute trade, we're going to slow down the broadcast. You can actually see when we're trading underneath these levels here. We're bearish, we're above, we're bullish. We're looking at, this is at 1 hour, but we're on a 1 hour. We're going to start cycling through the 1 hour, then the 15 minutes, and then into the 5. So we know we're bullish here. Because we're bearish below here. Friday, next above, very solid down, call it for the pin. For the trade above into Monday. As long as we stay above these numbers on Monday, we'll take a long call and we'll put some time on it. You know, make it a weekly or monthly or a spread. And, so you can make 10, 20, 30%. Come back to roll over and retest those things. So we're going to slow down the broadcast. We're going to slow down how you guys make money. Most of the reason is because I'm like, man, we were trying to talk about a 4-second delay, and I was like, if I'm buying a call for 10 cents, let's say I buy a call for 10 cents. So I'd buy it. It fills. I tell you, hey, I just bought a call. 4 seconds later, you hear it. Then you go to look for that call, then you go try to buy that call, and then you actually get to execute. That could be like 15 to 30 seconds. We could be in a rip on a 1 minute chart, coming back down. You could be buying 30-cent calls, coming back down to 10 cents. You're upside down, strip higher. I'm already out of the call. And I know that some of you do that. So, not all. There's some. So, if I slow it down to a 5 minute, I can say we're bullish for the next 30 minutes, hour, 3 days. I can give you a time frame. I can say next 15 minutes, next 30 minutes, next 2 hours, on an hourly, next 2 days. We're bullish. And we're going to do bigger time frames, week out, month out, just to slow it down. We'll keep revisiting the 1 minute for any of you out there that are trading 1 minute charts. But for at least the stream, it just can't. It can't do it anymore. It can't. There's no reason. I'll be honest with you. There's no reason for you to get cut up. There really isn't. So we're going to start trading higher time frame charts. We're going to start looking at higher time frames so you can see how long you can be like this, or where you pull the plug on it, or where you take the other, where you add another side to that trade. You can actually be long and short this market. So you can actually, if you're in long, do a higher time frame, roll over or something. I can show you how to take a put spread to cancel that out. Or some puts that are a week or a month out that can price that trade. You can DM me on social media. I'm on just a bunch of ways for you to contact me. The best way for you to contact me is through captainjimjames@gmail.com. The second best way you can contact me is through Twitter. Although I don't check DMs as much as I used to. I haven't had a chance to lately. That's the best way to contact me. DM on, you can Google search me, Captain Jim James. Twitter comes right up. My email address is in the about section, or either in the about section or the descriptions of these videos. You can contact me that way. I might not reach out to you right away, but I will reach out to you. Try to follow up. If you're having a really bad go of it, I'd say don't spend money. If you're listening to this broadcast right now and you're not up this year, if you're not green this year, I don't care if you're a bear or bull, if you're not green this year, currently at this moment, I would recommend you stop fucking trading real money. Now, we are building a school right now. This is working next month. So you can paper trade alongside. And it'll also have a testing function. So if you're joining us for the first time, I know that there's a lot of I have to do this like there. Stack your cash. You can paper trade it with us. And we'll look back after a month or 2 or 3 months, a week, and see where you're making the most money, least amount of money, get stops where you should have raising stops, all those simplified too. Like where did you make most of your money? Where did you make bad trade? That kind of stuff. So you get you guys all into some kind of a rhythm now to when you buy like the market. If you're not up this year, just January 1. If you're not up right now, there's no reason to have not been up. No reason. Not to be green on the year. And if you're not green on the year right now, there's something fundamentally wrong. Fundamentally. I don't care if you're bull or bear. There's something fundamentally wrong if you're not green on the year right now. And it will blow you out of the market. Guaranteed. Started investing recreationally during COVID, put all my stimulus funds on AMC and it hit. Never about small cap amount in case. Price was outstanding. If you guys want to know how to make money, it's something very similar. Very similar. When times are good in the market, you make tons of money. Mistakes are easily forgiven in the market. Then you move your market, you put them into other investments. And then you reach into those investments. Call price on DI trades as well. Yeah, I've done that too. I've broken my account. I haven't broken an account in a while. But there's reasons for that that I haven't broken an account in a while. And I had a red week last week too. That was the first opportunity for some time too. And red week last week. First year trading my money was a great time to do it. Yeah, it was a good time. It's been a good year so far. Year's been outstanding. Yeah, you guys all take care of yourselves today. Have a great Sunday. It's 2:14 in the afternoon. I'm gonna expect futures to be either green or stale. Maybe we green bar out and hold. We're gonna hold and see what happens here overnight. Thanks for the tips, John. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for supporting the channel. John Klopp just supported the channel. Ms. Zior tip the channel. And Canadian dude, right on. Got some Canadian dollars. Team Party Wave 99 followed. Corey Cuts followed. People from Frederick subscribed. King John Ill has followed. Nice. I like that. King John Ill. I like that. Steve 33,000 followed. Lily's Grandmaster chat. Oh, thank you for direct faction. I appreciate it. Healthy Trader subscribe. I appreciate that. Jamie Dinosaurs followed. Rizak followed. Dude, a lot of followers today. Carrion 29. Tony Tiger 321. CB followed as well. Dustin Lawler followed. So I appreciate all the followers today. Tomorrow morning, before you guys get out of here, tomorrow morning we'll see you all at 8:30. So we will chart out the day for you tomorrow, starting at 8:30. Depending on how the market's going to open, what we expect. I'll give you an expectation too on the opening bars. Should be able to give that to you. And if you're losing money, the stream is being the format of the stream is being slowed down to give you some breathing room, so that we'll be able to take trades that'll be multi-day, hours on end, and also be able to look at the market in different ways. Look for stocks to buy, the underlying of the stock, right? So if you're like, I'm getting cut up in options, we can look, or we're going to be looking at tickers to buy. Some of these tickers are low price too. You buy yourself 100 packs of tickers, sell policies against it. So I look forward to this upcoming week. If you're a 0-day trader, we will do flashbacks. If there's one like that, probably a trade here for 0-day traders to hold for 30 seconds, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, 1 minute, that kind of stuff. You guys, wow, you guys are saying all kinds of stuff. Have a great day, everybody. No, I know. So, Cosmo, not Project, is correct. Cap is always late. I'm trying my best right now the program is changing. I assure you of that. Right now, it's hard for me to get, or it has been hard for me to get here at like even 9:30. So with the formatting change, not so hard. It's much easier. So I'll be here 8:30. I hope, unless that, dude, production, like, you are right. I think I have to get up at like 6:30 now. The only other thing I'd say on that is, if we start early at 8:30, I may not be here at 4 every day. Depending where the market's going. If the market begins to trade sideways, key point in this is, I think what it does is, if we're trading sideways, I don't think I need to live stream in those days, or not live stream. We'll set up the trade, look around the market, and we'll wait until the market makes a decision on where it's going, and then I'll come back on the live stream. So I think it's like the same hours but less hours. I love you too, Cosmo. I agree with that, 100%. I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah, so 8:30 tomorrow morning. I think on the days where I think the key thing here is this. We're gonna focus on trend days up or down. So if we're trending, I'm fucking here. If we start to consolidate, we're gonna chart out the market, and then I'm gonna say no trade. And I'll be back live streaming the moment. I'll be like, hey, look, I'll be back tomorrow, normal time in the morning, 8:30. And then if we get a move, at any moment, let's say we get a move at like 2:30 in the afternoon, I'll come right back on. And we'll start talking about something that's going to say, hey, look, trend's fine. Back on. I think a lot of you lose money. I think most of you just want to make money. I think that's the key driver here. Probably shorten those broadcasts and say, if we trade above this number and confirm it, that we can jump back into the market and take it long or short. Either way. Yeah, so you guys all have a great afternoon. Have a tremendous Sunday. Hopefully drinking beers and barbecuing if you're in the south. If you're in the north, you're totally fucked. So I'll catch up with you guys tomorrow. Alright, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.
types of accommodation. I wasn't talking to you guys, okay? I was talking to a girl. She goes to another school. Okay, you guys haven't heard of her, all right? I'm gonna false script for low bar squat. I don't know what that means. Probably just gonna high bar for a while. It's probably good to like rotate out like every now and then, like a different exercise, right? So you don't fatigue on one or something. I don't know. What did you say about that clip though? I was asking if those guys were on that panel tonight. High bar is superior in every metric. Well, technically that's not true. Pretty sure low bar technically lets you load the most weight on the bar, right? Don't, like, every competitive powerlifter is doing low bar squats. I'm pretty sure. Not to say that it's better or worse. I'm just saying for loading more weight, I think it's generally better. But it's 44 and 3 follow Twitter accounts, literal randoms. Oh, never mind. High bar is morally superior. Okay, true. But now I'm not sure if I hurt my elbow benching and then I like exacerbated it squatting, or if I hurt my elbow squatting. It hurts like a little bit when I finish benching. It's kind of annoying like when I'm coming to the bottom of my bench, but today it really hurt after I only did 2 sets and I was like, okay, this is not good. So I'll probably just try different position squat or something. It's usually cumulative fatigue. No, it doesn't hurt like cumulative fatigue. It hurts like I'm injuring something. It hurts like if I keep going, I'm gonna have another 2-year injury. So I'm gonna stop now and figure out what's wrong. You tend to raise your elbows when squatting. I don't know where my elbows are supposed to be when squatting, but like I said, we'll look at it. What about going on juice? Never. I will never juice up. I don't think I could be wrong. I don't think you can ever temporarily go on juice, because I feel like once you do it, you're gonna get addicted, right? Especially if my T is like 308 nanoliters per peco, whatever the fuck it is, deciliter, nanograms per deciliter. If I like T up to fucking like 600 or some shit, oof, might lose my mind. We tried Skull Crushers. They might be good lifts, but those look like the most like fucks your shoulders up quicker than any other lift I've ever seen in my entire life type of lift. I don't think I would ever do Skull Crushers. But I say it as a fucking retard. Don't listen to me. Damn, if they work for you, they work for you. Don't ever ask me for like what lift should I fucking do. Okay. I feel like there are already like so many good lifts for like your triceps, right? Like you can do push downs on cable machines, you've got benching, overhead press, you've got 70 million dumbbells. Why do like some weird fucking, why would you ever do a lift called Skull Crushers? Like just look at the name of it. Would you ever learn to do handstand push-ups? I could probably do a few right now if I were to chop my legs off and half my stomach. What do you do about your weight? I don't care right now. I think it's pretty hard for me to push past where I'm at right now, which is around like it's like 168 to like 170 or like 165 to 170, unless I like super dirty eat like crazy. So I'll probably just keep eating until I get to the list that I want them to be at, and then I'll try to do a sexy cut. We'll see. I have no idea what that process is like.
Destiny rewatched Sam Harris vs. Glenn Greenwald and Sam Harris vs. Bennett, a full cut stream. You were super bad faith towards Harris the first time you watched those debates, but now since you are less cut toward Muslims, I feel you will correctly take Sam's side.
Wow. What's your average protein intake a day? I think I shoot for like 100 now, or less. I feel like I overhyped it before. Or I think it's overhyped before. You probably don't need to get like that 1 gram per pound unless you're like ultra fucking lean. I just eat whatever. Listen, I'm just a casual lifter now, okay? I literally think the only thing that matters for me is like going consistently. If I could just maintain a consistent schedule for like I think I've probably been lifting like semi-seriously now since Sweden for like 2 years. But I think in terms of like consistent lifting progress, I think I'm probably like, you could probably get to where I'm at like in 3 months. Like it took me like, I think it took me 1 month to get back to my old maxes just going like almost every single day. It's just a matter of like maintaining it like every single day. I think that's like the most important part. Because if you skip like a week, you're like 2 lifts behind and then just everything just sucks. Why the fuck does he have a forge? Gotta go in the morning, get the consistent schedule, none of this midnight gymming. I don't think there's anything wrong with midnight gymming as long as you do it consistently, but I usually do go in the morning. That's why my streams are starting late like every day. It's because I'm usually gymming. Or I'll have like today I'll have like a meeting at 11 and then I have to gym and then come back and shit. How can you gym in the morning without ruining your entire day from being exhausted? Are you exhausted from your entire day just by gymming in the morning? I don't know. I don't feel that way at all. I think it feels really good to gym in the morning because it feels like you got that out of the way, and then you just live the rest of your day, go to sleep. taking the bottom? No. Oh, he proxied something. And shield battery, so I can never win, right? I can never kill this. There's a killer can on the back. Oh, it's Zerka Ball. I didn't even look the name. He's blind countering me. I'm like, who would do this? It's this guy. This is the guy that is 12 pull, and I don't know if I can win this one. This guy doesn't even like playing ZVP or PvZ. He's just playing versus me. Don't worry, the Protoss air-to-air unit also effectively fucking kills ground units too, just in case the units weren't fucking retarded enough. I need to check for names next time. Oh, this guy's stream sniping me. No, look at me loses too to everyone else who plays. Fucking retard. Kelly, if you're arguing that like people can have trauma responses and freeze up and blah 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 blah, all you're doing is making like really good conservative arguments for why we need to like dramatically roll back sexual liberation. If that's what you're saying, then like we just like people in general should just be having way less casual sex, which I guess is a fine argument to make, but I don't think you're making it. I don't know if that's the argument you want to make. If it is, then fine. I guess I understand. Like every argument you're making is just that, like women probably shouldn't be having casual sex. They can't handle it. I feel like I'm on that. I wonder if Ayla's last tweet was inspired by me. I don't know. That thing about like on that arc where you just feel like all trauma is fake. I don't know, man. I wonder. It might sound like really unempathetic, but I can't tell. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like internet trauma is like a thing that I'm not sure. I don't know, man.
There are two things I can't stand in this world: intolerance of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
True. Oh, cool. Am I getting cannon rushed? Yep.
Destiny been watching since the release of SC2, remembering names like Speed 112, etc. Thanks for never changing Illu.
It's gonna be super annoying to deal with. It's I don't know even know what I'm supposed to do. It's like the ultimate fucking
Well,
cunt
you
shit.
keep complaining about bullshit Protoss units. Have you seen Protoss play?
I'm evil fossil now.
Fuck. Get the fuck. I don't know who. I need to like go to somebody's fucking my unbans up. I don't know if it's Ninu or who. I have to talk to somebody. Or I need like a dedicated unbanned person. 'Cause I don't understand some like this Mr. Black person like baits on like 72 different like retarded accounts. And they always say like retarded shit. I don't know how they're getting unbanned. Wait, is this the same guy I just played? No, sorry. against Grandmasters? Like 10% of games I think are against GMs. You know what non-cognitivism is? Yeah, that's when I fuck the brains of your mom. I think non-cognitivists are an ethical, or moral anti-realist position that says that moral statements can never contain factual statements, can never contain truth propositions or factual propositions or something. So when you say like murder is bad, really you're just expressing an emotional state. You're just saying murder, boo, murder, no good. Worst meta-ethical position. Oh yeah, that is a meta-ethical. Who cares? Meta-ethics is gay. Can I say that? Really? God, this one. Can I do an all-in roach rush with no roach speed? This build seems super bad now. I should have got the lair earlier. Wait, I'll try a tricky dicky. Never mind. Oh god, he's going for an X though. Time to go. Good luck. It has to win now because he's going for upgrades and everything, so if I can't end the game here, I lose. Oh my god. I can't believe he brought his roaches out. Well, did I just play this guy twice in a row? No. What's your thoughts on the bank run happening on the Silicon Valley Bank? It's not supposed to be that big of a deal, right? Like, they've got the assets that they start above, but it just kind of sucks for the investors of the bank. I think that's my understanding of it, that there's no threat to customer deposits. Am I right or wrong on that? What? Don't you have some more noise to make? This guy's GM at 49.78. What?
So,
No. Come on. You're in a fucking bathtub. What's going on with your mic?
I'm literally using the exact same mic with the exact same things I was in here last time. I was probably just getting.
Okay, never mind. It sounds fine. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so Silicon Valley Bank is actually like extremely dangerous. Oh man, the biggest issue that we have basically with banks is that they're supposed to match short-term liabilities, right, with long-term lending. And the FDIC is supposed to be able to back that. And they set rules that banks are supposed to follow. But by allowing Silicon Valley Bank to fail, they basically said that everybody's, you can just bank on any bank at any point in time, and they're not going to back anything. Even if you're following the appropriate FDIC rules and everything else, they're basically saying that you can have a coordinated attack and put on any bank, and you can basically short anyone to the ground. So,
yeah.
I don't know. That's extremely scary to me. I don't know why you would say it's not a huge deal.
Did you say something about a wheel?
I don't know why you don't think it's a big deal.
Oh, big deal. I don't know, man. Wait, hello?
Hello?
Oh, wait, almost. Oh, shit. I have no idea what you just said. You're literally unintelligible. You sound like you're at the bottom of the ocean. But now it sounds like you fixed your mic. What'd you do?
I literally haven't done anything.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, listen. Go listen to the VOD for the last, 20 seconds, okay? But now you sound good, so, okay. Try it again.
Okay, so the big thing with Silicon Valley Bank is that they were one of the most highly capitalized banks in the United States. They followed all of the FDIC rules in terms of deposits, and yet they basically got wiped out by a coordinated action. More or less what happened was a classic bank run wherein there was an email that got sent out to every single Silicon Valley investor, and all of the VC funds. They all pulled their money at the same time, and there's a liability mismatch between the basically the people with the money in the bank that wanted to pull their money out, and then their assets, which are basically lending long. So the FDIC has been pushing banks to buy a lot of these loans and mortgages and everything like that. And it's not healthy for the banks for them to just let them go under. You're just basically going to end up with a lot of consolidation in the banking industry, and then you're going to end up with a lot of these smaller banks basically folding and going under because they can't compete and because they won't actually be backed by the FDIC when you do have healthy balance sheets.
Wow.
Steve is this dude was on the set of the last Avatar movie.
Oh, it looks like you're in the middle of something. But
well, I have to look up and fact check everything. From what I remember reading was that the issue was just that they hold on, Jesus fucking Christ. I think the issue is, I thought I'd read an article, I don't know if it was Wall Street Journal or Business Insider or whatever, that they just overestimated basically how safely they could perform, assuming that interest rates weren't going to rise in the way that they did. And that was kind of like, they took advantage of that for too long and then they got basically fucked for it. But you're giving me like a totally different story, so I have to read more.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, there's a confluence of things that went on. So the first one is interest rate risk is not required to be looked at by any federal regulations. And so you're right, they were basically trying to squeeze out any sort of inkling of profit that they could get, because for the last 15 years, basically rates have been extremely low. And the thought was that you're going to be in a low interest rate environment for a while. And because of that, the current regulatory rules basically say you don't have to account for it for, you know, a 5%, a historically high increase in interest rates. And because of that, yeah, they did get caught out. And but you know, the FDIC was the one the entire time telling them to, not just them, but banks across the entire board to issue fewer loans and buy more securities or more bonds, I guess. That was a huge push from the FDIC to these banks, because the thought was that having these mark-to-market securities is going to be simpler and easier to mark on your balance sheets and to help with wind downs and liquidations. And so, yeah, so one, they didn't have any interest rate.
So then why isn't every single bank in the US having this problem right now?
Because they didn't have like 70% of their investor base basically running to get money out.
Can you link me an article or a story showing that like this happened? That there was like an actual
sure.
like coordinated run on the...
Yeah, so here, I'll just link you FT.
Oh God, can you give me a screenshot of the article instead of linking me one of the only publications you have to like actually paywall in to like read the entire thing for?
Well, it's, all right, sure, I'll find you something else.
Thanks.
Yeah, because okay, so what do you want? Wall Street Journal or no?
Whatever, just or give me like a screenshot or an archive or something I can read without having to go through fucking 20 plugins.
Sure. All right, here's CNBC. I'll dump it in chat and then I'll put it in the room.
Oh no. He assumed I was going to mute it. Well, I mean, that's good for me, I guess. Oh no, he's going mute it. Jesus fucking Christ.
ZVZ, I think, is my least favorite matchup in StarCraft. It just feels like you're always playing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, you know what it's gonna mean. Why the fuck would he build so many spores if he's going fucking Muta?
You might have thought you were going to get to Muta first and needed to defend, because you had fewer Muta count.
Stupid. I can't transfuse off creep, I just remembered. Okay. Were queens actually so OP that they had to take that transfusion away? That seems...
Yeah. Well, only in PVZ matchup, because there was basically the German taxi that you would just run it down mid with like 10 queens at the beginning of the game.
Based.
Yeah, it was really funny, not gonna lie, but it was kind of unbalanced.
Well. Okay. Did the article you linked me actually talk about this bank run, or is it just going to give me a general
yes,
overview?
yeah, it's literally the title of the Fortune article. Silicon Valley Bank may be victim of first social media bank run.
Okay,
right?
link me.
It's in the Destiny's Room chat.
Can you? Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll
never
jump
mind.
in the chat
Okay.
again.
The Fortune one.
Yep.
What is this bank?
Silicon Valley Bank.
Yeah. What do they do? What services do they offer?
So the biggest thing that they do is they basically hold all the money for most of the VC funds out in the Silicon Valley. So if you're raising a VC fund,
Wait, I don't believe you. How do they make money?
So they take people's assets and then they either lend them out through loans, or for the most part, they buy bonds.
So they do is buy bonds, and that caused them to massively miss earnings.
Yeah. So basically, the interest rate rise, right? So they're buying long-dated bonds. So 5 years, 10 years out, and so with the rate increase, and then the increase in rate increases towards the end of the year, and then the few that are coming up, all those basically decrease the value of their bonds, and that's causing them to miss all their earnings. And then they had to sell off those bonds at depreciated prices to meet withdrawals, to meet customer withdrawals.
Okay. So then what's the issue?
So the issue is that basically, one, the FDIC was pushing a lot of these banks into buying the same types of securities. So when everybody was needing to raise capital by selling off these bonds, you have.
Wait, explain that more? What do you mean? Or can you say like the FDIC is saying like you need to only buy
so the FDIC basically regulates every bank, right? And they say in order to have a healthy portfolio, you need to have this sort of composition of your assets in order to meet your depositor liabilities, in order to remain insured with us and remain in good standing, and then we'll give you an assessment of your balance sheet. And so for the past few years, they've been pushing purchases of treasuries and purchases of other marketable securities as opposed to giving loans, because those are liquid assets, because you can go out and sell them. There's a clear and transparent market price, and you don't need to go to an auction for them. So if I issue a loan to somebody to buy a house, well, that's not a marketable security. It's going to be less liquid to find a buyer for that than if I go out and buy a bundle of mortgage-backed securities.
Okay.
So they've been pushing those, and then as there's kind of been a cash crunch because these securities have been dropping in price because of interest rate risk, everybody across the board needs to sell them all at the exact same time, right? In order to meet capital requirements for all the banks. As interest rate goes up, if they didn't do any interest rate hedging, they all have to do it.
So what was the solution to this then? What would have prevented this from happening?
So the first thing would have been just a guarantee by the FDIC for all the assets in the banks, because they had an appropriate portfolio that was supposedly well capitalized. The second thing is
wait, hold on. Let's talk through each of these, okay? Because that sounds like a huge deal what you're just saying. Has the FDIC ever fully insured the deposits of any financial institution?
No, not yet.
Then why in this case would that ever be the case? Why would on government dollars would we ever fully insure a bank that's making money off of deposits?
So it wouldn't be on government dollars. There's appropriate assets in the bank for everything that's in there. Should you let it run off for 2 or 3 years, the Fed should be acting and the FDIC should be acting as lenders of last resort, and they should be able to they should be able to recover everybody's assets and make a profit just by retaining stability in the
I feel like
ecosystem.
I might be crazy, but I feel like at that point we should just fully nationalize all of the banks and just have one United States banking service. If the FDIC is going to fully insure every single bank such that there's a run, I feel like that incentivizes so much insane behavior. Past basically, as long as you maintain like the minimum FDIC requirements, now you can act in literally whatever way you want, and the government's going to fully insure everything. Why not just like fully nationalize every bank at that point?
I don't know if there would necessarily be a huge issue nationalizing a lot of them or providing a national bank for people to go in that's fully regulated. But if you're just going to say that you're going to back banks and put these requirements on them and then not actually back them when they're meeting or exceeding what your minimum requirements are, I don't see what the point is. All that's going to do is cause everybody to go to every other bank and withdraw the money, which was the whole point of the Federal Reserve System, is that you have a set of banks that are backed by the Federal Reserve that aren't going to go down for just like a bank run. That's like literally the whole purpose of the system, is that you don't have massive
was the
coordinated
purpose of the
banks.
system to protect commercial deposits in commercial, like risky tech startup banks, or was it to protect average citizen deposits so there wouldn't be an average consumer run on banks? We've got citizens that are losing like $5,000 in savings or life savings. Was the FDIC really instated to protect banks that were investing in tech startups?
So the banks aren't investing in tech startups.
Wasn't that the whole point of the it's called the Silicon Valley Bank? I thought they like specialized in like startups, especially in the tech industry.
Well, the startups put their money there. They didn't take the money and invest it into the startups.
Oh, so this bank it doesn't do any type of investment stuff at all?
Correct, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it just has a uniquely concentrated risk of just most of its depositor assets are coming from the Silicon Valley banks. And then they had... can't remember what it was, but basically they had like sweetheart deals where they said, if you put all of your money into this bank, well, then we'll give you preferred lines of credit, right? So we'll expand your credit or lower your interest rates so we can guarantee that we keep your assets here. And so because of their unique customer base, they basically had a bank run all at once. An email went out to these VC lists and the telegrams and everything else that just basically said, oh, there's rumors that Silicon Valley is insolvent, pull your money out. And then just everybody went on their app and just tried to wire out. And just
Well, you said rumors, but it seemed like what's interesting what you're talking about now versus Elon blaming short sellers for trying to take down Tesla. Like, it sounds like people were saying that it seems like there's a worry that these institutions might be insolvent, and then there's a lot, and then it comes out that they massively miss earnings, and then and now it looks like they kind of are insolvent. Like, is that not like a legitimate concern, or?
It's kind of a legitimate concern, but there's a massive difference between affecting the stock price of a corporation, which only minorly affects certain issuances if you need capital, and certain interest rates, which should be more or less immaterial to corporations, versus having to fire sale assets that everybody in the same industry is going to have to sell if there's a bank run on more banks. So most banks in the nation, especially the regional ones, will have a similar mix.
To be clear, customer deposits are all okay, aren't they? Or are they not?
At Silicon Valley Bank?
Yes. Like, they might be having a liquidity issue, but they're not insolvent, are they?
No, they are insolvent now because they're in receivership. No one knows how much money they're going to be able to get out of selling all the assets. So what they're doing right now, they're in FDIC receivership. All the assets that they have, they're going to the market. The bid deadline, I think, is coming up in in a couple hours, or maybe it already passed. But the bid deadline for that is today. They're basically taking all of the bank's assets that they own. They've gone out to everybody and said, all right, you can bid on the bank as an entirety. You can bid on different portions of its loan packages, different portions of its bonds. And that's all being sold off this weekend. And then they're going to return whatever they can get to the depositors. The second issue that they have is that everybody who went and wired their money out before close of business Thursday is getting priority. So if you wired out money Thursday, you'll get all of your money out. If you left your money in the bank, you're going to get a certain percentage of the deposits. It's looking like that's going to be somewhere around 80%, 80 to 90%. But they're basically incentivizing further bank runs. If you're a business that has over 250,000 in the bank, if there's any sign of trouble at your bank, they're telling you basically to run to the bank and take your money out, not to stay calm. Which kind of like defeats the whole purpose of this system, right?
Huh. Okay. How does a bond... when a bond matures, you're guaranteed to get what's printed on the front of it, no? Or
correct. Well, for a treasury, unless it's a corporate asset, which may,
obviously,
go into
yeah.
bankruptcy.
But
But yes,
they
yeah.
they were buying T-bonds, right? They weren't just buying bonds from companies or municipalities.
They were buying corporate bonds and treasuries, yes.
Oh, they were buying corporate bonds.
And
so
some MBSs, yeah.
So there is no guarantee that they're on the maturation day they're going to receive what's on the printed front, or?
Yeah, but they're generally very high quality. The problem is that they're long duration, and the interest rates going up has caused their current mark-to-market price to go down, which is why they're looking at a loss for customers.
Hold on, wait. Can you explain this? Interest rates going up means mark-to-market price is going down. Is that because treasury bonds are becoming more attractive, so the riskiness of the corporate bonds, the volatility isn't being compensated properly with the interest rate, or what? What do you mean by that?
Well, no. So let's say that so every bond is issued in a denomination of like 100. And so it'll pay you, let's say, 1% per year. And so it trades at par of 100, and then it gives you 1% every year for 10 years. But now that the interest rates are higher, well, why would you buy a corporate bond at 100 that's only going to pay 1% when you can buy a treasury that's going to give you 5%?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I said, that like because treasury bonds are becoming more attractive, it's making the corporate bonds worth less, so the mark-to-market value is going to fall, because why the fuck would anybody buy it?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, yeah, maybe I just misunderstood you. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But yes, yeah. So in order to do it, the par value goes down from 100 to 95 or 96. And so it's not that the riskiness of it necessarily goes down. It's just that why would you ever buy something at 1% when you can get 5, even if they're equally risky? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and so I guess like the issue is that there's just like that maturity mismatch that you're always going to have with banks, and now it seems like it's incentivized for everybody to, whenever there's even a slight crisis at your bank, to pull everything out because you'll be made whole, and the people who get left in or who stay in are the ones that are going to be hurt.
Well, who's making them whole right now? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so if you sent a wire out before Thursday or before close Thursday, the bank was still technically solvent. They hadn't gone into receivership, and so they're going to process all those wires. So if you said take all my money out of my account and you put it in on the app, then you're going to get 100% of your money. If you said, oh no, things are going to be fine. Why are you guaranteed
to get 100% of that money? Where's that coming from? Who's making it whole?
Fed wire rules, because the bank wasn't in receivership.
So the FDIC is going to guarantee all of those transactions, even if the company was insolvent?
Well, it wasn't insolvent until they announced their insolvency, which was after close Thursday. I guess before Market Friday.
It wasn't insolvent until they announced their insolvency. That sounds like The Office. Like you're like declaring bankruptcy.
So they had money in the
right?
account, right?
No, I understand, but I'm saying like theoretically, everybody wired their shit on a Thursday. Are you saying the FDIC would have guaranteed that all of those wires out would have been honored, or?
Yes, yes, unless there was actually not enough capital for everybody. If literally everybody wired their money out, then it would be pro rata, I think, or maybe on a first come first served basis. I don't remember the exact.
Okay, so it's already technically on pro rata. It's just that there's enough money to guarantee it all, right?
Yes, and so that basically lets you skip the line. If you chose to pull your money out and participate in the bank run, well then you're protected. But the people who didn't participate in the bank run are hurt by it. Yeah, it just seems insane to me that that everyone has all these issues with the big corporate banks and the consolidation and the failure of smaller banks to kind of be opened, and then you have the government basically saying, all right, well, if you're staying in, we're just going to support the bank run, the bank's going to go under, and then we're just going to incentivize more bank runs against lower capitalized banks in the future.
So what was the solution here?
So one, you just need better rules. There needs to be interest rate risk rules in terms of hedging and in terms of maturation of your treasuries. The second thing is I really do think that Silicon Valley Bank, or not Silicon Valley, the FDIC and the Federal Reserve System should be backing in to guarantee the Silicon Valley Bank to stop more runs in the future, because the Fed has the ability to take possession of all of those assets and let them run off over the next few years and make everybody whole, and then actually probably come out at a huge profit for the government. So it's not even really a bailout, or so than it is just acting in the best interest of banks.
Doesn't it feel a little bit shitty for the government to constantly give these like huge bailouts to these private banks that are making like big money?
But it's not a bailout to the bank. All the shareholders, all the debt holders are absolutely 100% going to be wiped out. The depositors are small businesses for the most part, And then
yeah, but by
some
guaranteeing these
VCs, yeah.
assets, you're empowering these banks to make a fuck ton of money, right? You can say that, oh, look, we're saving the consumers, which is technically true, but like the consumers are the people that these banks are making money on, right? Which allows them to make a lot of money. So by having the government like fully insure and back that, you're essentially like you're using. It feels
Well,
like
but they've just lost all whatever $20 billion that they had in capital at the beginning of this year in their bank. So
sure, but I'm saying that if all of it was like guaranteed by the government, you're just like, it feels like you're just underwriting. You're using the government essentially to underwrite like all these private banks. I don't know. It just feels kind of like, what the fuck? I want a deal like that.
Sure, but you're requiring them to have all these stricter, you know, terms and conditions of their portfolio. I guess I don't see how it's underwriting all the risk if you're mandating their portfolio structures are appropriate. I don't see how it's taking on any.
Sure, I guess. So you believe right now that the portfolio structure was inappropriately.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
They were buying 10-year bonds at 0% or like 1.5%.
What do you do to like? It feels like underwriting these more appropriately would require them to basically read the future for what the Federal Reserve is going to do, though, no?
No, not necessarily. They could have bought basically interest rate swaps that would have paid out. It would have cut to the profitability in the short term. But if there was a pretty large increase in prices, then it would have, you know, paid out, and they wouldn't have had that risk. I think concentration in these type of instruments, just getting everybody into these mark-to-market securities just adds concentration risk across the board. Because if there was more bank runs, say, you know, like Fifth Third Bank or some other regional banks, they would all be selling the same securities into the market at the same time and just depressing the price. I think that's pretty inappropriate. And then, yeah, I don't know. I don't know where else I would go with that, but it just seems like if you're going to mandate these portfolios to look like this and then act on basically the best interest of short sellers as opposed to the American public, it just creates a lot of bad incentives that come together. Because again, like if you take a look at a lot of the businesses that are being shut down by this, so like Etsy is like a big one that's being shut down. There's I can't remember all of them, but there's like literally just like probably 15 or 20,000 people on payroll that are uncertain if they're even going to be able to make payroll this week because of the bank going under. And that just like doesn't seem like super appropriate to have all sorts of small businesses impacted.
Yeah, you say that, but the only reason their payroll is uncertain is because it probably sounds like the businesses were like reinvesting and capitalizing those funds rather than holding it more for payroll, right? So there's people like getting like it's not just like poor customers. They had what?
They just had money in a bank account. If you have like 100 employees and you're paying them $5,000 a month, that's like 500,000 sitting in your bank account.
So they were using this bank, the Silicon Valley Bank was just being used as a normal bank. It could have just been Wells Fargo. They're not getting any extra services or any type of money or greater interest rates or special money market deposit accounts or anything like that. It was just a normal ass bank to these people, the way that they were using it.
Yes, to most of them, yes.
Why were they? Why? Yeah. What is the incentive to use that bank over like any other? I guess.
Because I guess they have preferred lines of credit, and it's just easier to open up.
Okay, wait, hold on.
It seems
what
like,
does a preferred line of credit mean?
So that means you can get a lower rate of interest on your loans. So like if you say, oh, hey, I run payroll through this bank, I'm going to leave, you know, $500,000 or $1 million a month to pay my people, then I can get access to loans easier and cheaper or in greater value. I can potentially get, you know, my bank account opened without having or credit cards or whatever, because even though my business is young, I don't have the line of credit there, and I'm not going to have to personally guarantee it. But I mean, again, these are just like normal bank things, I guess. They may have preferred terms, but that doesn't really differentiate the business that they're doing there. Like, I don't think there's any fundamentally different thing that's happening for having an account with Silicon Valley Bank versus like a regional bank versus like a JP Morgan.
Yeah, I just don't understand why you would use that bank, I guess.
Well, I mean, why would you really choose between like any really different bank? It's just mostly going to just be like the customer service aspect for the most part, right? And then maybe a little bit on interest rates, but it's just going to be whatever's nearby or whatever's.
Sure.
Yeah. And then, yeah. And then I guess, man, did you see that? What is it? Gonzalo Lira, your good friend Coach Red Pill, finally got deported from Ukraine.
Nice. Where is he going back to? Is he even a U.S. citizen, or is he another one of those fucking Canadians that somehow make their way into the United States?
I'm not sure. I know the SBU got him for reporting Ukrainian positions to the Russians. So
he doesn't get like prosecuted for that or anything. That's just like a normal.
Well, he did, but he made a deal where he turned over 5 other collaborators in exchange for getting deported. So I guess they thought that was a good deal. He literally just like went and snitched to the Ukrainians to save himself instead of his moral principle values of being a strong, independent Russian supporter. So that's, I think that's really funny. I guess my last question then is just like kind of about the merger stuff. You said you don't think any company should be allowed to buy another company. I don't think that's exactly what you meant or what you said.
Just like huge companies, I don't like the structure right now of like my path to success is just getting big and then selling to like a really fucking huge company. I feel like that's a shitty area to be in. Because it deprives us potentially of like a ton of other possibly new cooler companies that like can't ever exist now because people's goals are just to basically sell to Amazon or Google.
Sure, to some extent, but I guess the thought process is that who other than like very large businesses can like take these niche technologies to scale, right? Whatever these improvements are. If you're like if you're a small business, right, you're not really worried about saving a quarter cent on like every transaction. If you're just running like a grocery store or like a gas station, right?
Does every single business that exists have to be like infinitely scalable instantaneously in order to be successful?
No, it doesn't. But if you can improve efficiencies across the board, I don't see why it wouldn't be desirable. If you're developing new technologies,
isn't that an argument to nationalize literally every single company and let the government run anything? Like if it's so much more efficient to incorporate it, shouldn't Google just be like the one company that run 50 million things? Right?
Sure, yeah, if the government could run everything perfectly efficiently, then yes, it would. It would be.
So like, I feel like Google and Amazon probably have higher GDPs than like a lot of countries. That'd be my guess, right? Like, so why are they like uniquely positioned to run 50 trillion different horizontally and vertically integrated things, but like the government's not?
I don't think they necessarily are in a unique position compared to the government to run those, but I just, if they're able to compete in those marketplaces, I don't see why not, as long as they're not exercising their monopoly power to snuff out innovation in those areas, which I don't think anybody is even close.
How do you know that? You don't think we could have had other operating systems, other search engines, other like online retailers?
We do have other search engines. We have several search engines.
I think you have like one. Who?
Bing.
What is Bing's market share compared to? What is Bing's market share compared to Google? Also, the only reason Bing has any market share whatsoever is because of the vertical integration with Microsoft. So I mean, like even that's a bad example. But we'll say even for Bing that does have that, can take advantage of that vertical integration. What do they have? Or horizontal, I guess technically. What do they have market share wise?
Bing. Oh, I guess it's only 3%. I didn't realize it was that bad for it. But I guess
what
the
is
question
Google
is,
like 94%?
Yeah, 93.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter if it's not harming anybody.
But you don't know if it's harming anybody, right? You don't know what other operating systems we could have had or what other search engines we could have had, right? That's true of any monopoly. Like, well, am I hurting anybody? I don't know. It's hard to know, right?
I guess the question is, how are you ever going to demonstrate these alternate universes? Like, it doesn't make sense when you're getting these massive economies of scale and efficiencies. Like, maybe...
Again, when you say massive economy of scale and efficiency, you're justifying monopolies, right? Like, everything should just be monopolized by the state at that point.
Monopolies are necessarily fine. Like, there are some things that do make sense as monopoly.
We're not talking about things that have, like, geographic restrictions or areas where monopolies are essential. I don't think it's essential that we have a monopoly for software operating systems. Or I don't think it's essential we have a monopoly for search engine.
But you get... It's like this network effect that goes up exponentially as you get more and more people using it, and as you get a service more and more refined. If you're running 3 parallel search engines or 5, and you're doing the same sorts of optimizations to all of them, or if you have, you know, 1 million people on a social network versus like 100 million.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with any of what you're saying. I understand there's obviously gains to be had. I like the fact that my Gmail and my cell phone and my computer all fucking fuck each other all together. That's fine. But what I'm saying is that argument can be used to infinitely justify like every kind of like monopoly ever, right? That we should just there should be one company running literally everything because the integration is so good. But I don't think we'd...
Well, everything that there's a natural monopoly in, sure.
But yeah, but I don't think there's a natural monopoly in software. Or like a search engine, or like social media. Why would there? You can have like 5 different social media. It's okay.
Because you have social network effects, right? If I'm selling something at a marketplace, and I'm taking the same time and effort to sell, you know, 1 banana stand, if there's 1,000 people that go to that marketplace, I'm going to sell a lot more bananas than if 5 people walk by it every day. It's the same thing is absolutely true with social media. If everybody was on one social media, and you could have the same impact, you would just go to the biggest one.
Yeah, but what if you get banned from that one social media? Or what if that one social media implements a policy that you don't like? Now you have no alternatives and you're fucked, right? What if there was no Twitter? Any girl that posts nude pictures on Twitter can't do that on Instagram anymore. Or what if you get banned from Facebook and Facebook is running videos and everything? Well, now you have no like video platform anymore. Like, or what if there could be like cool, innovative... What if there could
that doesn't sound like a problem. That doesn't sound like a problem that's an antitrust problem. That sounds like a problem that should be dealt with either through legislation or through the court system and not antitrust.
Why would we legislate all of this when it could probably be solved by like market forces?
How are you going to solve it with market forces if you're just creating a bunch of smaller markets?
How? Because of competition. Isn't that literally the whole point of capitalism? The idea that like multiple firms will compete to like deliver products to the public that they want?
Sure, yeah. But oh man, how do I explain this? So, all right. So when you're just having 1 or 2 people banned from these places, it doesn't necessarily make a market force that is going to necessitate innovation. If there's issues with certain things not being allowed on a platform, let's say Facebook takes over, then there necessarily will be another corporation that takes over.
Unless that company has almost like monopolized the industry because there's only like 3 social media platforms. I think it makes it really hard for another company to come in and take over. That's kind of my whole point.
I don't think so. I mean, look, we had MySpace. MySpace was the biggest. Facebook took over. You have TikTok, Instagram, Vine.
The era of MySpace is like fundamentally different.
What?
Like the internet barely existed in like 2004 compared to like compared to how ubiquitous it is now. I think cell phones changed a lot. Like there's a lot more people on the internet now. The power and strength of like a large company today. Like for instance, how long did MySpace last? I'm curious.
Probably 10 to 15 years if I had to guess, or at its MySpace. So it's been around 19 years. I would say it probably went out around 2010, 2015, I guess.
2015?
At the latest, before it was totally, absolutely dead.
Don't you think? It was probably out of style quite a bit earlier than that, I would say, right?
Yeah. Well, 2010, yeah, was my guess, because 2007 was the $12 billion valuation. In 2009 was when Facebook got bigger than MySpace. Yeah, so it probably was 2010 to 2012 then. It's probably the end of MySpace.
And then how long has Facebook been in existence for?
2004. So it started like half a year after MySpace, or a year after MySpace.
Do you think that Facebook is going to be in existence for about as long as MySpace was? Or do you think it's going to like 2x or 3x? Like I think the scale of everything is changing quite a bit now.
I think Facebook's going to stay around mostly because of the user base, but it seems to be losing a lot of people to competitor platforms. That's why they tried to buy Instagram to compete with TikTok and those other Twitter to some extent. I don't think Facebook itself is necessarily going to be as dominant, and I don't know. It just seems like it's losing share year over year over year.
Wait,
the big thing that they have is just advertising.
Facebook is?
Yes. Facebook stopped having growth over the last year.
Stopped having growth and losing significant parts of the user base. They're two kind of different things.
Yeah, and it starts in it starts like one thing at a time. Some companies fell faster than others. Like GE was basically an unstoppable corporation at one point, and now it's basically dead. Just because it doesn't burn out in 10 years, like something else, doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to be short-lived and can't be competed against. I don't know. It just seems wild that you would say that something is been dominant for 10 years and now it just deserves to have antitrust taken against it when there hasn't even probably been that much time to compete against it.
10 years is like a fucking forever.
Yeah, but 10 years is nothing in normal corporation time.
Yeah, but we're not living on normal corporation time. We're not living in internet time. For software companies, I probably wouldn't evaluate them by normal standards, right?
I mean, the only long-standing software companies that we really have are Amazon, or not Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and IBM for the most part. Intel maybe. Most of the other hardware companies have died, or software companies have come in and out. I don't necessarily see that they've even been around as long as Ford or GM or anything else. I don't see that as an issue, that we just don't have new companies coming up and burning out every few years. That just seems insane to me.
I mean, I think you keep saying like it seems insane, but like I think it's insane that we've had like one operating system for our computers since the inception of computers. Like that level of vertical integration is kind of fucking crazy to me. And I don't know how like anybody who's like a capitalist would like defend that. Like it seems like very clearly like anti-competitive. Like really nobody else in the world could come up with like alternate operating systems. It was just one. Like Microsoft solved it. They were the first guys, and that's it. Like
Apple has a pretty huge share. Linux is getting a very massive share.
What is Apple's market share for desktops? Don't throw iOS at me. Because iOS, I'm going to throw back at you and say, well, that's probably that they share like a duopoly with fucking Android. Because I'm pretty sure Android and Microsoft OS,
sure.
Not Microsoft OS, Android and iOS probably have like 95% of market share.
Sure. I guess 2022, Apple's looking at 17% of all PC units.
Wait, what did you say?
And that's 17% as of the end of 2022.
You said PC units, so I think you're including laptops in that, I
Yes,
guess.
yes. And then in terms of cloud, Windows is being replaced by Linux. That's basically happened.
Yeah, sure. So for consumer desktops.
Sure, but doesn't it also leads to a lot of efficiency where you're not having to develop on
No, it's
50
efficient.
different
I
systems.
understand. Where's the Econo Boy? I think I said exactly this is how this conversation is going to be. You're just going to throw at me like the upsides of some of the efficiency gains of being a monopoly, which I agree they're there, but like I just think it's kind of shitty that we basically said that no more competition allowed because of some of these upside efficiency gains from being a monopoly. That seems like kind of shitty.
But we're not just allowing competition. There is competition, and people are
There is no
other
competition.
sectors.
Why would you wouldn't want to compete? You want to sell to these larger companies. That's it, right? Who's here like saying like, oh, I want to make like a competing OS. If you have any good product that works on desktop or any good product that works in software, your goal is to sell to one of these like 3 huge giants. Like that's your goal every time.
I guess.
Nobody wants to compete with Google or Amazon. You want to be bought by Google or Amazon. I think that's like fundamentally like anti-consumer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like that if Google or Amazon or whatever they can just invest in it themselves and build it out themselves.
They don't ever do that though, do they?
They do a lot. They have a lot of internal teams that like build things. Like if you look at Alphabet's entire, structure, they were originally just Google, and then they had a bunch of other venture arms basically inside of it, and then they split themselves into the holding corporation Alphabet, and then Google the search engine, in order to actually separate out all their different investment arms.
Okay, why didn't Facebook just build another like social media platform? Why did they buy Instagram?
Didn't they try? I thought Facebook had something else that was supposed to compete with Instagram, and they just couldn't.
Sure, but I mean so they couldn't compete, so they just bought a competitor. Like that just seems like really shitty. So rather than having like Instagram operating as its own kind of like autonomous, like, oh, another social media, oh, they got bought by Facebook.
Sure, yeah, but I don't know if Instagram would have been viable on its own anymore, right? They didn't have the ad infrastructure that Facebook did, and that's really what's driving their profitability. It's
Yeah,
not,
but look at what you just said. That's another
Facebook.
example of like a vertical like integration that's like crushing competition. Why does Facebook have its own advertising entire like structure built out, right? Something that they can use to basically force competitors to sell to them. Like you can't compete. You don't have like other businesses that we own as part of our business.
Why should they be forced to sell their data to somebody else to be able to use?
I didn't.
When they can do
because
something to compete. They're saying that they're no longer allowed to compete because they're so large. They're saying that because they created a Facebook platform, instead of going to a traditional advertiser, they're not allowed to make their own advertising platform.
I'm saying that if you're telling me because you're telling me that like other companies can't even compete now because of vertical integration, that Facebook advertising has some Facebook social media platform. Like, oh, cool. I guess
so you'd be fine if they were allowed to sell their data to other advertisers?
Sell their data to other advertisers.
Because then the other advertisers could compete with the same data.
If they wanted to, sure. I'm just saying the idea of them like owning like a media, the idea of them owning like advertising and social media just seems like you're like.
How is that any different than like television or radio?
If there was a TV station that like owned and did all of its own ads and also did like all of its own like broadcasting and like had its own like studios for entertainment and everything, I'd probably say the same thing.
I mean, that's the way that most of them have been run for a while. As far as I'm concerned, like even just like Spotify has their own ads, right? You can just pay Spotify, they'll create ads for you, put it on their platform. So they're creating the ads, they're creating user data and everything else, and I wouldn't say that's a monopoly either. You know. I guess I just think it's like a lot scarier when you have all the data just flowing down to whoever wants to buy it for whatever reason or not reason, and I think that company should just be allowed to compete wherever, as long as you're not, and ultimately ending up hurting consumers. I don't think it really matters if you want to integrate vertically or whatever. It just fundamentally seems just like a violation of like your right to association and your right to free speech.
Yeah, you're okay. You're just justifying monopolies again. Like every single thing you say is
well, because monopolies aren't necessarily just bad. Like
I think monopolies are almost necessarily bad. Yeah. The only time that's why you need like an exception is like in this case a monopoly is okay. But by definition, I feel like in a capitalist society, a monopoly is bad because it discourages the primary function of a market, which is to have competing firms delivering good products to us. That's like why capitalism is supposed to work, because firms competing. Otherwise, if just one firm, they say, oh, I'm going to charge $5 million for a cheeseburger. It's like, oh, well, fuck me. As long as two people can afford it, it's worth it for the firm to operate.
Well, no, because now you're putting your market power, which should be the government's burden to demonstrate that the monopoly is actually harming people when you're charging $5 million for a cheeseburger.
Yeah, but you're not even acknowledging any harms. You're just saying like, oh no, like it's okay because
there could
like,
be potential harms, but you would never accept that there could hypothetically be harms, and then act on it. Like, you're just proposing hypothetical harms which may or may not exist and which may or may not happen. And it could be that in these alternate universes, that things are significantly worse by allowing, by forcing competition. The products could just be worse because you don't have that one person.
I mean, in a hypothetical harm, that's what all monopolies are, is demonstrating hypothetical harms, right?
They're not demonstrating anything.
Well, no, I'm saying that like if you want to prove that like a monopoly is bad, like by definition, you're kind of talking like hypothetical harms, no? You're trying to say that like it could be better otherwise if there was no monopoly here, right?
Yes, but those are demonstrable. You're saying that there could be innovation? What do you mean?
How could you demonstrate that there could be innovation?
I don't think you can demonstrate that there would otherwise be more innovation.
Well, how do you escape when I'm saying that like for proving any monopoly?
Okay, so for any monopoly that you look at, you can very easily show what the market price would be without the presence of that corporation in, and then you can show...
Wait, you can very easily show what a price would be without it? How?
You hire some economists and they do the analysis for you.
Really?
Yes, yeah. Oh, I mean, that's what the FTC does.
Sure, that's what you do, but that's a far cry from like can very easily demonstrate. I'm pretty sure these things are all like pretty hotly contested, no?
I mean, yeah, they're hotly contested, but I mean, I think they're fairly straightforward analyses.
No shot. There's no shot by these straightforward analyses. That in another media environment or in another market environment where there are 3 other competitors, what hypothetical new innovations or products could exist? I mean, like, unless you're literally very clearly saying, like, this price is marked up too much, maybe, and then even that's going to be
yes, yeah. So
debate, right?
so for the literal thumb analysis, you literally say, all right, let's say that we have the meat packers, and we have all these meat packers colluding on price, and because they're colluding on price, we can show that the price is probably 5 to 15% higher than what it otherwise should. Those analyses are pretty easy. You can't really go out and say, all right, well, if we had 3 competing firms instead of 1, what would actually be developed for the search engine? We don't, because we don't know what those firms would or would not do, and we also don't know what innovations are basically being done by that firm that would have been done that wouldn't be done by competing firms.
I don't understand whose point you're trying to prove, mine or yours.
Mine. Oh, dude, I'm sorry, I'm just really bad at doing this. All right, so
like right now, let's take grounded in one example. Sure. Is it possible? Like, how do we not know that there could have been like way cooler or better search engines created?
We can't.
Okay, but like, yeah. So, but the fact that there's like a 95% market share of like one search engine, doesn't that point to like a bad environment? Where like there doesn't need to be a cap like that much of
I think that points to an environment where we have a very, very good search engine that other people have tried and failed to dethrone.
Who's trying to make a search engine right now? Like it's
China. China has. There was multiple competing ones at the beginning when Google launched. Google outcompeted them by a lot. DuckDuckGo, I think, is like a privacy-oriented one. There's, I think, Yandex overseas and Baidu overseas. And I think Yahoo started a search engine. I don't know how many people actually use that, but my assumption is that one's still pretty big.
Do you think that it's harder for these other search engines to compete because of all of the vertical and horizontal integration that Google has with their services? So for instance, I can sign on to my Google account across different devices, cell phones that might be running with an operating system, or like my email works better with a browser because I can sign into like my browser like exactly with Google and everything. Do you don't think that makes it really hard for the search engine to compete?
I don't think it makes it hard for the search engine to compete necessarily, no. For the entire suite of products that are integrated together potentially, but I think it also provides a massive benefit to the consumer that they're able to have these free tools.
Yeah. I'm not denying the benefit. I don't know why you keep talking about the
Sure,
benefit.
yeah,
I use these
guess,
products. I know there's a benefit, obviously, but like by acknowledging that benefit, I think we're literally saying that like, yeah, like I don't know if I would ever use like another competitor that was developed because of that benefit. That's like the issue.
Yeah, unless you had a product that was better, but you could still use the other portions of it, right? Even without bundling. You can still use like you can still use these other projects. If you use Gmail, you're not obligated to use Google as your search engine, right? You can still go to Yahoo, you can still go to these other places. You just go to Google because it's convenient and gives you everything that you need, and you're not really seeing any benefit other than the search results that come out, right?
Okay. Yeah.
I
just like I don't know even what I'm arguing against right now. The integration between all of these different products and services obviously makes it super hard for any other company to ever compete. Like I don't know if I would ever use. I don't know personally if I would ever use like a non-fucking Google phone, just because of all of the integration that exists right now with my currently existing like stuff, like my phone, my browser, and everything else. And so like if somebody wants to compete to take that away from me, like damn, they're up against if you want to compete with me on a search browser to win me over as a customer, you're competing with phones, you're competing with email, you're competing with my calendar, you're competing with so much shit. You're never gonna win. I'm never using your fucking product. Even if it's a better product, I'm not gonna win. I think that's the issue. But it seems like you're like, oh well, that's good because it's really
it sounds
cool.
like they've created a wonderful ecosystem that has everything.
Exactly. So you're doing the justify. Yeah.
Like I don't see how you're just saying, oh, potentially in the future somebody else.
I'm giving you like a.
Oh, you're saying that they've created this big beautiful ecosystem, and that if there was 3 competing companies, then one portion of that ecosystem might exist and be slightly better, but then I'm not going to have this big integrated ecosystem. Or I'm going to have another ecosystem that's slightly better and integrated because.
Yeah, but what I'm arguing is, first of all, you can create ecosystems within different companies. That's completely possible. API systems, number 1. And number 2, yeah, I'm arguing that like I don't like the concept of it because it's essentially like monopolistic and what it sounds like. Because like were these ecosystems not existing, there would almost for sure be more competitors in these arenas.
I don't think there will be more competitors in the search arena. I don't think there will be more competitors in the advertising arena. Maybe in the other portions, like in email or stuff like that, and potentially with food consumer-facing products. But I think you would end up with the same situation where you would have competition in one area, and then someone would figure out how to integrate and do everything together. And then
well, that's what I'm saying. The integration should be like illegal.
Well, Rich, wouldn't it make sense that it would stymie competition if we have these incredibly vertically integrated companies that take over multiple markets? Like, for instance, if I wanted to make, let's say that every charging station for electric vehicles, was like a Tesla charging station, right? But let's say that I just wanted to make electric cars. Doesn't it necessarily reduce the chance that my innovative electric vehicle technology would get broadly adopted if nobody would be able to charge it on a broad, sort of generalized, available charging network?
Do you think that's like a issue where that's an antitrust thing, or do you think we should literally just do the same thing we've done, like the EU does cell phones, and say you must charge off of USB? Does that sound like a legislative issue?
But that's an
because
antitrust regulation.
Most vertically integrated monopolies are actually great for consumers because it provides consistency in terms of products delivered. You can guarantee your what's it called, the quality of your product across the entire lifetime. You can guarantee that you have the production that you need for everything all across the supply chain, that you're not going to be running into hiccups where you have to renegotiate contracts. You're going to have massive consumer welfare benefits for the most part, assuming that you're not exerting monopoly power of locking people out of, say, buying iron in a steel plant for your cars, and then locking people out of the ability to do that. But for the most part, integrating these vertical monopolies on average is good for the consumer until people start actually exercising welfare power. Market power.
But what you described is an antitrust regulation, right? It's like, hey, this vertical integration is bad, so we're going to force you into adopt a generalized, sort of more modular technology, right? Sort of like how your homes...
That's not saying you're not allowed to have chargers and a car battery. You're not allowed to have chargers and make electric cars. They're saying that if you're going to do things, we're going to standardize this the same way that we standardize the oil blends and everything else across industries.
Well, but it sounds like the same thing, though.
No, it's not.
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
I'm asking the question. Like, what's the difference between like a regulating agency saying, hey, you're not allowed to make specialized chargers for your special EV, and a regulator saying, hey, you can make chargers, but they can't be specialized? I mean, these seem like the same functional thing.
No, you're saying that if you make EVs, then you can't make car chargers. That's literally what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Because what you're saying, because using the EU, I mean, the EU regulation is a perfect example of the kind of thing that I think makes sense, right? Where, yeah, I mean, if Apple wants to make USB-Cs, I guess they can, right? But you cannot make a specialized, only Apple device technology that can charge phones, right? That's an example of tying that monopolies can take
Apple's
advantage
technology to whatever technology exists as well, because now Apple.
Real quick on the tech side, like how many people are like happy for like all of the competing standards?
YouTube took a bit of a backseat the last 2 weeks because I was grinding really hard for Challenger, which I actually got today. I'm very excited because this has been a huge goal for me for a really long time, but now that that's done, I'm going to be focusing on my videos and second channel documentaries. So to keep up to date with everything I put out, double check and see if you're subscribed to the channel or not. I know YouTube's been funny around that lately, and the link to my second channel that is currently vacant, but I'll be posting my League documentaries too, will be in the description. Anyway, this video topic stems from a Reddit post regarding a tweet that Darshan made about voice communication within League. I'll link the post in the description, but TLDR, Darshan basically said to eliminate toxicity, we need to humanize the solo queue experience. He said he enjoyed playing Valorant ranked a lot more because it's a competitive team game like League, but with more team-friendly systems like voice communication. To this pretty heavily upvoted post, we had a few replies from writers. A Riot game dev named Honest Pillow responded on Twitter with this: I share this opinion, but I don't think it solves all behavioral issues and definitely introduces some new ones, especially for women and people of color who get unfairly targeted by simply participating in voice comms, for example. To further reinforce this point, we had a longer response from Barack Obama on Reddit. It says, femme people, folks with accents, folks who speak other languages, folks who do not want to speak, and some other cases I'm not representing would be negatively impacted by any form of opt-out voice chat. It would also set expectations in a way that would cause issues for folks who choose not to engage. When people are harassed on the basis of their identity, and voice is certainly a factor of identity as well as a lens into the rest of it, it can be especially hurtful. We are not willing to trade the tactical edge it gives players for that, full full stop. A thing I'd love for people to consider is that even if they are personally positively impacted by a feature like this, other players may be paying a very steep cost indeed for their good time. In a world where there is highly effective, near instant moderation for this sort of thing, we may consider it, but until then, my recommendation is to use third-party tools or our native solution with a trusted group of friends. A lot of the community responded to these posts as well, raising their own valid points, saying things along the lines of League having a lot of downtime when you're able to communicate and read pretty easily through the text chat, and how a shooter like Valorant that is to the millisecond reactionary in nature that needs immediate communication, which I kind of agree with. Personally, I'm not phased either way. If neither team has voice chat, it's not necessarily an advantage or disadvantage, but I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye!
Take it back. I can't speak Albanian that well at all, but it's alright. Shkaki? What do you have? Siye Sot? How are you today? I wouldn't describe myself as a polymath.
I'm 27. I'm based out of Austin, Texas, and this is Financial Audit.
What do you do for a living in Austin, Texas?
My main thing is I am a spiritual coach.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
How does that go?
How does that go?
It's like therapy, or
it's not therapy. It's a hybrid between online coaching, online courses, and yeah, and also now that things are opening back up, I'm doing in-person things, and it's a hybrid of like yoga, meditation, life coaching, upliftment, and essentially guiding people into feeling good and fulfillment in their life.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how successful are you in this?
Not. It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
It's a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so do you feel good in life and all that stuff?
I do. I've had a lot of shifts in the last few years that really changed my life and made going for this my dream and my passion, and so yeah, it's a continual journey, and of course there's ups and downs.
Ups and downs. I'm curious about a down right now. Talking about passions, do you have a passion for credit card debt?
This is kind of crazy. I don't think I got my first credit card until like 2 years ago.
This was all within the last 2 years? This
Yes.
wasn't even built up. Go on.
Yeah, so I hadn't had the experience with credit cards at all.
Mm-hmm.
And because of the nature of my work, I didn't understand there was like different seasons of the work, and there were times of making more and then making less. So it became this.
Did you do like market research into this industry before you decided this is what we're doing full time?
Not in the sense of like, I just saw coaches who were just constantly making, $40K months. And
$40,000 a month? That'd be nice.
I know, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was like, that's where the head was at.
And how much you bring in a month?
It varies.
Break it down between the low months, high months, what's the average? Just a brief pause to ask you to please consider subscribing. Look how close we are to 100,000 subscribers. Thank you to everyone who has subscribed so far, and back to the video.
I would say a low month could be anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000.
Okay.
To an average is I would say 6,500.
Okay, that's not bad at all. That's your average? That's not your high? That's your average?
That's an average.
Okay, 6,500. Fantastic. What's the complaint about that? Cool. How long have you been doing this full time?
I mean, in the last few years.
Okay, so a couple years bringing personal business to pretty much $80,000 a year. People would love that. I mean, you're $5,000 over the median household income in Austin, and well above the median in the United States. And it's just you. Why are we in this debt in the first place? We haven't even talked about it. We'll go into it, but why? $80,000 a year.
Why?
Yeah, why are you in this debt? Why'd you get into it? Why are you not out of it? What is happening?
That's a question. I mean, it's on my vision board to have all my debts be cleared, so.
Okay.
I think that's where, yeah, I didn't really understand the nature of having like a credit card. So I started making more money than I ever had in the last 2 years from this.
And that's when? When did that start? Making more money
than I ever have made. It started like 2020, like spring 2020, yeah. And
credit card debt started 19, 18, 2020?
The same, yeah. Like I didn't get my credit card until after I started making this. Yeah.
Okay. How much is in your checking account right now? I cannot see that on here. What's in your checking account?
Over 4,000.
4,000. Okay, I'm happy with that. That's awesome. $4,000 in your checking. Everything in here is just mostly paying off. Well, not paying off cards, but paying towards cards. And you do it in a very interesting way. We have like a mobile payment here of $60 and a Spotify subscription, then a mobile payment of $60. And then we're Venmoing out $2,100. What the heck is that? What are we doing?
That's my rent.
Your portion?
Yes. I live alone.
Oh, so that's your landlord? You pay your landlord via. Okay.
Yeah.
That 6,500 is pretty nice. Okay. And then corporate finance LLC.
Yeah.
So okay. And then we're spending money at Starbucks, and we're renting out. And then again, here come the mobile payments again. We have $100. We have $60. We have $60. We have $50. We have check card, art, my chart, $100. Okay. I don't like that $100 went to something that you can't think of, but okay, we'll continue with a mobile payment of $50, mobile payment of $50, and GoDaddy payment is a website. That's starting to make more sense, and same with the Squarespace thing, and then we have mobile payment $120. Again, we're just getting all this in a class pass for $69. Class pass?
Yeah, that's a workout class.
Oh, okay. And there's your Squarespace and the Capital One mobile payment of $165 and mobile payment of $100. And then it looks like with this, there's another one with $60, but it looks like your T-Mobile bill, I have the top plan at T-Mobile, $70. I think that's the top plan, but yours is $99.49. That's making me think that phone right there is not owned. That is financed.
It is owned now.
It's owned now?
Yeah.
Like you just paid it off? Officially? Because this is $99.
Yeah, it's been, but that's just the rate. It used to be like $120 a month.
What plan are you on? Are you not on the automatic payment? Because that also brings it down by $5. I'm looking at you. Do not need the automatic plan, I promise you. I get coverage everywhere here for $70 a month. Unlimited. Okay, not a plug for them, but you're spending $30 more there when you have a lot of bad debt. And again, we just have mobile payments and mobile payments, Apple subscriptions, mobile payments for years and years of pages of mobile payments. It's just brutal how often it's going out. Now, one thing I do not like, what we have here is we have money going into Acorns now and subscriptions for Acorns. And Acorns is great. If you don't have really bad debt, you can sign up for Acorns in the description below and get a free $5 when you put $5 in, which is great. But it doesn't make any sense for you to do this right now because you have so much debt. Thoughts? Comments? Investing in Acorns when you have all this crap debt?
So, actually, that one, I still have that account open. But it was like, that was one of the accounts that I had is like the reserve, you know, like SOL. I hit a rough month or something. I need money. Like I had that because Acorns you can draw.
They have a savings account option?
No, I just was using it as like an investment savings.
Well, speaking of that, you took $800 out of it, then you took another $300 out.
Yeah, I needed all of that.
Why?
I had it.
Why $6,500 a month? Do you need that?
I hit one of the slowdown periods.
So you're not good at saving money. Because if we're looking at the average, that's great. But the high months, you need to have that money set aside for the slow months. You don't do that right now?
I like to think that I do, but I feel like I end up spending it or, yeah.
So that is a bit of a yikes there on the Acorns front. We also have $12.50 going to Visa Great Rates here. Loan. What is that? Here.
Oh, that's dental insurance.
Insurance.
Yeah.
I'm okay if it's insurance. It says loan.
I don't know.
All right. And something that I did not get a statement for, but all of a sudden, like the pop this little head up for $555 is Ally. Car loan. Car loan.
Yeah.
530. We'll get to that. So all of a sudden, this money really starts to go away. And yeah, and then you took an additional $508 out of regular savings. Now again, if we have some slow months and we have in the savings like a specified savings meant for the slow month, I'm okay with that. We're taking it out. But what makes me nervous is I don't know if that's how it looks. We'll figure that out. We'll get to that in a second. So,
okay.
That's your checking account. You have a few $1,000s sitting in there.
Yeah.
Okay. If you have a few $1,000s sitting in there, you clearly didn't at that point when you had to withdraw like 1,500
right
from different sources, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How much is in your Acorns right now?
I think I withdrew it all. There might be 100 or so.
How much is in that savings account?
In the Acorns?
No, in the savings account that you took.
Oh, I took that. That was the $508 from the savings.
That's all that was in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So where do we have money? Do we have any money anywhere?
I mean, I have some cash and
How much in cash?
600.
Okay.
And then I have investments in other places.
Investments in other places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I want to hear about that. Before we do that, guess what? $80,000 a year is actually a significant amount of money. Fun fact about money that you make, taxes are owed.
Mm-hmm.
Have you saved any money for taxes? Because we are entering tax season as we speak. What do you do when, have you paid taxes in the last few years?
Yeah, I have.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So you claimed all the money that you made?
I claimed the money I made.
Okay.
I think I got help from a friend one year who did it, who gave me money.
Gave you money to do
pay
it?
my taxes, yeah.
A friend gave you money, but it was a gift, right? You don't owe it back.
I don't owe it back, no.
How much was that?
I mean, I think it was like a few hundred, maybe like.
Is this like a third-party platform that you're using that you're getting payments through? This online thing. Is it your website or is it like a?
There's different platforms. Like sometimes I'll use like Cash App, like, and I'll just have people for the coaching, like they want to, through that.
I highly doubt you're claiming that money.
I don't do my tax. I have someone else do my
You do have
taxes.
someone else do it. A
Yeah.
CPA.
Yeah.
You pay someone to do your taxes.
No, I trade. We like trade.
Trade? Trade what?
Like, I coach and then they. Or yeah.
Well, that's okay, but are they like good at it?
Yeah.
It would be worth someone in your position bringing home $80,000 a year, sitting down with the CPA this tax season. I just don't want you to get in trouble in the future. If you get audited, which is actually quite rare, but it could happen. Yeah, look at that shocked face. Absolutely, that could happen. You could get audited again. Probably not, but it would be really bad. It would be really irresponsible on the side of the table to say you will not get audited. If it does, and things have just been a little funky these last few years, then guess what? Bad news. And it would be like, you owe this now. Uh-oh, I can't pay this. Okay, you might go on a payment plan. Uh-oh, I'm not doing this. Garnish wages, stuff like that. And you don't even have like official wages, so you don't even know how it works in the contracting world. And then in the worst of the worst, jail. But, you know, that's worst of the worst. So there's a lot of ways. You just don't want to mess around with the IRS. And guess what? You have absolutely $0 right now saved up to pay these taxes on $80,000 a year. Coming soon. You'd probably want, like, at least, I don't know, just to be safe, $20,000 saved up on the side, just to be safe.
Or, like, just...
For taxes.
For taxes?
Yes, and that's why I don't think you are claiming everything you get, girl. I think the Cash App and stuff, we're not doing that. Whatever platform, I think the only platform you might be claiming is Square, because they'll send you an end of year tax statement. Other than that, I think everything else you're just like, this is my money. I'm going to go spend it. I'm going to go into debt, and I'm not going to pay taxes. No?
I just haven't thought about it like this.
Am I scaring you?
The 20,000, I was thinking that you were meaning just, you know, that would be for taxes and for, you know, just a general savings.
Yes, you want an additional $20,000 general savings, so you probably want $40,000.
What?
Yes. Every single, from now on, and this is like the most basic thing anyone with a business should do. Any time, like personal business, like you are the business, right? Okay. Yeah. So anytime you get $1, put 30 cents aside in a savings account. That's your taxes. Just do that. Hopefully it's not that much. It's probably going to be closer to like 25% for you. But just do that. Just set aside 30%. Okay? Yeah. Your taxes, so no income tax here. It'll probably be closer to 25. But you need to set money aside. You're going to get into a bad situation where the IRS will knock on your door.
I don't know how to not to touch the safety. You know, like I thought about getting a safety deposit box so that way it's like away from me.
You can have a couple different kind of savings because yes. Now, okay, so why? Why can't you? Why do you always touch the money?
I feel like something always happens.
Well, that's why we have an emergency fund. If there's an emergency and you don't have the money to pay for it, you take it from there. But you don't want to take tax money. This is why we haven't even talked about an emergency fund. But that would be the extra $20,000. But you never touch it unless you have to. But what always happens? What are you doing in your life that you're always getting into some kind of pickle? Because usually recognizing that, you're able to then counteract that in life, you know? But if you're just always getting into it, then clearly something's wrong. Can you give us any examples? Well, what's happening?
Well, I think when I started making more money, I wasn't used to making that much money. And so I went from before, like always, you know, just barely getting by. And then when I had money start coming in and on top of that, when I got my first credit card, it was like, oh, now I have this money and now I don't even need to spend this money. I can spend this credit card money. And then it was like, it just felt really good. And so it was, you know, and then wanting to live in a mindset of abundance. So it's like, I want to buy.
Why live in a mindset of abundance?
Because it feels good.
Oh, because it feels good. I'm glad we're doing things that feel good instead of just smart. Okay. That makes sense. So as a spiritual coach and like helping people do things, do you know that mindset is completely and has put you in a bad position? The mindset that you just explained, not your whole spiritual thing, but the mindset of abundance, and it feels good to spend money. Bull. It's hurting you. Do you agree?
Well, I think now, like in retrospect, I can see where there were things, you know, now after being in this more financial tight spot, which I haven't experienced in the last 2.5 years, because of the increasing debt and because of having a slow down month, whereas usually I had more money because I had was paying less on my credit cards. I had more money, and then I, was running out, and then I started to, I went through everything, and I actually canceled so much stuff, like subscriptions, and I was just realizing, I didn't think I could do that. I thought after it was ego deflating to be like, I guess I don't need to go to see, the most expensive hairstylist, or I don't need to go get a blowout, or, all these things that felt really good.
Your lifestyle is inflated with that money, but it overinflated. And now you're in a position where you're financially, to be very clear, but we're going to hopefully find ways out of it. But the taxes, we've talked about so far, and we haven't even gotten into the credit card debt, we haven't even gotten into the car debt, we haven't even gotten into you not having an emergency fund, being able to survive. So far not so good. Credit card debt.
Yeah.
So it's just it's always hard to just get into because this is so bad, and I don't want to put you down. This is so on here. This is something that pisses me off more than almost anything in the world. We have a previous balance of $1,846. $299 payments. Cool. We are making progress. Yay. Progress is happening. Fantastic. But guess what? We're doing $343.67 of purchases. We're purchasing more than was even paid on when we're already basically at the credit limit of $2,000. And while that's all happening, $41.59 of interest is being charged. Why are you purchasing $4,000 in your checking account, bringing in $6,500 a month? Why are you purchasing on a card that is already almost maxed out?
I kind of been doing this dance with credit cards where I don't want to spend the money that I have. I feel like it makes more sense to if I'm going out to eat or whatever, buying something from Amazon if I need, a household need, then I would rather do it from the credit card, pay off the credit card so I have more money.
What pay off the credit card? You're not paying off the credit cards. You spent more than you paid off. And you're losing an additional $41.59 in interest. You're losing that because you're doing that. You know that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, the interest sucks.
The interest sucks. It absolutely does. It is time to find a new dance partner instead of these credit cards. That's terrible. You spend the money when you have the money. If you don't have the money, you don't spend the money. It's okay. Don't make fun of the laugh. People have made fun of the laugh. It's the normal coping mechanism when someone is confronting you, so it is okay. You don't have to bash her on the laugh. Sorry. I just wanted people to know that because they do. So you have the debt, and we're doing Amazon purchases. We're getting some dong food of some kind, and Amazon and donuts, or that's dong. This dong thing keeps spoken of. I thought it said donuts. And Amazon and Casa, Honest Mary's, dong, Amazon, Honest Mary's, dong, Honest Mary's. Dong and Honest Mary's are just like a couple. It's just made for each other. We're just going there. Why? Why are you having all this fun when you have no money? Why are you just like, I don't care my life. I'm just gonna go spend money. Why are we doing that?
With spending money on Honest Mary's, I figure it's cheaper than going and buying groceries. It
That's
really
not how
does.
math works. No, it's not. It depends where you go. I see a lot of Whole Foods in the other statements. Yes,
Yeah.
maybe if you go to the most expensive place and get the most expensive thing, yes. If you go to H-E-B and just get some $1 noodles, that is not even close to being able to be justified. Do you cook?
I do. I used to meal prep, but when I was doing it, I just was buying such in bulk, and then all the time it took to start to do that. And I figured, I'd rather be working more and then not having to spend as much time cooking.
Maybe. It can be justified if you can mathematically justify it. I can oftentimes mathematically justify me, picking up a takeout or something because I know that to spend the time of cooking and prepping and all that stuff, I know I'll be making more money than it spends. I don't know if you are, though, is the thing. Those honest marriages were stacking up, and no, you can't afford it, obviously. It's objectively clear that you can't afford it if you're not paying it off, in total, and interest is occurring. So, no, that makes no sense. You're going to have to cook some ramen. Or hot dogs. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. This is the negative part of the video. This is the negative part of the video where I hopefully am demonstrating to you just how terrible this situation is. This vast majority of people who come in here, they don't know how bad it is until they are here and I show them. So we have another credit card, $2,648 with only $53 paid. Why only $53? At the time of this thing. You might have done more at a certain point, but time of this statement, $2,648. Good news, no purchases. No interest either. This is interest-free currently.
That was a balance transfer card.
Right, okay. Yep, that makes sense. With no interest. But we're back to one with interest. This is the Capital One Venture card with a new balance of $4,845. Dude, you racked up just so much. 36 cents. And that has a minimum payment of $48 a month. And the interest that is being charged... No interest. So this was a transfer again? Or you recently opened it?
I don't think that was the intention. I recently opened it.
Okay, well, recently opened it. We got it to $4,845 of previous balance. We paid $848. That's exciting. Guess what? We immediately purchased the $848 back. What's the point again with the credit limit being $5,000? You're basically there. Your credit must suck. Your credit score must suck. But, right? I mean, you're completely maxed out credit limits.
Yeah, my credit's okay.
What's okay?
Or it's fair. I think it's fair right now.
Oh, well, it's okay. But what are you doing? What are we doing? We're in debt and we're just struggling to survive. Casa de Lucas, honey. Oh, there's Honest Mary. She's back. Tiny's Milk and Cookies love the place. Most Hearts Coffee, Evolve, something wellness. Casa de Lucas is back again for more with flavor, power, and look who's back, Honest Marys, and Evolve Cairo again. We're just spending money on bull when we don't have the money to do it. Thoughts? Give me something here. I need to know that you're at least taking this in, or else what's the point?
Yeah, I see a lot of this spending. It's like, it feels like, it's hard not to spend.
This is going to be offensive. I have to be offensive. The spiritual advice and all that stuff on the other side, I don't understand exactly what you're saying. We can talk about that, but I don't know what's said in there. Are you in a place where you should be giving that kind of advice to people if you can't even stop yourself from something as basic as spending?
Well, I don't give people financial advice.
I know, not financial advice, but life advice. If you can't even take control of your own misbehavior, should you be giving advice to other people?
Well, I think maybe not financial, but...
Life advice. You're not taking control of your life. And finances, whether we like it or not, is a huge part of our life. But this is a part of your life, and you cannot control your spending. You just admitted to it. Should you, in fact, be giving advice to other people? You cannot control an aspect of your life. That's clearly wrong.
I'm definitely willing to shift it.
Your spending? Good. Why haven't you?
Well, I have in the sense the last month in December, I had to cut back on things.
You didn't cut back on anything. We just went through all this. It's like 50 Honest Marys. What are you cutting back? There's no cut back.
I cut back on things that you're not seeing now.
Oh, dude, no. This has to stop, and that's why these are all maxed out. This Capital One, what did we do here? Some mastermind.com for $47 and Hive Labs, dolls kill, what? Dolls kill and Honest Mary's, Michael's stores, and no, Trader Joe's is fine, but
Trader Joe's is fine.
Honest Mary's, well, it's not fine this on a credit card because you're spending money on a card that's pretty much maxed out. That makes no sense. You should be doing it in your checking account. But either way, at least it was a grocery store and not Honest Mary's for the 53rd time. So, what does real cutting back look like? No Honest Mary's. You know you can't afford to go out, right? You know you can't afford to buy any designer clothes. You know you cannot afford to go to anything but great clubs. You know you cannot afford to go out to eat at all, right? To be very clear, not a single time.
I'm speechless.
Do you know you cannot afford that, though?
I feel like it saves me so much time, though, so I can work on my business.
Work on your How many hours a day are you working?
It depends. And now I'm doing more things now.
Any average?
An average?
How many days, or hours a day are you working?
5.
Then you don't have time. That's stupid. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry, I'm digging into you, but that's dumb. That's dumb, and you need to know that's dumb. That's why I'm being rough. 5 hours a day? Oh, poor me, I'm working 5 hours a day and I can't cook. What do you mean it saves you time? Are you taking out from Honest Mary's every day? Or do you go and eat there?
I take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, at least that's a thing. But 5 hours a day working, you can, congratulations, cook. You can. There are 19 more hours. Oh, no, there's 18 more hours. Take away 8 of them to sleep. 10 more hours. We can't make a bowl of mac and cheese in 10 hours? Put chicken in the oven in 10 hours? I'm confused. I'm very confused. Are you understanding this? Or are you going to try to justify it? You got to give me something here. I'm just talking to a wall.
Well, because I like to eat very that's part of my spiritual life is eating, very healthy and
then buy
organic.
some romaine fucking lettuce from H-E-B. I don't care. Sorry, continue. I interrupted.
It costs more to eat healthy.
Yes.
Even if at like the grocery store, like
but
it
not
really
as
does.
much as you are spending. You don't have to get the top of the line organic crap to be healthy. Just don't eat Panda Express every day like I do.
I think it would take just some open-mindedness or seeing what else is possible for shopping. How to save and shop.
Do we need to go on a shopping trip? We might need to go on a shopping trip.
Oh my god.
Let me know if you guys need a bonus episode of us going on a shopping trip. Guess what? On that last one, that Capital One card, $1,136 of interest. That is money you lost this last year. Last year, over $1,000 gone from your life. 1.5% of your income gone. Because you're just carrying an almost maxed out balance on there. You have $14,457 of basically maxed out credit cards.
Yeah. I didn't know that about the interest, like over a year.
Then I am very glad you're here today, so you at least know that. Hopefully that is a wake-up call.
Yeah.
And once the interest rates start on those other things, dude, you're just digging yourself into a hole that is almost impossible to get out of sometimes. You're clearly spending all of your money on just on the cards. You don't have to be doing that, and we'll do a grocery shop. Do you have Credit Karma on your phone?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, and Experian.
Open up Credit Karma. Let's see.
Okay.
It's not fair. Credit score is not fair.
Maybe it went down.
Yeah, you know why? Because you have maxed out credit cards. 593 credit score.
What is that? Is that
bad? Is what it is.
Bad.
Yes. It's not good. It dropped down from 595, so there's your drop, your major drop. You were at 579 for a second, so you went up. Let's see. Oh, okay. So a year ago, we were at like 607. Okay. And yes, it's because your credit card use across the board is 89%. Oh, 1 second. Capital One. We already have that one. Capital One. Okay. Discovered. What is the Sinclair thing? Did we look at that?
That was a loan type of account, but they closed on me because of my current credits.
Well, you owe still.
I owe on that.
$61 of 130. I don't know why you did this.
I don't know that either.
Well, guess what? That's on there.
Mm.
Credit age is bad. No derogatory marks. Good. Thank you. Always make your payments.
Mm-hmm.
Earn credits. Okay, whatever. Total accounts. So what I wanted to see in here is that our girl Ally Financial. There she is. With only 6% paid off, we have a $30,000 car loan. Actually, we can round down $29,000. And what was that payment again? That is $534.13. Yikes a month. When your minimum payments on all these things, it's going to be like a third of your income. And then you have a stupid expensive rent. You have no money left, essentially. I mean, you do, but we'll talk about it. Let's see. Hey, you reached the milestone. It's very exciting because you made 4 payments. What's the interest rate on this car? I can't see on here. When did you get this car?
In the summer, 4 months ago.
4 months ago, okay. What's the car?
What kind of car is it?
Yeah, what's the car?
It's a Toyota RAV.
Year?
For 2020.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason I bought that car is because I had a Toyota
72 months, 6 years.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
My car got stolen.
Ooh.
Yeah, I had a Toyota Camry and I had 2 payments left, and then it got stolen. And
does insurance not cover that?
They did. They paid for that car, and then I took that money and I put. So some of the money that I had set aside, I took some of that and added it to my down payment on this car.
Oh, perfect. How much was your down payment?
16,000.
Okay. Interest rate. Do you know how to log into that account where you pay on Ally?
I'd have to go through the website. I could do.
Mm-hmm. You know how to do that?
Yeah.
Go ahead and do that. We need to know that interest rate. Where'd you get it from?
Capital Motors.
Is it souped up in any way?
It's yeah.
What? LE, XLE, XLE Premium, Adventure? What is it?
I think it's the XLE Premium.
I think you put down $15,000.
Over that, yeah.
Yeah, I think you immediately lost $15,000.
What do you mean?
It's worth about $30,000. Your loan is about $30,000. You lost $15,000 immediately.
Because the loan? It increased how much it was?
Because they probably overpriced it, and they, a lot of things that happened at the car dealership, they probably effed you on it a bit. You probably didn't, let me guess, you didn't do any checks on the price? What is this car actually worth?
I believe, I did look it up.
Hinge dates. Why am I doing this to myself? So we scheduled to go to dinner. We are sitting at the restaurant. Seems very nice. Not a catfish. Things are going well. And the waitress comes over. She wants to take our order. And I said, okay, I'm gonna take the branzino. And he said, I'm gonna take the burger. And the waitress asked him, okay, how do you like your burger? He said, how he likes his burger. And do you want some cheese on your burger? And he asked, is this gonna be extra? And she says, yes, it's $3 extra. And he said, okay, then never mind. Over there, and I'm like, what the actual fuck? I'm like, okay, I'm hungry. I'm gonna eat my branzino and see what happens. And he's like, oh my god, you have to pay extra for everything these days. And I'm like, yeah, it's New York City. So I got my branzino, he got his burger, we were eating. And once I was satisfied, I got up and I was like, I'm going to the restroom for a second. And I took my purse and I went to the waitress and I was like, hey, I just want to pay the bill. And I just paid the bill and walked out of the restaurant, and I texted him. So I texted him, the check is taken care of, you should have gotten the cheese. And I blocked him.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage. Your turret has been destroyed. destroyed.
up. And at that, excuse me, at that time, it was like during, I don't know if it was like a car thing, but if there's like a car crisis going on.
Car crisis?
There was, like every car was being sold like crazy.
I haven't heard of the car crisis, but yes, cars were super marked up because of where cars have gone since then. And it was a used car. Yeah, you lost $15,000. Sorry.
It's a 2019.
19, so, okay. So you're probably a little underwater on it, I bet. Interest rate?
I don't know.
Can I see? 7.5% interest.
I thought about refinancing.
Interest rates are going up and your credit's absolutely disgusting. What are you going to refinance? Sorry, I'm trying not to be mean. This is just my reaction to the death of money, which is where we are currently at right now. Well, if someone is going to have car debt, your monthly payment, no, that's not your take-home, though. That's not your take-home. That's your pre-tax. So this is well above what would be recommended. I mean, I don't recommend, no one would recommend any car debt, but if you're going to have car debt, you're going to be, based on your take-home, well above probably 8% of take-home. And then the interest rate is absolutely disgusting. Interest rate plus depreciation already lost $15,000. Probably already lost more money because it's a 2019, not a 2020. So, no, this is bad. This is bad. Okay, so let's think about solutions then. We've had a lot of negative. Let's think solutions. And then I'm curious if you'll actually do them and give me your honest opinion. Let's build you a nice old budget, shall we? What is your rent again? One more time.
2,100.
2,100. Utilities on top of it, most likely. A couple $100.
180.
Okay.
That's like all the things.
200.
Okay.
You're probably paying health insurance for yourself.
I am.
How much?
I mean, it's like $30 a month.
This is like nothing health insurance? Yeah. Okay. And you had pet insurance as well?
It was dental.
Oh, I saw Lemonade. Lemonade's for your rent.
Oh, my rental is all you said.
So it's like all that combined. That's probably an extra 50, right?
For what?
Yeah, probably an extra 50.
Okay.
Then you have a car payment of $534.13. How much do you have to drive?
How much do I have to drive?
Have to drive. Not, I want to go to this place and do this thing. How much do you have to drive on a monthly basis?
In the sense of like how much am
how
I
often do you
spending
have to
on
drive?
gas or?
How often do you have to drive?
Once a day.
Once a day? How far?
Not very far.
What do you think you spend on gas in a month then?
150.
150 on gas. This is getting tight. Then we have minimum monthly payments on the cards. Let us see. Minimum monthly Capital One, 167, sorry. 167 owed on the Capital One on a monthly basis. Then we have on the Venture, 48. Then we have on the Discover, 52. Then minimum monthly payment on the Chase. Your credit card's minimum monthly payment, $327. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Car insurance?
It's 2 payments of $75 a month.
Why do you do it that way? It helps it make it more stomachable for people. Let's see where we're at right now, because those are the required payments before things just absolutely go to essentially. Those are the things you have to do, required on a monthly basis. Again, we're at $2,000 for rent, we're at $200 for utilities, we are at $30 for health insurance. For other insurances, we're at $50. Then we're at $524 for your car payment, $150 for gas, $327 for credit card payments, $150 for car insurance. So far in our budget, we are required to spend $3,551 just for things to not completely fall apart. Now, if we're looking at an average month of $1,500. We have $3,000 left. That is great. Some months are going to be less. Some months are going to be more.
Mm-hmm.
But that is our average month, and I am just taking your word on that, and I hope that is correct. Okay. You are going to put in your budget $500 a month on groceries. And you're going to go to H-E-B or Kroger. Things like that. And you can buy in bulk at Costco. We're not doing Whole Foods anymore. We're not doing Trader Joe's anymore. We're going to the regular cheap grocery stores, even a Walmart. I do not care. $500 a month, not a penny more. All of a sudden, we have $2,500 a month on average left. That's incredible. Now, what I recommend in this case, not official financial advice, only what I would do were I in her shoes. What I would personally do, we have a month where we make $7,500, so $1,000 more than the usual, $6,500. That extra $1,000, I would just keep in the checking account. Then pretend we're only working with $6,500. That extra $2,500 that you have left over in your budget, $2,500, boom, that goes to the $1,932 nearly maxed out credit card. That is gone. $2,000. Then $500 of that, the other $500 goes to the $2,648 card. Then that one's only about $2,000 owed on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you're saying to increase the overall income and then use that money to save?
Increase in income would be fantastic. But I'm saying of your average $6,500 a month, after your budget is concluded, including your food, you have about $2,500. Okay?
Okay, and then using that.
All $2,500 goes to your $1,932 credit card. Well, you have $500 left over after that point, right? Does that make sense? That goes to your $2,648 credit card. Then you pretty much have only $2,000 owed on that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then the next month happens. But, this month we only made $5,500. Well, good thing on the month where you made $7,500, you put an extra $1,000 just left in your checking. Okay. So now we can still pretend like we have $6,500. And we can go through the budget. Boom, we have $2,500 left. $2,000 goes to the now $2,000 credit card. That is paid off. And $500 can go to the $4,845 credit card.
Mm.
And then we repeat this on a monthly basis. You are not having a single ounce of fun. You don't get to go get any kind of clothes because your closet is probably completely full. You don't need to have any fancy haircut. Do the cheapest way possible. You are not going out to eat a single freaking time. It doesn't exist. It does not exist in your life. Only $500 of groceries. And then after about 6 months of no joy in your life, 6 months because you've just gotten yourself into such a disgusting mess. You're just laying in a sewer every night when you go to bed. That is how bad this is. After 6 months, we have no more credit cards. No more credit card debt. Incredible. Incredible. Is that fantastic, right?
Wow.
That's only 6 months. That's 6 months of you going just insane, though. Insane. Most people can't do that. Most people don't realize how bad the situation is. Having been in a position relatively similar, I understand how terrible this is and how it's just going to weigh you down for the rest of your life. So this is what I would actually do because I now know how terrible this is.
Mm.
So after 6 months, boom, then you have that. But bad news, we have $30,000 owed on a car.
Mm.
What I would do in this situation is because the interest rates are just so high on those credit cards, and they're also just less money overall. They're easy to pay off. I would then, for the next 4 months, continue that aggressiveness. So now we're looking at 6 plus 4 months, $10,000 saved up in cash that you're never touching. Okay.
$10,000.
$10,000 is saved up in cash. Good with that so far?
Yeah.
Cool. You're not going to be good with this next part. You're going to sell your car.
What?
You're going to sell your car because you're in a mess. You're in a mess. We need a restart. We just need a restart. Or you could continue this balls to the wall for another full year. Would you rather sell the car or go crazy for a year and a half total?
Well, then I'd have to buy a new car.
That's why you have $10,000 saved up on the side. Now, with that $10,000, you might be $1,000 in the hole on this car to pay it off. So maybe you have $9,000 after that. But you buy a $9,000 car. And you're going to go to all used places, and those places are probably going to try to jib you, so you don't think about it because you're buying it in cash, you're not financing. You're probably going to go on like Facebook Marketplace and Craigslist. You're going to take the car, you are going to spend an hour, and they are the seller is going to agree to this, or you're not even going to have a conversation with them. You are going to take the car to a trusted mechanic. You're going to build that relationship. And then this trusted mechanic that you have, they will give you the thumbs up or thumbs down on if this is a good purchase for the price and for, you know, the value of what you're actually buying. Then you have yourself a $9,000 paid for car. Woo! Congratulations, you're out of debt. And all that took was, where were we at? 10 months. Or you can aggressively pay this off and you don't get to have fun for a year and a half. What's better, 9 months or a year and a half? I choose 9 months because then you can save up and get a nicer car eventually, but you don't have to go crazy to get it. What are your thoughts so far? Unfortunately, it's not over, but you probably have to go crazy for another 4 months out of this whole situation to give yourself any kind of starter emergency fund. In that case, you have at least $10,000. So, but that's at the end of either situation that you choose. What do you think?
Another 4 months on the end of either of those to give me an emergency fund?
Yeah, because not having an emergency fund is an emergency, so you need to go crazy to get it. What you could do this during this entire time, just ramp up your business or work side hustles. You work 5 hours a day. Come on, give me a break. Figure something out that brings in more money. You have a car, drive some Uber Eats. I don't give a crap. Bring in more money, and this cuts this down.
Yeah.
But I am for real. You have to actually commit to it of not going out to eat. We are not going to festivals or vacations or crap. We're not getting clothes. You have to go hard. If you just half-ass this thing, you're going to stretch it out to decades. And this is going to hold you back, and you'll never be in a place of financial success. Because guess what? We haven't even talked about the world of investing yet, and you're not even allowed to think about that until you're out of these terrible debts. Your thoughts?
So no investing.
Not right now.
Pay down the debt first.
The interest rates far outweigh the potential returns you can get in your investments.
Selling my car, that seems crazy.
You could work like crazy for a year and a half.
For another, yeah.
This just comes down to basic math. It's as simple as that. I'm not putting your emotions into this because at this point it doesn't matter. Math wins.
Yeah. I mean, the goal, I think, is increasing the income.
That'll help, but you can't have fun either. Okay. Increasing income just to have more fun. No, that doesn't work. You want to cut down the time you're not having fun by increasing the income.
Cut down all fun.
Yeah. It's a temporary sacrifice. You'll be 28 when you can get back to all that stuff, or 29, depending what path you go down. And then you get to live a fantastic life, a controlled life this time, where you're not going into credit card debt and spending all your money every time you get a cent and touching your savings. But that's, again, we're far off from that. One thing that's critical in this, you need to get a budgeting app of any kind, or keep a spreadsheet, or use cash in envelopes, and we can talk about that afterwards if you have questions on that. But you need to, these items that we talked about in your budget need to be strict. You do not spend a single cent over what we talked about, so that you're actually able to put the money necessary towards the debts we talked about. It's not fun. It's not fun, but it's the consequences of the actions that you have done. And it is the dark tunnel before the incredible rest of the decades of your life, where you get a nice, new paid-for car at some point. You get to live in a nice apartment or house because you don't have to worry about all these minimum payments that are just eating you up. You get to invest a good proportion of your income, and congratulations, at some point you get to actually retire and not have to worry about freaking working. But this path right now, that's never even a possibility in the future if you continue down this path and don't address the root cause now. Root cause, your spending's bull. And you clearly don't understand the debt and credit cards, and hopefully I've demonstrated that.
Yeah, I think it's really important for me to pay this off. Yeah.
What are you actually going to do? Real world, you know yourself. What are you going to do?
Well, I know I'm actually going to work to increase my income outside of my the business that I'm already running. I can definitely do that. I have time to do that. I also have like a willingness to do that, to increase the income. And I feel like I'm willing to limit my eating out.
Why? If you know how bad this is, why not actually do what's necessary?
I feel like if I'm in a pinch, you know, and I need, like, if I'm working more and I fill my schedule.
Your pinch. Meal prep. Meal prep, and there'll never be a pinch. Continue. Well, you talked about raising your income.
Yes.
Bad news. That is not the issue here. You have a fantastic income, $80,000 a year. Great. You're spending. You're not willing to cut back is the problem. You're addressing the wrong issue. You're not getting to the core cause of this problem. Well, I'll tell you. Well, actually, before that, tell me about your investments. Where do you have in what? How much?
I have investments in Robinhood.
How much?
Right now, over 2,500.
Can I see it? What?
Oh, now it's down. 1,900.
Well, yeah, the markets are down. 1,900. Okay. Where are we in? I want to see your position specifically. Fun fact. Congratulations. Sell all of this right now. Pay off that top credit card. Yes. It doesn't matter. The returns you're going to get on that's not even close to the 1,000,000,000% interest rate you have on this credit card. The math doesn't work. Sell, pay. Sell, pay. You f***ed yourself in the past. Take accountability. Pay it off.
Really?
Yep. Yes.
That makes me like nervous because I mean, it's down. Should I wait? I'm like thinking, you know.
It doesn't matter at this point.
Up?
That's not that much money. That is not going to make or break your retirement. If it was something massive, we'd think about it. But that can pay off a card today and get this snowball rolling and get rid of these minimum monthly payments quicker. This cuts your monthly thing by one.
Right.
Just by doing that. Do it.
What about the taxes that come out of it?
You're down. You'll be able to tax loss harvest. You'll be able to claim some of the losses that you've had on that.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Can you open this? I'm assuming, knowing the market over the past year and a half, I'm just assuming the whole it's been down for a while. On the gains you've gained overall within the last, you've gained $90. You'll pay like 15% on $90. The taxes should not be a part of this conversation.
No.
Yeah, you'll pay it, but that's not a make or break for this.
It's not to pay the taxes on that.
On $90.
No.
You're going to pay like $12 in taxes.
To pay down a credit card, which I'll save the interest on.
Yeah, this one you're losing $41.99 in interest on a monthly basis. It's not even comparable. What other investments do you have?
Bitcoin.
How much?
Well, I invested over 3,000, but right now it's down
to we've recently had a bounce.
Yeah, it started to go up, which is good.
Yeah, what's it at?
1,888.
Cool. Sell it.
What?
Put it towards the next car. Yep.
This could go up.
It could.
It's over 3,000 I invested.
It could. I'll tell you what 100% will happen no matter what. These credit cards will keep killing you. Doesn't matter. Get back into that bullshit if you want to in the future. Right now, you are taking care of your past sins. You f***ed up. Take care of it. Be an adult.
Because I also have another account on here, $440.
Yep. Okay. Take it out. Take out all this money unless it's in like a Roth IRA or tax advantage deferred account. This makes no sense right now. You don't need this. Dude, I am so about investing you have no idea. But the interest rate on these credit cards do not mathematically justify being in that. Especially in a risky asset. The way your account is balanced. Into Bitcoin, you're like 50-50. It makes no sense. Sell it out all into this. And you're almost halfway done. You're almost halfway done with your credit cards at that point. Well, you're almost 2 cards done, but the other cards are just higher balances. Okay? Will you do that? Will you be an adult? Will you act like you're 27 years old and not 13?
I'm willing to sell Robinhood.
What the?
And I'm willing to sell the 440.
Why not Bitcoin?
Because it's going to go back up.
No, you don't know that.
I do.
You do not know that. Nobody knows that.
That's where faith comes in.
Okay, well, you're gambling. Like, I do have money in Bitcoin, and I hope it goes up. I do not know anything. You do not know anything. One thing I know for a fact, these credit cards are killing you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's what I think is actually going to happen. This is what I think. I'm going to be a little rude for a second, then I'll give you the final word. But this is what I think is actually going to happen. I think you're not going to cut back on food. You might do it for like a week because you have a fire lit under your butt, and then you'll see this video. You're like, okay, cool. So you'll cut back a little, and then you'll just continue going hard. You'll pay off $400 on a credit card, and then you'll spend $450. These will continue to be maxed out. Your car, you're not going to sell it. You're not going to get rid of your crypto and stuff like that. This is continue to build. You're never going to be able to get to a place of wealth within the next 10 years as this goes out. Just for example, one credit card, if you just do the minimum monthly payments, 9 years on the $1,932 balance, with everything you'll pay a total of $4,561, and that's not even if you purchase any more stuff. So I think you're going to continue into a dark hole of not doing this unless you actually take responsibility and do the sacrifices necessarily. Unfortunately, that is where I think we will be, and that makes me incredibly sad. And I hope and pray that I am beyond wrong. You can have the final word.
I have a question. What about there's different types of companies that settle out the loans and give a single payment where they close out that credit card.
You're talking about consolidating.
Consolidation, yeah.
Well, consolidating right now, you might be able to get an interest rate, well, your credit score, you might be able to get something like 15%. That doesn't make a difference. It could. What matters most right now, I'm good with consolidation if we have a ton of credit cards and the balances are high and the interest rates are high. 2 of these credit cards are not even accruing interest right now. And the smallest one that is accruing interest right now is $2,000. You can take care of that in a month. You can take care of that selling that crap, you know? So really we're at a point where I don't think it's a step that's necessary in here. You're just going to go crazy and take care of this instead of trying to take shortcuts.
So don't take that's a shortcut. Don't do that.
It can work in some context. I don't think it's going to be you're going to feel like you did something when you did that. And then you're going to take your foot off the gas.
Doing this plan that you've laid out. Like I'm going to feel like
if you consolidate, you're going to feel like you've done something. Like, ooh, cool. I've accomplished. Or we don't need to go crazy anymore. No, go crazy. Take care of this.
To really get it. Like to really get the pile up and just how deep this is.
Any final thoughts?
I mean, is there anything else suggested? I don't know.
There will be a lot of different conversations to be done when it comes to getting an emergency fund and investing and stuff, but you're well beyond that right now.
This is the first thing.
First thing. For Rachel, unfortunately, I'm not very optimistic, but I just hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm completely wrong. These really bad credit card debts, a terrible car debt, no student loans, as far as we talked about. No student loans, right? She's right next to me. No student loans. Cool. The rent's pretty high for her. A lot of these things, the minimum monthly payments, everything's bad, and the business is inconsistent. We're not budgeting. No emergency fund, no savings. We've drained things, and our portfolio for investing is pretty much all crypto. Hammer financial score, 2 out of 10. Make sure to check out all the fun things in the description, including my Instagram and Twitter. Don't forget to subscribe. Thanks.
I watched a super interesting study on caffeine. It was on Joe Rogan. A guy was talking about it, about caffeine, and how caffeine changed the entire world. Like before caffeine, people were just living within the cycles of the sun, etc. But when caffeine came, they started doing night shifts and double shifts and the Industrial Revolution. And the idea of the coffee break was launched by companies because why would you give your employees time off? If you gave them half an hour break and coffee, they made more money than if they carried on working. And caffeine's this miracle. And he made a really interesting point. He said most people live their lives caffeinated. And I'm thinking, yeah, I've had 20 coffees a day every single day since I can fucking remember. I can't remember what life's like without caffeine. I quit coffee for a week and there was absolutely zero advantages. I didn't sleep any better, really.
Turned into a beta.
I didn't sleep any better. I was tired all the time. I was late. Like, there was nothing good came of it. Yeah. I was just like, give me that fucking cup. Yeah. Give me 10 of them. Maybe you'll give me a heart attack. I don't know. But yeah, caffeine's a miracle.
When your body is tired, it will send signals to your brain to let it know that it's time for a rest. And what caffeine does is it blocks these signals. So really, you're not gaining any action.
I have 10 to 15 coffees a day every single day, and I will do to the day I die. Develop a coffee addiction. It's fantastic. There's nothing bad about caffeine. So I took a week off of coffee, and there was zero advantage. I didn't sleep any better. I felt pissed off. I didn't feel like I could focus as well. There was no benefit. I have 10 to 15 coffees a day every single day, and I haven't been awake without caffeine. Caffeine is a miracle drug. I drink endless coffee, and of course the Matrix will come along and say, too much coffee is bad for you, too much meat's bad for you. They say anything to make you weak and stupid. People don't understand that coffee changed the world. Before coffee and caffeine, we were living our lives in rhythm with the sun. We got up when the sun came up, we went down when the sun. With the Industrial Revolution and caffeine, the introduction of caffeine, we now had night shifts. Think about this. If a job introduces a coffee break, if a company says, stop working and drink this coffee, that's because the coffee you have is worth the time they let you not work because you make up for it plus some. That's how powerful it is. And what's actually interesting about me is when I think back, my entire reality is caffeinated. I haven't been awake without caffeine in years. Yeah. I drink coffee every single day. So I thought about this and I thought, maybe life's better without caffeine. So I took a week off of coffee and there was zero advantage. I didn't sleep any better. I felt pissed off. I didn't feel like I could focus as well. I was more tired, but I couldn't sleep any better. It was weird. I was just like, this isn't me. Now, obviously, I'm still a hyper-competitive individual. I still went to the gym. I still did my work. I'm still the top G. But I didn't feel as good.
No benefits.
There was no benefits. Yeah. So after a week, I had a cup of coffee, and it was like, the miracle is back. Develop a coffee addiction. It's fantastic. There's nothing bad about caffeine. I have 10 to 15 coffees a day every single day, and I will do to the day I die. Coffee's not a vice. I want the caffeine. Smoking's not a vice. I want the nicotine. These are drugs that I believe are genuinely good for me. I stick to the base. I have 10 to 15 coffees every day. That's what I have every day. It's the same number. When I stopped drinking it, I felt good. So I know that it does something. It was only 2 weeks ago. So I need no coffee. And I did it because I thought, you see these idiots. Take cold showers, don't drink coffee, read books. I knew they're full of shit because none of them have anything. They're all brokies. And if I were to ever meet any of these people in person, these self-help gurus, I could grab them by their necks and I could bring them to death. I know that they're not men. Right? I could destroy all of them. So I'm not interested in really talking to any of them, but I thought about the coffee thing, and I thought, well, my entire reality is caffeinated. Let me try life without it. And it was terrible. Coffee is a gift from God. Caffeine is beautiful, as is nicotine. Ingest as much as possible. And for any doctor who says that it's unhealthy, meet me in the cave. Because if I can still beat the shit out of you, then I don't want to hear your opinions on health. Yeah. Because I think I'll do just fine against any doctor who says coffee is a bad idea.
Work. I built it kind of for myself, so you're welcome to use it too. And
You can ask me any stock question. Should be that. Discord died. Anyway, thanks a lot, guys. Watch this.
Okay, what's up everybody? So I'm going to be going over some matchmaking today, and, you know, maybe Nice was right about something, some matchmaking. I'm just going to be going over that. Obviously, I don't have anything definitive to say about it, but, yeah, it's going to be a video talking about it, and maybe, finding out what's going on, because obviously something is going on. Okay, and so of course, we have Nice right here, his Platinum 2 account, a 46% rate. He blames jungle for, failing in this account, but his jungle is actually higher win rate than his overall on this account. He is 47.4% win rate jungle, and lower than that when you count top, mid, and support in addition to it. So it's not jungle that made him fail on this account, and yeah, he's just played horrible on this account. He inted it to the ground, and he kind of just, you know, he kind of abandoned it, right? Because it was just wasn't doing very well. Platinum 2 for a challenger player, that's like disgusting. You know, yeah, it makes sense that he will abandon it if he doesn't want to, like, actually try and really hard grind it, which obviously a really good player would be able to eventually grind it up. But, you know, he's not willing to do that, and he probably isn't skilled enough. But then when you look at Nice's new account, he's 63% win rate, almost masters now in Korea. And he's getting, like, after games, he's getting about as much as he loses, but he has a very high win rate, and his 30% is a lot better than his other account. Put these here, and then look at these here. Okay, and this is in lower elo, so he's playing in high diamond here, and here he's playing in platinum, right? Even like low platinum, almost gold elo, and he's losing a lot. So that makes you wonder, what's going on with matchmaking? I don't think that he's getting boosted, guys. It's possible, maybe win trading is possible. If any of you have good evidence of he's win trading or anything like that, I'd be happy to make a video on it. But again, I don't know if there is any evidence of that, and I don't really want to call him out for something that is fake. But then what's going on here? Obviously, there is something going on here, and it has to be, I mean, obviously, maybe he's improving a little bit, but it's not just him improving, okay? It's going to be something else, and it has to be involved in matchmaking. So Nice has obviously been talking a lot about matchmaking, and everyone in League of Legends knows that matchmaking has a little bit of odd stuff going on with it, right? Like, yeah, my goal here is just to explain why matchmaking might be allowing him to do this, and I'm going to go share a personal example, I guess, to show why matchmaking might be right. First, I want to show that video game companies are no strangers to having matchmaking that is, you know, it's really detrimental to player experience, and it's really only favoring those who want to, you know, make more money for the game and increase player retention and playtime. Okay, and so this is like something about Activision Blizzard, one of the biggest you know, gaming companies out there, like League of Legends is obviously Riot Games and Tencent. So it's a different company, but this is a example of a company. I don't think that League of Legends, Riot Games, and Tencent, you know, they're any better than this, but this is an example of very detrimental to player experience patent for matchmaking, and it's based off of microtransactions. So, for example, if the player purchased a particular weapon, the microtransaction engine may match the player in a gameplay session in which the particular weapon is highly effective. So this may be like a map or whatever, where that certain weapon will be like used to stomp players, and it's just extra good. Like maybe it's a close range map if it's a shotgun or whatever, or I don't know, I don't play too many games, but that are made by Blizzard. But, like, that's just an example of what it could be, right? And this may encourage players to make more future purchases and achieve similar gameplay results. So League of Legends may have the same thing with new players, and that would be like what I'm trying to get to the bottom of here, because this account is a new account, right? This account, he entered it to the ground, and he has been playing on it for a long time. But a new account, they might have incentive to make you win more, right? And so the reason that maybe Neef didn't win that much when he was on this account at the very start of it is he just played that bad. He literally played so bad that he entered the new account to the ground, even with the boosted matchmaking. And then on this one, he didn't quite enter the ground. He just played average, and they're fine. Okay, now I want to share the personal example. So here I am actually currently the rank 1 Irelia NA and rank 2 World with a 70% rate in Masters. Now I am like mostly this Master Diamond player. So then how would you wonder, how do I hit 70% win rate Masters playing without any duo ever? That really is my question. So I actually posted this on the r/Irelia main subreddit. I said I hit rank 1 Irelia NA and I wanted to share my thoughts about matchmaking. And it's that you pretty much never get put on loser's queue if you're on a new account. And again, obviously I think this can happen sometimes for new accounts, but I think if you like go on a streak or stuff for a new account especially, they will encourage that even more, and it will let you go on a very high win streak. And again, I think it is possible it will level out eventually, but maybe not yet. And then this guy, obviously some people here are starting to agree. So this guy said, my Smurf account gets consistently way better matchmaking than my main account, and I play different roles on both accounts too. When I try to play ADC on my main account, I win 20% of the time, but on my Smurf, it's a 65% win rate with ADC. Not to mention the overall win rate is better. When the season first started, I thought that both accounts were going to do great. I eventually hit a 60% win on my main account, but as I approached more, I peaked late season. Or last season. I hit a really bad 8-game loss streak with AFK/inter/tilted, etc. Now I lose more LP than I gain from wins on the account. Meanwhile, my Smurf is actually a whole tier above my main. So yeah, many people here are saying the Smurf is actually above their main, and that's pretty much similar here. And yeah, this is really what I want to talk about. Like, if you're a new player, obviously the chances of you playing the game permanently go up. And most people here are saying that it's very possible, and that they see it themselves too. Like this person said, oh yeah, definitely, my Smurf account is going to surpass my main Masters. First accounts are crazy, and if you get a good win rate, you can like easily surpass them, and it's really easy to get a good win rate too. So that's clearly something that is an example of it. And then there are so many other posts. This is an example of a guy posting an r/Guaranteed saying that he bought a Masters account and went positive win rate despite being like a platinum player. And obviously I think that you know, the difference between Masters on NA is not that much more insane than platinum. That like you can get lucky and still win a bunch, but it was after a 33 game sample size, which is somewhat large, right? So he won the majority of them, and that does show a little bit, at least a little bit of evidence that, you know, maybe there is something going on. Maybe this account that he bought, since it was probably a new account, would be, you know, favorably matchmaking, and so that's why he got to win the majority of them, even if he probably got gapped a bunch of the time. And I mean, there are so many patterns here. He talked about too for other games: engagement optimization matchmaking, skill-based matchmaking, and gamers using the data against you from everything from like chat logs to match you with players. They also use like ping and stuff in a lot of games to match you with players. And you know, the matchmaking in League of Legends, it's so complicated. We probably will never get a full understanding of it unless it gets leaked. So. Okay, but when you look at the basic guide of building and player rotation matchmaking, it literally says this. So one of the first and most important things is matchmaking new players with bots, okay? And that makes sense. It's for player rotation, right? You want new players to continue playing the game, okay? You want them to continue playing. And this would be kind of like the same thing, but with ranked, just instead of bots, it's just with worse players. You'd be matchmaking people in ranked with worse players. I mean, I don't think it's too crazy to say that they're doing the same thing in ranked, but with instead of bots, bad players, and he's just getting matched against worse players. I mean, when you look at his account here, his premier stats are literally way worse, and what should be supposed to be a lower hero. Now again, I'm not a huge conspiracy theorist, and I'm saying that this could not be true, right? I'm not saying it's definitively true, it's just all me, like, talking here, and I want to hear what you guys think about in the comments before I jump to any major conclusions. But, like, I don't know, like, there's almost no other explanation here for it, that, except for that something is actually wrong with matchmaking, and that in a way Neith was right, but he was right in a very way. And, obviously Neith, whatever he spouts out, it's just very subjective. I'm trying to be as objective as I can here, but obviously that's a bit hard when I don't have that much data. I'm just going off a couple of accounts, and, yeah, there are so many anecdotal stories here. People in my comments have been talking to me about this for quite a while now, so I finally wanted to give them a bit of a voice and talk about that. Just because, like, it really seems to be true. I mean, I know there's someone in my comments saying that he is a Masters player or something, or he said almost GM on his first account, but he's only like low diamond on his main. So That's pretty interesting to me. I mean, I don't know. I feel like at some point there become so many anecdotal stories that it starts to become a bit of a fact. Okay, like obviously my story is one, like getting 70% plus 100 masters when I'm like usually not even able to hit masters on like a main account very easily. It kind of shows that like there's something going on with matchmaking, right? And whatever it might be, I don't know, but it definitely favors Merc accounts sometimes. And yeah, there's just too much anecdotal data to back it up. So let me know about your stories in the comments down below. Hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll see y'all later. Yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
To be practiced because the Dean is clear.
An ally has been slain.
Be comfortable with ideas such as homosexuality, for example.
Okay.
So it's nowhere near similar. The difference is
I don't care. Well, I mean, the people in the Middle East are literally killing themselves over the differences in their religion and other issues, right? So, I mean, yeah, it seems like they're a pretty big disagreement. I'm just saying it's not obviously a clear-cut thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing is completely unanimous where 100 out of 100 people completely agree on how a certain verse is interpreted or how a certain law needs to be put into place, obviously. But for the vast majority of Muslims, we are in agreement as to how our faith should be practiced. And for the vast majority of those Muslims, they cannot coexist within Muslims or within liberal society whatsoever.
Okay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to exist for those guys. But I mean, like, where does that like a fundamental impact?
Of course, you described this. Yeah, of course, you described us as savages online.
Well, what you're describing is savagery. Yeah, of course.
What is savagery about what I'm describing?
Killing somebody for posting a picture of your furry man is savage. It's savagery. Yeah.
No. Get this correct. I said that it's completely 100% correct. If, let's say, somebody punched you in the mouth, I have no problem with it. Just like if I were to go out of my way and disrespect somebody's mother and they were to punch me in my mouth, that is 100% within their right. That is what I believe. Now, do I believe that somebody needs to fucking chop your head off? Absolutely not. I do not agree with that. So you need to get it correct because you keep trying to take me to this corner where I'm saying that I am comfortable with people killing you, which I am not.
Okay. It doesn't really change what I'm saying, but just like the violence in response to somebody disrespecting your shitty religion, it's just this fundamental incompatible with my view of society. So, but I mean,
and you're willing to 100% take on the mantle of an Islamophobe, right? You believe in it.
If that's what Islamophobia means, then sure, fuck Islam.
Then define. No. 1 second. Define Islamophobia according to you.
I don't. Let's see. As a liberal, in Western society, my beliefs on how society should be ran are incompatible with people who think it's okay to respond with violence to people that make fun of their religion. So if that makes me Islamophobe, then I'll be an Islamophobe. If you think it's a core tenet, if you think it's a core tenet of Islam to respond with violence to people that post pictures of the Prophet, then fuck those people. If that makes me Islamophobic, then sure.
Okay, so I'll ask you again, because that didn't answer my question whatsoever. Define Islamophobia to me according to what you believe it is. What is Islamophobia?
Colloquially speaking, Islamophobia usually means you hate Muslims. I don't hate Muslims, but I don't like Islam, and I don't like violent Muslims that are defending Islam with violence. But like most Muslims in the United States aren't like that. They're generally pretty chill here. I don't know where the fuck you're from, but
I have a question. Get us on some kind of track, right? Apologies, I've been desperately DMing the people who are supposed to show. We'll make do. So you mentioned that you don't find it acceptable for people to make violent threats based on making fun of their religion online. Where to you, just so we can get a baseline here, when do you find violence acceptable? Like, at what point does someone cross a line, and once that line is crossed, it's like, okay, violence is okay to do. You, Destin.
I'm not Destin.
I mean, violence is okay in self-defense, I guess. Like, generally, when I have to do violence or violence mandated by the state for the purpose of enforcing like laws and stuff.
Okay, so if someone is verbally abusive under no circumstances,
No, if somebody calls them a mean name, you go and attack them. Fuck, it's insane. In my opinion.
What do you think? Obviously, you have different opinions, Karatos, but for you, Karatos, where is that line? You are obviously okay if someone's mocking religion. How, like, does it have to reach a certain level of mockery, or any mockery whatsoever can be answered with violence at the drop of a hat? Does it have to be a repeated offense? Well, what is your where are your lines, Karatos?
No, absolutely. I believe that since you cannot police or figure out people's intentions and what they believe inside, right? I'd say if somebody is coming to you with constructive criticism or with criticism of any kind when it comes to your faith, I believe that that should be actually listened to and you should engage with it. But if people are purely coming to disrespect your faith and to ridicule everything that you hold near and dear to your heart, then I believe 100% it is justified, without a shadow of a doubt, to be violent, 100%. Because I'll tell you this much, right? If you misgender a transgender person, would Destiny not consider that to be a sort of violence against them? Would he not consider it an attack?
I don't know.
That hurts them or that may lead them? No, he's free to answer when I'm done talking. Or would he not consider that, first of all, transphobia, right? And second of all, leading a person that may be vulnerable into possibly hurting themselves even more? What would you say to that, Destiny?
Man, you know, you got me. I'm a huge simp for those trans people. No.
Clearly you're not, but I'm
Yeah,
just interested
obviously
in your take.
not. Is it transphobic? Yeah, it could be, but I don't think you can respond to transphobia with violence.
No, I'm not saying that they although some of them do respond with violence.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
saying,
don't approve of that.
Would it not be considered in some sort of ways violent for you to misgender somebody, especially if their mental state is so unstable that they believe themselves as something? Because apparently, at last time I checked, you claim to believe in reality, and that's why you don't believe in mysticism, and that's why you don't believe in religion.
I mean, you can call it a type of violence, sure, but like if we're gonna find violence broadly as that, actual physical violence.
No, I'm just curious. So your line is physical violence. What you have a big problem against is physical violence. That's it.
That's a pretty big deal, yeah.
No, I mean, sure, but if I were to misgender somebody and they were to go kill themselves, that would also be considered fucked up. I would say that that is way more fucked up than, let's say, a Muslim going out of his way to jumping you or something, and then maybe giving you a black eye. Wouldn't that make sense?
No, I disagree. I mean, unless we're
How
talking
would
like
you disagree?
targeted bullying, where you're like DMing this person, you're getting your whole crew to like gang stalk somebody or whatever. No, just misgendering somebody is not a call for return to violence. No, bullying somebody isn't something you can respond to with violence. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Bullying someone. Well, you mentioned certain types of bullying might elicit kind of a moral response to you. If you were being harassed every day, constantly.
Yeah, like if some dude was like running in front of you every day, screaming in your face or something. I'm sure at some point, but like just like much worse.
So you're saying, okay, so 1 second. So does it depend on the amount of times that it happens?
I mean, yeah,
Right.
it could depend on amount of times, proximity. There are some things where theoretically it could be bad, but like it's gonna be pretty hard to get there on the internet for like normal people, I think.
What? Weren't you the same man that wanted to kill somebody for DDoSing you a few years ago? I wouldn't say that it's an insane line that is impossible. Of course, if you don't consider yourself normal, then ignore everything that I'm saying.
Am I the same man who wanted to kill somebody who was cutting away all of my income, who I had no recourse to the FBI or the police when I had a child support and a house to care for, and a guy was basically slashing my tires every single day when I was trying to go into work? Yeah, I was getting pretty desperate in that situation, correct. Are you trying to prove a point?
Okay, so, oh no, let me get somewhere. So, you are comfortable with not only violence, but killing somebody, even though they didn't hurt you physically, or they didn't do anything to you other than cut your source of income.
Yeah, if somebody was,
if somebody was
like,
somebody.
yeah, I guess if somebody was cutting your source of income every day that you used to support your family, then yeah, I probably would. Yeah, go for it. If you came outside every single day and some guy was slashing your tires and he wouldn't stop and you called the police and nobody wanted to do anything, despite having proof for it, you're like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna have to attack this dude and maybe even kill him. Yeah, sure, go for it. I think that's okay.
So you're claiming that this same person that was DDoSing you was also slashing your tires? Or I don't think that's
it's the
You're just using
it's the equivalent.
So you're telling me because you were DDoSed and you weren't able to provide for your family, you would 100% resort and you would justify, you would still stand by it today?
Yeah, of course.
According to you. So till this day you stand by it because there's plenty of things that you say you do not stand by it, that you cringe at because it happened in the past. So is this one not one of those things?
No, this is something I would stand by, absolutely. This is like an easy, yeah, of course.
So just because your income is being cut, it justifies you killing somebody. Now how does that put it at a higher level than how Muslims hold the Prophet?
Because
explain that one.
Because it's not even remotely close to the same. What do you mean? Your income is tied to your ability to provide for the survival of your family. Whether or not
it wasn't the only way that you could provide for your family. Let's be serious now, right? It's not like your life is completely forfeit and your family is going to die because you can't stream on Twitch.
No, but why would I let a random third party attack my main source of income? I mean, theoretically, anybody could work a different job, but like...
And you're telling me that that wouldn't be the logical next step to take? The logical next step to
why
take
the fuck would you let a guy essentially rob $80,000 a year from you? Fuck no, that's insane.
Okay, so you're telling me that your next logical step to that was not to go get a job, was because that you were being robbed off of $80,000 a year, that it would 100% make sense to go kill that person.
Yeah, if they wouldn't
stop. So how does that make you? So how does that make you different from these so-called extremists that you face on Twitter?
Is somebody losing income when I post a picture of Muhammad?
No, again.
Is somebody being threatened when I post a picture of Muhammad?
No, let me answer you.
Well, no, wait, answer. Make it analogous. Let's make it analogous now.
No, I'm answering you, right? I literally did. You didn't listen previously, so I'll repeat myself
so
again.
nobody's being harmed, nobody's losing income. It's not comparable.
The reason that you did not, the reason that you felt so strongly about that person that you wanted to kill him is because not only you, but your child and your wife were at risk, that they were losing income. Yet you completely dismiss the fact that Muslims hold the Prophet in equal regard to their parents, if not higher. So why wouldn't they feel disrespected that you are tarnishing his name and giving his image a bad life to all these people that are consuming your content, that are following you on Twitter?
The connection doesn't make... The connection is not working.
There is 100% a connection. The reason why you felt so strong and you wanted to kill the person was because they were putting your family at risk. They were putting your ability to put food on the table at risk.
Yeah.
So you love these people and you wanted to provide for them.
Yes.
Right?
Am I threatening somebody's ability to
again.
It's not a one to anything. It's not even remotely possible.
It absolutely is, because you're not listening to me. I'm telling you the fact that Muslims hold the Prophet in such high regard that they wouldn't take and they wouldn't tolerate any sort of disrespect, especially coming from somebody that has absolutely no right moral framework whatsoever.
I don't care. It doesn't matter if you. No, it's not even targeted towards the person. What do you mean? You don't have the right to go around and be so fucking defended that you want to kill somebody because they make fun of your fairy god. That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
and to compare that to somebody. Wait, can I finish one sentence? Can I finish one thing before he like soys the fuck out?
You gotta let him finish his point, and then you can respond. I promise you. There's only two of you here, so we'll have all the time in the world. Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah. Posting pictures online of somebody does not represent a material harm or threat to another person. If you want to do some crazy mental gymnastics to make that the equivalent of attacking somebody's job, that's fine.
Wait, does
but
it
like
not?
I said,
So images
wait,
are
can I
fine.
finish?
Bro,
Can I
I thought I
finish?
would mute you.
Can you mute him? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you want to do some crazy mental gymnastics to make that the same or similar to threatening somebody's livelihood, that's fine. But I'm going to say that religious viewpoint is incompatible with my view of society. I would have all of those people removed from whatever fucking spectrum thing. That's really wrong.
Go ahead.
So this man just said that images do not equate harm in any way, shape, or form. That images should 100% just be allowed. If somebody wanted to post images of the Holocaust, let's say, and just joke about it.
Sure, knock
that there's
yourself out. Yeah,
nothing
go for
harmful,
it.
There is nothing harmful or anti-Semitic about it whatsoever.
Well, I didn't say there wasn't anything harmful or anti-Semitic. I'm just saying that harmful and anti-Semitic images can't be responded to with fucking violence.
No. You just said that you are not harming anybody by posting the images that you did.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
You just fucking said that.
Hi, guys.
Can you hear me? Yes. Give us a second, Mark. You're a little late. We're gonna let them go out a little bit, and then we'll get to Toronto. Yes. Well, I'll ask that. Yes. Holocaust pictures or other photos. Do you think it's right to do violence?
No, of course not. The term I used earlier was material. If you're like actually damaging somebody's livelihood.
You fucking did it.
I literally did. There's tons of ways you can harm somebody. For instance, you gave me that transphobic example earlier, and I said, yeah, that probably would be transphobic, which would probably be harmful. But I said, I don't think you would respond to that with violence. You literally gave me that example earlier, remember? So I don't think you can respond to all forms of harm, especially if we're defining harm very broadly. It's insane.
No, what I asked you was, you say that you do not consider posting the image of by the camera or of the prophet, right? You say that these are not harmful. That's what you said. That's what
I
you
never
stated.
said that. Somebody people might consider that harmful, which I'm fine with. That's okay. You can't respond to picture harm with violence. That's insane.
Okay. Would you feel the same if someone was posting pictures of your address? Like,
no. Obviously, that's a different thing because we're not talking about a picture there. That's like saying, like, what if somebody posted a picture that contained the exact instructions to create like a nuclear pipe bomb? So, no, obviously not. But the issue there isn't the picture of the. It's not the picture. It's that you're giving instructions for somebody to do harm to something. So, like, if you, for instance, if you posted a picture of like my house and my kid outside, that would probably not be okay. But not because you're posting like an offensive picture, because it's like a call to violence.
Obviously, fucking doxing somebody is completely different.
Sure, I was just because we gave it.
Okay, no, I understand, but okay, so you're telling me if somebody fucking posted deepfake child porn of your kid, you wouldn't want to kill that person?
Yeah, I probably would, but I wouldn't.
Okay. So you what? Get the fuck out of here! That is such a non-answer.
Stop.
It's not a non-answer at all. There's a lot of things that
You
people
said
do.
you would, but I wouldn't.
Ratos, I will mute you again.
There's a lot of things that people can make you do in life that might make you want to kill that person. There's a difference between having a desire to do something versus saying it's morally permissible to do. These are two fundamentally. That's why I kept asking you, is it okay for somebody to threaten violence towards me if I make fun of a comment? You can say, well, I wouldn't approve. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care if you approve. I'm not asking. We're having a conversation on moral. It's ethical to do so. There are going to be some things in society that are going to be understandable. That probably would be ethical. If a guy went into his park and another dude like smacked his son, and the guy like killed the guy for doing it, like ethically that's probably not okay. Like, I understand why the dude would do it. These are different questions. If you want to ask me questions, be precise.
At this point, what I want to do is introduce Uzmark, who initially came to me with this source. I'm assuming daylight savings threw you off.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, I came back just to my computer. I just went outside for a moment. I came back and I was like, oh shit, it's already started. I assumed it was going to start at 3 o'clock. For me here, it's 2:30 in the morning, so I don't know what happened. I think daylight savings.
No, I get it. I almost fucked up.
But I wanted to give you a chance. We've gotten into it a little bit, but I know you were the one who initially reached out to me and said you had a lot of problems with some of the things that Destiny has said and the interactions he's had. So I wanted to give you a chance to kind of hash that out and kind of give us why did you reach out to me? What caused you to want to talk to Destiny about what he's done?
Yeah, so I wrote a little opening statement, but I suppose it's moot now because we've already jumped into it.
No, if I can read it, why not? Go for it.
Okay, sure, why not? I'll go for it. So right away, I want to say that I'm not an Islamic scholar, right? I'm not an expert in Islamic theology. If during the course of this discussion any of those topics come up, just know that I'm like, don't take what I say as gospel. Like I don't. All I can say is just what upon my knowledge, and that's should be taken just as that. So like if we touch upon the topic of like, is Islam a force for good or ill or not? Like I think we're gonna have trouble coming to some like any real conclusions and overcoming the fundamental differences in the philosophical like foundations. Like the definition of good and for a divine command theorist is just doesn't exist for a moral anti-realist. So it's going to be a difficult discussion to have if we touch on that. For the topics that concerned Destiny's tweeting, my goal isn't to woke skull Destiny for being like for being Islamophobic or for being an Islamophobe. Like I've seen people try similar things before and it's been an effort in futility, really. But I do think a discussion or acknowledgement of Islamophobia is pertinent, as it's an issue that frames this whole discussion. I've tried to keep my aim clear and concise. It's to argue that the reactions of Muslims, as outrageous as they've been, should not be characterized as fragility, as Destiny often and repeatedly has. And if you do see it as fragility, it's a rational, logical, and warranted fragility, at least from an Islamic perspective. And it's also...
Let's ask directly, what about the death threats and other such calls to violence to Destiny that you think, do you find reasonable?
So we have to look at this from like an Islamic perspective to understand like whether you would characterize the death threats or the silencing of someone as fragility. So like the Islamic outrage that Destiny has experienced, right, is at least, I think, rationally and logically commensurate with mocking the Prophet. From an Islamic perspective, it's internally consistent. So, like, to characterize it as fragility is extremely harmful and it's pernicious. And as well as the other things that Destiny has said, that Muslims are violent and such and so forth, we can talk about that later on in the future. But I think to characterize Muslims as fragile, and the connotations that go along with that is extremely pernicious.
Can we, just on asking for that definition, with that definition of fragility, isn't by definition then literally nobody fragile? Like if I use that same thing, so like let's say for instance somebody comes out and they say like, oh, like I think that white people are like the mayonnaise of people, and somebody's like, that's horrible, that's evil, I can't believe you'd say that, and you're like, oh well, you're fragile. Couldn't I wheel out this explanation and say, well, within the context of a society where this individual feels like their whiteness is under attack and it's being heralded by the media as a great thing to shut on white people, he's actually not being fragile. Like I feel like from an individual's perspective, they're never really being fragile. No? Like,
sure. Yeah, something can be fragile. Everything could be fragile, or nothing could be fragile, depending on some person's personal subjective experience.
Sure.
But I think if we can agree on some fundamentals, or if you can understand the Muslim perspective, at least to a degree, I've put forth a little syllogism for you. If you can somewhat understand or agree with them, even slightly, I think we shouldn't characterize Muslims as fragile for how they've been acting. So, premise one, the Prophet is an ultimate example for mankind from now until the end of time. He's central to the Islamic faith, which is humanity's key to heaven and the afterlife. If his example is obscured, humanity's salvation is threatened. Two, mocking the Prophet has no benefit, unlike a critique or investigation into something that you may disagree with, other than to reduce the gravity of the Prophet, other than to reduce his gravity and his authority. And worst of all, it potentially obscures the historical record of his example. Obscuring the historical record of the Prophet's example is a threat to all humanity. Therefore, mocking the Prophet should be silenced. Now, we can discuss the soundness of it, and we can discuss the premises. But if we can agree to its validity, I think we can also agree that Muslims shouldn't be characterized as fragile, not irrationally fragile.
Sure. Can I ask you directly? Do you believe that? Do you believe? So you are a practicing Muslim, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. So do you believe that the Prophet Muhammad is the key to mankind's salvation?
I do. Yes.
I do. So do you think, right, like that? Do you feel threatened when he is mocked? Do you feel like humanity is threatened when he is mocked?
Me personally?
Yes, you personally.
No, not necessarily. Okay. No, I don't. Not me personally.
So, being that you are a practicing Muslim, right? Being that you are a practicing Muslim and you share the faith, right? What is the difference between you and someone, a Muslim who would feel that way, who would feel personally threatened over all this?
Well, it's about the
Is it
even
fragility?
Yeah, it's about the even slightest. It's not about fragility. It's about warranted or irrational, unwarranted fragility. If there's even the slightest chance that a inaccuracy of the prophet crystallizes, then the entire concept of humanity, the entire faith, is threatened. Now, I might not necessarily think that Destiny's tweets in particular are threatening that concept or threatening the Islamic faith, but you have to understand that the Islamic faith is a faith from now, or sorry, from when the prophet was conceived until the end of time. And so there has to be Islamically some logical structure to protect that. It's meant to be from the people like talking about the prophet in the desert sands, to Destiny talking on Twitter, to the fucking humanity when we're all half cyborgs, and even after that when the apocalypse has happened and we're all back to sticks and stones. So even though I might necessarily personally right now feel threatened by Destiny's tweets, I can absolutely understand the logical chain which causes someone to make threats towards this thing.
Do you feel that's justified?
So I mean, like, so to be clear, the argument that you've given me is valid. But to be clear, this syllogism could be given for literally anything. Like, here's the problem with this syllogism, is like, I feel like I could theoretically plug this into two different groups that would become incompatible in society. So for instance, if you say, premise one, that Muhammad provides like this clear, obvious like example for how we should act, like I could theoretically provide like Jesus here, or whatever, I don't know what the main prophet Jewish people care about or whatever is, right? But like, I could plug that person in there. And then for number two, where we talk about how your second part of your premise two, that mocking the prophet has no benefit, right? There's no reason to do that. Somebody might consider worshiping another god as being a vain act that is mocking, you know, their true god or their true prophet. Theoretically, I could poise these two syllogisms against one another, where they're equivalent, but they just have different like stand-in figures for who the prophet is in Prophets 1 or 2. And then in that case, now I've generated both I've generated internally valid conclusions on both sides that now pits religious groups against each other in like violent holy wars. That's not acceptable to me. Yeah.
Sure, but that's why I specifically talked about mocking. What goal does mocking have other than to ridicule? There is no
well,
goal.
I mean, like, it depends on how you define mocking, right?
Yeah, well, and that's why Islamically you believe that you shouldn't, we can talk about the definition of mocking, sure. But Islamically you believe that we shouldn't mock anyone's God. That we specifically do not mock their gods in reference to take specifically. Yeah, you shouldn't mock anyone's gods.
Okay. I mean, if you want to say that mocking is only making fun of, I feel like I've heard the phrase in religious context is like making a mockery of, could be like worshiping a false idol or worshiping another god. If you want to narrow that down in premise two, then I mean, again, I guess I can accept that your syllogism is internally valid. Obviously, I'm going to fight on the soundness of it because I don't agree with it. But I would still reject that this is like a syllogism that should be embraced in society. But if you're back up, I'm sorry. If you're only making the claim that the person isn't fragile, I would also fight on those grounds, because I think that if we're going to argue over the fragility of somebody, we're probably going to be talking about the soundness of an argument on validity, because you can make a ton of valid arguments that would make it so essentially nobody is fragile, right?
Sure. So we can discuss the soundness, and you, Malik, potentially, and you probably might come to the conclusion that Muslims may still be fragile from your perspective. But I think if anyone can, that argument is not necessarily to you. It's the argument is, if anyone can understand that and can reason with it at all, that's when Muslims shouldn't consider it.
Well, it's not about it being irrational. I'm saying that the reason why nobody should consider this argument is then, again, by this argument, nobody is fragile. Right? A trans person that gets misgendered and then wants to kill people, well, they're not being fragile. Like, when trans people are made fun of, it makes them kill themselves, right? So I could construct a syllogism showing that making fun of trans people leads to suicide. You know,
so therefore people should make fun of trans people, sure.
Yeah, and that like people aren't fragile. But like again, I could construct a syllogism to make nobody fragile. Like literally nobody will be fragile at that point. So it kind of defeats the purpose of the word, right?
Please explain that again. How no one will be fragile.
Okay, give me an example.
I can understand how everyone might be fragile.
Well, no, give me an example of like who could be considered fragile ever. Like for instance, let's say I go online and let's say, sure. So let's say that I say something like, oh, like you know, fuck rap. I hate rap and the black people that made it. And then somebody online is like, oh no, fuck you. I'm gonna kill you. And I go, oh, well, you sound pretty fragile. that person could theoretically argue, well, black people have been under attack in the United States for a long time. I feel like our lives are constantly under threat by white folks and by police, and by you engaging in criticism of us that's baseless and just a mockery, I feel like it puts us at threat. Therefore, no, I'm not being casual. Like, this represents a real threat to me.
I think you're missing premise one. Premise one says that, you know, that a Muslim, that the Prophet Muhammad is central to the Islamic faith. If someone believes, a black person believes that rap is central to being a black person, then that reaction, that fragility might have more merit to it.
Well, it might not, it doesn't necessarily have to be that the rap is central. I'm just saying that the for premise one, it's just the idea that like making fun of any part of like black culture is necessarily like attacking all black people or something.
I want to ask, do we not think mockery, and this is a little bit of an aside, but I am curious, do we not think mockery serves a purpose? Mockery absolutely, in my opinion, would serve a purpose. Things that, some things deserve to be mocked. Some things should be mocked, because mockery tends to make them less powerful. It tends to diminish their standing in society. Certain views are absolutely things that I would mock, and I would hope others would mock too, and make a mockery of. When we make things a mockery, we take away their power in a lot of ways. And I can understand, right, while you wouldn't want your belief structure or religion mocked because it does take away the power, we could imagine scenarios where there are other groups like Nazism, like activism, whatever, that, yeah, that should be mocked because we absolutely want to take it away. What about you, Fronta? What do you think? Do you think mockery serves a purpose?
I mean, other than disrespect and ridicule and betraying people, I don't see any other use for mockery, but I would love to know.
Oh, there's a great purpose for mockery. Yeah, it's funny. It's fun.
Yeah, but no. Other than saying that it's funny, other than saying
humor is a really
hilarious,
big part of our lives.
What other justification is there for you posting what you did?
None. It's just funny as fuck.
So you're telling me you just woke up one day and decided, you know what, I'll decide to post this? I think it's hilarious.
Me?
Is that the only reason that you did it?
Yeah, basically, it was fucking hilarious.
You said it not because
you jumped on part, right?
Because I couldn't fucking believe it. And I'll tell you why I couldn't believe it. Because I know you understand the consequences that come from disrespecting Islam. You've made fun of Sneeko for it. You've made fun of your friend for it.
Whoa, hold on. Let's be clear. No, yeah, I made fun of Sneeko for backing off, not for making fun of him.
Yes,
I made fun of him.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
You made fun of him because he backed off since people gave him a hard time for his mockery of the prayer, and he did the whole panel with the 3 Muslims and Young Don, and you made fun of him because ever since then, when the topic of Islam comes, he turns into a fucking pussy. He doesn't even ask the logical questions that any Muslim would ask. So you knew the consequences that come from mocking Islam. So even with the knowledge that you had, you still went ahead and you did what you did. But all of a sudden, once you face the consequences, you turned into a fucking pussy, and you started to cry about Elon and how nobody's getting banned for coming at you. Now, how does that make any sense?
How does it not make sense? I don't think just because
where's the accountability in that?
What do you mean accountability? I don't think the accountability for making fun of some religious people is that like people can make death threats that are against the TOS. I was just curious how nobody got banned. Yeah.
Make this make sense for me. If I saw 10 motherfuckers get smacked for saying the N-word, for example, or the S-word, whatever the fuck, right? And then I joined in line, knowing fully well each and every person that said it got smacked for it. And then I said it. Do I not deserve to get smacked? Just off of principle. Just off of principle.
No, I would say
absolutely.
No. But I don't believe in like violence for hurt. That's not a thing that I.
Do you never? Is that a principle, fundamental axiom that you stand by?
I mean, assuming we're not talking like making threats or something. Yeah.
No, we're talking pure mockery.
Yeah, for
the man
mockery.
said,
so where does harassment factor into this? Where does an insult become harassment? And why is a harassment?
An insult can become
harassment.
An insult can become harassment very quickly. But I don't think you can respond to harassment with violence.
Ever?
I mean,
well, I mean, I'm sure we could.
We wouldn't even fucking.
Practice.
You gotta let him respond. Destiny's gonna address. Let Destiny respond. You will have your say. I promise.
Yeah, I'm sure in good faith I could probably think of like if there's some kid that's getting surrounded by like 4 people like outside a bus stop every single day and they're constantly insulting whatever, then maybe. Like I'm sure that we can think of some egregious forms of harassment if I'm being like super good faith, where maybe I could understand like a violent reaction. But in general, no, I don't think you ever respond to harassment or mockery with violence. No.
So we can agree. So it's not a principle that you have. It's not an axiom. You can respond with violence in some respects.
Yeah, there might be some, if I'm being super good faith, but generally no.
You don't believe that you respond with violence to any sort of damn near all the time. Not like 100% of the time.
Well,
right?
we could think of some speech, like if somebody's like doing like a cult of violence.
Not a cult of not a cult of violence. Not doxing. Like I said. Like fucking degenerate, disgusting things.
No, degenerate, disgusting, heinous things, but not responding to.
No, hold on.
Deep fake
When
porn
I
of my child, my wife.
Deep fake porn of your child.
Both of you.
Sorry.
Okay.
No, okay, okay, I won't say it again. Okay, I'll.
You're physically incapable of stopping. I have to stop you. This can't go on, okay? I don't like to hit the buttons, but I will. Anyway, finish your question to Destiny, but then you gotta let Destiny answer, okay? Go ahead.
Destiny have an affirmative action and full action. You gotta speak up for him every 10 seconds. He's a grown boy, okay? He's a big boy. Anyways, the man said that he wouldn't even fucking lay a finger on the dude that would do such a thing. Now, last time I said kill, right? And I could understand how, like, somebody could justify not killing. But you're telling me that even if somebody were to do that, you would not even lay a finger on them.
No, we have a legal system for that. That's how society's supposed to work. That's what makes us civilized and not savages.
But if the legal system does not respond,
no, Destiny,
you're comfortable in doing so, right? You're comfortable. Because when they didn't respond to the DDoS fucking,
what do you think?
The DDoS and all
the
that shit,
DDoS
then
thing wasn't somebody just harassing me. It was somebody cutting off my income. They were causing me material harm.
Yeah, but you... Okay, you're telling me it's not harmful to have that type of shit out
Material, money, property, stuff is being lost.
That's the only thing you give a fuck about?
When it comes to responding with violence, yes. The only other thing to care about is your ego, which I don't think you can respond to with violence.
How the fuck is it? Okay, how the fuck is that example egotistical in any way?
Okay, Uzman, go ahead.
Yeah, but Destiny, but how do you deal with the fact that your opinion is actually a minority view? Your opinion, your view is subjectively your own, but it's an extremist one. When you look online and when you look at research done on people's opinions on free speech, America, I think, is one of only a handful of nations in which majority of people think that insults and mocking other people's opinions should be allowed.
Thanks.
Like, how do you
I love this
that?
country.
Like,
you're asking me how do I square the fact
No,
that
but
my
so then-
country
no,
is
but-
very extreme when it comes to freedom of speech?
Okay,
I love it. That's
so
one of my
would you
favorite things
stand
about
by
this
the
country.
accusation that 70% of people are uncivilized and savage? If that's your characterization, that responding with physical violence, be that by someone's own individual hands or by the state apparatus, is uncivilized and savage, wouldn't then 70% of the population be savage?
I don't know how I would judge them based on my country's standards, right? When you're in a different country, you react in a different way. If I went to like fucking the UAE or Saudi Arabia and I'm supposed to wear some goofy fucking like getup or whatever, I'd do it as a respect for the culture because I'm visiting their country. It's not my country anymore. I don't have a right to say how they run their shit, right? I'm probably not gonna suck any dicks in fucking Dubai because I don't want to get thrown off a. Never mind. But like I'm just saying like in general, like when I'm in another country, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I know I was gonna show you that guy. I'm sorry. I'm just saying that I would respect their thing, but in my country, we have the right for things like hate speech. And if you think that you could be violent over that, then yeah, I think that's savage because that's my country and these are my rules in my area. Yes.
Because Twitter operates off of the rules in your country, right?
Because what?
Because Twitter operates off of the rules in your country, right? Twitter has the answer to fucking free speech or the fucking
okay, so if someone... Wait, I want to ask a question. So if someone in another country reacts physically to, I don't know, whatever it would be, mockery and insult, whatever, if someone in another country in which the laws of the state allow that to happen, are they then not savage and not uncivilized?
There's probably going to be like some fundamental like ethical principle that I'm going to say is savage no matter what.
That's what I'm getting at.
Sure.
That's what I'm getting at. It seems like you're appealing to legality and then putting your own personal philosophy.
Well, there are going to be some things that I think transcend countries. Would mocking somebody's religion, I think I would universalize that. I would say if you mock somebody's religion and then somebody attacks you for it physically, yeah, I would always consider that to be.
But then how do you deal with the fact that you're in a minority worldwide?
I would just think I'm better than a majority of people, I guess.
Okay, fair enough. But then can you see how using your own personal minority and...
Well, not personal.
You could
careful, not personal. This is like a Western minority country. It's a Western, yeah.
No, don't use the word Western because when you look at it, Germany,
How about
Poland.
We use American.
Okay, I'll say
yeah,
America.
America-centric. Okay,
sure.
okay. you're using your personal chauvinistic, I would even go as far as to use that word, personal chauvinistic moral philosophy to judge the reaction of Muslims and people worldwide. Like, can you not see how that can be perceived as Islamophobic?
If this is what it means to be Islamophobic, I don't care about that label. I'll be Islamophobic. I don't care. I'm fine with that. If I have to respect somebody's right to get violent, you mock their religion, and not respecting them makes me like Islamophobic, I'll be
By the way, remember, it doesn't hurt this in his pockets to be Islamophobic, but God forbid you label him as an anti-Semite. Then all of a sudden he's gonna switch up, because that would then affect his fucking pockets.
Careful.
Because, of course, the only place
Anti-Semite usually implies hatred of Jewish people. I don't hate Muslims. I think I even made a tweet clarifying that. And I don't think, you can go through my tweets, but I don't think I've actually ever attacked Muslims. I think I'm usually shitting on Muhammad, his doll-playing wife, and then the Kaaba or whatever. I don't think I'm actually saying, oh, Muslims suck. I hate Muslims. They're dirty people, like Arabs are. Like Ben Shapiro made that tweet about how Arabs were the dirty or whatever, right? I don't think I've said anything like that. So when you say I'm Islamophobic, I'm very specifically just shitting on Muslims. I'm attacking.
Is it? Do you have the tweet up? Are you about to read it? Because I'll let you read it.
No, you can read it. But I was going to ask Destiny a question, but she'll go.
No, ask your question while I get it up, because I do want to ask Destiny about one thing. I think I'm going to be clear, but I think you did call Muslims violent.
He did, yes.
Read me the exact.
No, he's going to say only the ones that fucking hit you with the death threats.
I can pull up the tweet, but what he said was.
Oh, if you are making threats because someone.
Yep, there you go.
Behind you is fragile, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, I stand by that.
But he can. You is like not something like necessarily.
And by the way,
hold on, wait, hold on. To be clear, that I don't think that sounded ambiguous at all. That sounded incredibly crystal clear. Am I missing something? Can you read that tweet again?
It clarified then for me.
Hold on, let me. Which tweet are you talking about? Yeah, read me the tweet.
If you are making threats because someone is posting a picture online, you are fragile and violent.
Yeah, I stand by that.
By the way, says the same man that said if you question historical facts, right, when it comes to World War II and certain things that happened in World War II that would make you anti-Semitic. You just said anti-Semitism is when you hate Jewish people. But I specifically remember you saying this to Sneeko, that you would be an anti-Semite because of certain questions that could incite hate towards Jews. Or am I misquoting you here?
You're conflating a few things. I think asking questions about World War II is totally fine. I mean, asking questions about Holocaust is totally fine. The problem is a lot of that line of questioning becomes anti-Semitic because it's not like, oh, I've got valid questions about the Holocaust. I'm wondering. It's, oh, the Holocaust didn't happen the way that people said it does, and the only reason we think that is because Jewish people control society, and they're trying to use that to make us feel bad for them so they can run the world, right? That second line of questioning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, and could you not see how your fucking humor, quote unquote, how your jokes about Islam is the same exact thing that Islamophobes that wish harm on Muslims in certain nations, such as Myanmar, such as India, they use the exact same type of humor that you do, because I've seen it. I've interacted with those people, and how it could lead to actual crimes against Muslims.
No.
Could you not see the connection there?
No.
How? So by simply, okay, so
Corato, stop, Corato. Can you tell us the connection? Can you explain to all of us, paint it crystal clear for us? What is the connection between guilt such and actual violence or crime against Muslims? Paint that picture.
As Uzumar stated, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is in the center of our faith. You say alayhi salatu wasalam. He's in the center of our faith, right?
Does he like get mad if you don't say that every time? Or?
No, I say it every time. By the way, I only have to say it once.
No, you don't. You only have to say it once.
You only have to say it once, but I say it every time, specifically because I'm around you. They are the fucking demon, okay? But here it is, right?
Is he a snowball?
Right.
This right here is a vanilla gorilla. I don't trust him. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
By the way, if I made any kind of comment against what you use your fucking mind, your turban would come flying off your fucking head.
Again. Sorry, so you're such a considerate person, you wouldn't hurt my feelings. Of course you are. I've seen your Twitter page. But here's the thing, right? The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is in the center of our faith, right? He's in the center of our faith. You disrespect him. You paint him in a negative image. You paint him in a way that lowers his image in the world. you make it much more comfortable for people to start respecting Islam as a whole. And we see it in the West. We see it with Christians openly depicting Jesus in very disrespectful ways. And how Christianity itself has started to crumble, and why this is a fact that Destiny fucking spices and hate. Why there's an incredible amount of conservatism and an incredible amount of red people / manosphere people that are embracing Islam. Now, of course, are quite a fucking few of them absolute grifters and are doing it only for clout. Yes, but there's a great amount of people in the West. In fact, the fastest growing religion in the world is Islam, right? And he hates this embrace of Islam. And this embrace of Islam will become weaker if you start depicting our Prophet in the ways that he did.
So, just curious.
That is why.
Do you think that things like killing the journalists at the comic people at the Charlie Hebdo place, or murdering that one teacher who showed the picture of Muhammad, do you think that these things are strengthening Islam or weakening Islam? Just curious.
I don't think that they're
impossible to prove.
How could I
tell
tell
you
you
that? That's impossible to prove, but you think it's easily possible to prove that by me showing a diamond pickaxe mining the Kaaba, that's actually directly causing harm?
But to clarify, there's no issue, no real fundamental issue with you posting meme pics of the Kaaba. The issue is specifically and quite concentrated on the Prophet itself. You can joke about the Kaaba, you can joke about X, Y, Z, but the issue specifically comes with the Prophet. And to go to your earlier point, it's impossible to say. It's impossible to say whether, if mocking the Prophet was allowed historically through 1,450, 1,500 years, however long it be, if mocking the Prophet was allowed, whether that would have corrupted the faith.
Well, it seems like we can mock Jesus and all these other things, and Christianity seems to be a pretty strong religion.
No. Actually, by 2050,
you think Christianity
Islam
is
will be.
or whatever?
It is. By 2050, Islam is going to be the most dominant world faith. Islam is only one of two, only one of two faiths that is growing, not just by birth rates, but by conversions. There's a net gain in conversions. So if we're using that barometer as as the threshold for whether this Islamic structure and jurisprudence, whatever, is valid or has merit in its way, yes. So I don't know, but
well, is that the reason why, or is it because Islam?
No.
With way more fucking people that can be converted.
No, it's
like, are there a lot of people? Are there a lot of people?
It's growing.
Are there a lot of
it's
people in the
growing
United States that are converting to Islam?
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at Pew Research, it's one of, I think there's Muslims and certain pagan religions. I think maybe I can find the thing for you. There's Muslims and one pagan religion that is growing.
I just googled real quick. So 2018, a Pew Research survey found that Islam gains about as many converts as
No, I saw a Pew Research that found that there was 3 million net gains. I can find it.
But that's just from 2018, so maybe yours is
perhaps
recent. I don't know. I don't have any of these studies at my fingertips, but I think let's go. Let's just surmise.
Oh, actually, Pew Research 2020.
You are specifically okay. I will but for the purposes of let's just grant that Islam is one of the factors.
I can post it in the chat.
Sure. Do you think that is enough, but in and of itself, to justify its existence or justify its rules? Because it's succeeding, it must be that its rules are the reason why.
It shows that the rules are effective.
Does it though? Right? Or is it effective in spite of the rules? Like, is it in fact effective in spite of these rules that if you otherwise didn't have, it would be even more effective? I just don't find that compelling. That's all.
Let me answer you first, Wick. One of the biggest reasons, if you were to look, and of course this was anecdotal, I'll give it to you, right? But if you were to look at the reason why a lot of people are converting to Islam, one of the things that will tell you is that in spite of society, one way, like in complete opposite to Islam statement, right? Islam does not change. Islam does not fall. Islam does not deviate from what it was 1,400 years ago, from what the Prophet done himself. Islam is still the same religion, right? And in fact, if you were to look at Christianity today, and by the way, there's nobody on this fucking call that is more knowledgeable about Christianity than Destiny himself, as he grew up Christian.
Wait, no.
If you were to ask, what, you also did?
I was
Okay.
I was a missionary for 2 years back in the day.
Okay, so you're telling me when you see transgender pastors, you're telling me that is 100% in line with the Christian faith and teaching.
But you're doing the no true Scotsman
Wait, okay,
thing, right?
so-
Because there are Muslims in the United States that are accepting gay people. I think Muslims are more accepting gay people than the general U.S. population. You're gonna say right?
No, I'm not. No. First of all, I will not say that. But second of all, I would say find anything in the deen itself, in Islam, that justifies their position. Their position is taken on because of the society that they live in. That is a liberal take. That is not an Islamic take. They cannot justify it using Islam. They can't.
I'll put it this way, Wick. Islam is one of the, if not the only only growing religion in the world. It's going to become the most predominant religion by 2050, and it is if not one of the only religions that has such a strict adherence to the case is not corruptible, and such a strict adherence to its own order. Like you can't say causatively that one caused that B caused A or whatever. You can't say causatively for certain, but. There's a correlation there.
This is what I would say, and this is actually what I bet is what's probably going on, is most Western countries are predominantly Christians, and most Western countries are probably secular, especially across Europe. As nations become more developed, as people gain access to more knowledge, science, they tend to become more secular over time. So in these countries, Christians are probably losing lots of followers. I know it's happening in the United States. I know that even Europe, especially Scandinavia, are winning other countries, especially countries in Africa, especially countries in the Middle East, where there's more conflict, where there might not be necessarily as much development. You probably still have people that are joining the faith, or you probably still have people that are having more children or are being Islamic. And then in the United States, you're probably always going to have more people converting away from Christianity than converting towards Christianity, because like I think like 60% of Christians, or 60% of you are still Christians. So of course those numbers are always going to be going down, and you only have to Muslims to make that would probably be my guess. I could think of like data points for Muslims worldwide. Yeah.
So
but listen, this is what I'm saying. Let's say there's 1 million people in the United States.
I mean,
900,000 are Christian, 500 are Muslim. Like, if you gain 500 Muslims and lose, 10,000 Christians, that's a huge gain for Muslims in the United States. That's what I'm saying. The United States is majorly Christian, so of course any gain to Islam in the United States is going to be like a net gain to Muslims.
I'm not talking just about the United States. I'm saying there's a net gain to conversions worldwide. Not just the United States.
Yeah, but again, when you say worldwide, like all of the West that was largely Christian, those people are like leaving Christianity en masse, right? Very few of them are probably converting to Islam, and most of them are probably becoming secular. That'd be my guess.
But this osmosis that you're talking about can go both ways. Why doesn't it seem that Muslims are converting to Christianity?
I don't think anybody's converting. Well, there might be some Muslims converting to Christianity, but you're going to lose them in the overall numbers of people that are leaving Christianity, right? Because there are fewer Muslims in these countries than there are Christians. If you've got 1 million Christians and 100,000 Muslims, if 20,000 Muslims convert to Christianity, but 50,000 people leave the Christian faith, even with Muslims converting to Christianity, you're still having an outflow from Christianity because it's the predominant religion. That's like a statistical artifact.
True. Yeah, but I guess we're going to have to see. We're going to wait until 2050 to see how the projections...
Also, keep in mind that if this is true, if what you're saying is true, you've actually given me like a really powerful argument for why I should be going harder on Islam in my tweets, because I don't want more people becoming Muslim, becoming Islamic. I think it's like a moral wrong.
Why,
so,
Destiny?
because I don't think I agree with any of the core tenets of most of these religious faiths, especially in regards to social issues, with regards to like how women ought to be treated, with regards to how some of the more fundamentalist police are ran in some of these countries and their legal systems, with regards to like LGBT or social issues. Like these are things that I don't consider good. I wouldn't want more people being Islamic.
Do you think Islam is a violent religion?
I don't like to when you talk about things like millions of followers. I don't like to say the whole religion. If Islam is a religion that is violent, then there would be terrorist attacks hourly all across the country. But instead, we only see like a handful of things, or like I would be dead right now if Islam was truly like religion of violence, right? So I won't do anything with such a broad brush.
Okay, Destiny, I want to ask you a
question.
Destiny, is it wrong to mock someone's parents?
Hold on 1 second. Bratos, you're echoing.
Am I? It's through Usman.
I don't think it's right.
Yeah, it's not. Bratos, you're the one who's like. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah, Destiny, is it wrong to mock someone's parents unsolicited?
Is it wrong?
We're trying to appeal to his morality. He doesn't give a shit.
Well, let me
I'm
just
just
think about it.
curious.
Is it wrong? Is it morally wrong to make fun of somebody?
Someone's parents unsolicited. Let's use that example.
I'd say probably. Yeah, it's probably mean. It's probably wrong. Sure. I'll give you a yes on that one.
Okay. Why?
Probably being mean in general to people is probably wrong. You shouldn't be mean to people. It's not like a moral good for sure. If anything, it's wrong or neutral.
Okay, so then can you see where I'm going with this? Can you see how it's a moral wrong then to mock the prophet?
Sure, it could be a moral wrong to mock the prophet. We're not talking about whether or not something is right or wrong. We're talking about whether you ought to respond to it with violence and whether or not that's morally acceptable. So, for instance, I might say it's wrong to mock somebody's parents. That doesn't mean I think it's ethically acceptable to respond to somebody mocking your parents by being violent to them.
So if someone's committed a moral wrong, doesn't that entail then that there should be some comeuppance or some
Yeah,
sort
sure.
of
But that comeuppance
retaliation?
can be making fun of that person. That comeuppance could be not talking to that person. Like, it doesn't have to be violence. There's plenty of ways that we punish activity. Like, for instance, do we agree that telling lies is wrong? Right?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, of course. And then my next question is going to be like, should we hurt somebody for telling a lie? Do they have to get, like, physically punished for it? Probably not.
You see, it depends on like someone's own personal philosophy. But
well, that question is.
I don't think, we can talk about this if you'd like, because you seemed interested in this. I don't think philosophically, like should be much of a distinction made between emotional hurt and physical hurt, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong to respond to emotional hurt with a physical retaliation.
Can I jump in here for a minute?
Yeah.
The reason we have this disagreement, we've disagreed with this before, is because it's very hard to measure emotional hurt, whereas it's pretty easy to measure material hurt. You can measure how much money someone has lost. You can measure the value of the destruction to their property that you've done. You can measure how much damage you've given them in medical bills. All sorts of ways to measure these things. Whereas emotional hurt, right, would not hurt me at all, right? Mocking my parents, mocking me, mocking my teeth and stuff like that wouldn't bother me at all emotionally. I'm pretty emotionally stable like that.
So
However,
what
there
you're
are very people, just let me finish, there are people who, if I simply looked at them wrong, would be deeply emotionally hurt by that. We cannot use people's emotions to measure harm, right? Or to mete out punishment for that, because it's just so unstable. Like, there's no real level of measurement that we could use.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is like practicality, on the level of practicality, right? First, you're jumping a step ahead. First, I just want to talk in levels of principle. Principally, if we could know, let's say we were like an omniscient being, or we're fucking 2,000 years in the future, you can plug some shit in someone's brain and you can understand clearly what is going on, what level of emotional hurt they're feeling. Philosophically, I don't think it's wrong to respond physically to emotional hurt. Can we agree on that, Wick?
No,
In principle.
principle. I think there's a fundamental difference. I do. I think that, again, they're just different things, and we can't equate them and make them the same, conflate them as I think you were doing. So I disagree on principle. That's all. I don't know what the rest of you think, because I want to get Krantos in here. Krantos, do you think that the emotional harm and physical harm are the same on principle?
I 100% believe that if somebody hurts you emotionally, you fully have the right to respond physically. Because, by the way, the vast majority of times where people are hurt is because more times than not, they were hurt emotionally to begin with. Somebody antagonized them in one way or the other, and they responded physically. That is how most of the world operates to begin with. And second of all, a lot of the times, our emotions and the way that we feel inwards and in our minds manifests physically. That is the little reason why people like you, Wick, and people like Destiny are completely comfortable with people that have mental illnesses, that view themselves as something that they're not, and that actually go through surgeries and completely change their outward appearance, their physical body, to match with what's on the inside. So now, if you're saying that you shouldn't conflate the two, what would you say in those instances? Would you say that somebody who, let's say, is a male, a born male that transitions to female, would you say that they shouldn't change
That's not
anything?
something- No one is doing that to them. They are doing it to themselves, and it's a fundamentally different thing. They are not having it done unto them. They are choosing to take upon that and do it to themselves.
So you're telling me if somebody is mentally ill and they're fucking cutting themselves, you shouldn't intervene
That is-
whatsoever because
no,
that is something
no,
they're
that's
doing
not
to
what
themselves.
I'm saying. I'm saying that's a fundamentally different thing than someone else taking
How
their
is it?
arm and cutting it.
But how is it fundamentally different if they're both mental illness? Unless you don't believe that it's mental illness, that somebody genuinely believes that they're the other gender or the other sex, which they are not.
I'm not
No,
here to debate trans.
Yeah,
No,
we're getting. I think we're getting a bit sidelined here. But Wick, I
Because
don't
it doesn't
believe.
make any sense when you say that you can't conflate the emotional and the physical. You do, and you justify
No,
it.
but we don't. You don't need to go to transgenders to prove that, right? We don't need to go to transgenders.
But it shows the hypocrisy in his logic because he 100% justifies it when it's what his people completely approve of. He justifies it. He thinks it's
Wait,
completely
hold on,
normal.
wait. Yes, he justified. I'm sorry, did I miss something? Did Wick justify violent responses to emotional pain? Did Wick ever justify?
No, he's arguing against that. I'm trying to do that. Wait. Let's take the most extreme example, right? Let's say your mother's dead, right? She died in a horrific car accident. God forbid. Died in a horrific car accident. Let's say some psycho online got the picture. Somehow they leaked, right? He prints them off, and you're grieving. He stands outside of your house. Every day when you come back from work, talking about, oh, look at your mum, look at her guts splattered on the floor, her head, like the most horrific shit possible. Do you really think it is not justified for someone to walk up to that guy and give him a fucking punch in the mouth?
I don't.
You really think? Never.
I don't think it's justified. But you're not going to get me on this because I'm pretty consistent about this.
They both are. They'll just tell you, I don't care.
No,
You could do
Destiny
whatever you want.
actually. No, Destiny. I don't think Destiny agreed with that. I think Wick is more extreme on this than
Probably
than Destiny.
But
I mean, like, I think that you can make argument. Like, I'm saying this out of like saying good faith because we're talking about hyper edge cases here. I think that you can make arguments for like a very personal type of relentless harassment. Like if somebody's standing outside and they're screaming at you every single day with a picture of your like dead child, like holding it up and screaming at you, and then you could probably. But I actually think that in the United States is probably illegal. Like that would actually probably be considered harassment. Because you're moving beyond just like normal speech at that point. But like where we are many levels removed from just shitting on somebody's like choice of religion on Twitter at this point. But
Yeah, no, so it's a matter of degree, right?
So
essentially,
let me
so-
ask you, Yusmark, right?
Yeah.
Would justified, or would you feel violence is justified in that kind of scenario instead of being outside my house every day? They simply posted a mean tweet about it. Do you think I should be able to justify to go to their house and beat them up for that?
No, I think there should be.
so
Wait,
there
hold
is
on.
levels?
No. Hold on. Yes, precisely. That's what I was going to say. There are levels, right? And we, as a society, I believe, come together and we can agree. As we said before, like it's difficult to practically enforce any sort of like physical repercussions to something emotional because it's so hard to measure. Well, I think we as a society can come together and we can agree rationally that X thing, Y thing should have X or Y physical response. For example, that dude on Twitter, perhaps he should get a fine.
No,
perhaps.
no.
No, but you're in the minority.
I will be your enemy in this. That is not okay to fine people for speech like that or to give them any kind of judicial punishment. There's the proper response.
Why?
to social punishment.
That's what they do in England.
Why? But why is it wrong? He's intentionally causing harm. There is no motive. You can talk about, you can like quibble about, oh, maybe there's a reason why X, Y, Z. No, but if someone is intentionally and purely just wanting to cause you harm,
Being mean
just wanting
on
to
Twitter?
cause, being mean can hurt. It hurts.
Sorry.
There is no.
I understand.
We have
it
online
can hurt.
harassment for a reason.
I
People commit
understand.
suicide over that shit.
And it can be bad, right?
But when it's
Really
self-inflicted, they don't care though. That's the problem. Because it's something that you do onto yourself, right?
So someone is doing something bad, but there are no repercussions for that person. There is no like.
You say no
there is-
repercussions. I'm saying no legal repercussions. There's a difference between these statements. I think there should be repercussions. It should
Why?
not involve the legal system because
Why-
that will
why?
be weaponized. That will be weaponized by the state to a politician, and we see this in the slap laws, anti-slap laws, and things like that, where politicians will sue the fuck out of reporters because that person hurt my feelings. They caused me harm for reporting on that thing I did, and so now I'm going to sue them into the fucking ground.
Sure,
and,
they can
and give them like legal ramifications for what they've done. This
Sure,
is why
people-
we have to keep speech away from the legal, like, except for in extreme examples like threats to violence, immediate calls to violence, and things like that. I'm very against it. But we're moving away from the topic. We can still stay on this.
No, I think this is rather important actually because it goes to the heart of the discussion, really. So if, for example, I'm an individual and I'm being harmed by someone's tweet or someone's words, why can't I appeal to the state to intervene and help me? Why isn't it? It's the state's
You don't have to
responsibility
read that
protect.
person's tweet. You don't have to go around and seek out things in the world that offend you or upset you, and then ask the government to regulate those things. That's an insane position.
Why? If someone is out there intentionally trying to harm me, trying to do me harm, why isn't the state?
Because we
why
have
isn't
a
the
greater
state's
value on
responsibility to
people
help?
having the right to say the things that they want to say, even if some people might deem them offensive, more important than the right for somebody to avoid them in the first place. The reason why we have those same freedom of speech laws is the only reason why a religion like Islam can even exist in the United States, right? So I think that it's important to defend that principle of free and open speech. Because we don't want people, I don't want Donald Trump telling me what I'm allowed to post on Twitter. You guys probably wouldn't want Biden or Obama or Hillary Clinton telling you what you're allowed to post on Twitter. I think that principle is probably worth protecting more than somebody's hurt feelings.
So what do we do then when we have two conflicting, fundamentally different positions philosophically? What do we do?
The intolerant
How
one
do
gets
we-
eliminated. That's what you do. You can't have people that exist in a liberal society saying that we can kill people for saying things that make us upset. That's fundamentally incompatible with a free and open society. You just can't have it.
Do you disagree, Krantos?
Of course I fucking disagree because he's the one who decided who's the tolerant and who's the intolerant one.
That's
because
not
it
true.
wasn't
I'm not saying anybody here should be attacked for their things they say on Twitter. You're the ones that are
You're
deciding that.
you're the one who went out of his way to purposefully, mind you, purposefully antagonize a whole bunch of people. Yet
Good.
you're
I
crying
have that
about
right to be
accomplishments.
antagonistic. That's my right as an American. Some people
by
would
the
say
way-
that you being Muslim is antagonistic towards them in the United States, especially post 9/11. People feel that way.
Last time I checked, you're not fucking Dikembe Mutombo. That is an incredible reach that you just did there. Because what you